Hello? Dad? Is this thing on? What's up, how we doing? It's Thursday, my dudes, and we have ourselves a PoE announcement stream for the Affliction expansion, and they're doing PoE stuff, PoE 2 stuff first, actually. So in 5 minutes and 55 seconds, we'll be seeing the announcements for that. And when they said the stream should take about an hour to get through all the announcements. And once that's done, we're gonna go do another Poison Concoction Raider through the campaign just to practice, so we can get through it a little faster when the new league does hit, and then we can talk about all the new shit, look at all the announcements, and you know, see what's coming. But yeah, kind of one of the cooler things is that the cooler things that we know already that like just happened is someone sent me a link to a fancy new Steam page for Path of Exile 2. Nothing on it that that I saw while quickly skimming through it that really seemed like anything we didn't know already, but just the fact that it exists makes it kind of more real that we're like approaching the launch eventually. I think they've said the beta, there isn't even going to be any kind of beta until like next year, like midway through. I think the date they talked about was June 7th back at ExileCon. So unfortunately it's still a ways out, but we're getting closer. Yeah, the 12 character classes. Each of the 12 character classes has its own 3 ascendancy specializations. That includes the, I think that's just including the PoE 2, the PoE 1 classes? I don't remember. Anyways, the new skill gems, I've been very excited for that since they announced it. You'll specialize your passive tree. That was a ExileCon announcement. And also it's going to be really sick, so weapon swaps will be like a thing. 700 equipment base types, that's actually insane. And every single one has its own unique item you can find. Damn. I didn't see that detail. How the hell? That's kind of ridiculous. Anyways, I think PoE had like... PoE 1 does not have like an obscenely higher amount of uniques in it, like after 10 years of development or however long it's been out. Like 700 is a lot for release. At the conclusion of PoE 2's 6-act campaign. So that's nice, we don't have to do 10 acts. You'll gain access to its endgame, each of the more than 100 endgame maps, so we're going back to a huge atlas, actually. Has its own boss fight and modifiers that enable revamped versions of many of Path of Exile's past leagues. Interesting. Weird. Yeah, I didn't see that detail before either. Fair to play, never pay to win. Be funny if it was already like mostly negative. I would laugh. But yeah, we got 2.5 minutes. I have no idea what they're gonna announce. My suspicion was that it's just gonna be like some kind of modifier to like past league content. Maybe something a little similar to Delirium, but like not quite so far-reaching and like permanent, you know? Maybe not permanent, but like zone-wide shit. I think it could just be weird, quirky things happening specifically to league mechanics, because the in the little trailer preview thing, the little teaser they released last week. It was a creepy dude channeling on a ritual totem, like with the same asset from the Ritual League. So I was wondering if he was fucking with it, and then, you know, we gotta do the ritual, and he's got all sorts of modifiers that he gets added into it. Other than that, I have no idea. I'm like 90% certain it's not a boat league, which is very very unfortunate and depressing. But beggars can't be choosers, so we just take what they give us, you know? We do our best. But while like between last stream and this stream, I did a bit of practicing in Act 1 with the build that we've been playing, the Concoction Raider. And it's not like an insane time or a good time really as far as speedrunning is concerned, but I was able to get through Act 1 in like 28 minutes, and that's far faster than like anything I usually do. So, and that's with a setup of Leap Slam and Frostblink that we set up like about level 10. So that alone, like Leap Slam plus Frostblink, is going to get us through the acts so much faster than just running dash, which is what we did when we got like 5 hours 57 minutes last week. So I'm excited to see how much faster we get through it today. And yeah, I think that's just about enough stalling. Hopefully they're actually on time with the timer, because if they're not, I have no idea what to say. We'll do our best. What do you got for me, Chris Wilson from GGG?
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Thanks for joining us for today's Path of Exile livestream.
You're welcome,
we have a
Chris.
packed show today, with announcements for Path of Exile 2, as well as the exclusive unveiling of Path of Exile Affliction, which launches on December 8th on PC and Mac, and on December 13th on console.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so
Well,
make sure you follow
why is
the
it so
instructions
fast?
below in order to claim your Huntsman wings.
It's like Flicker Strike
We'll start
wings
with
right
Path
there.
of Exile 2, where Jonathan will walk you through our latest announcements. Mark will then take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Affliction Challenge League,
Who the hell is
which
Mark?
launches in 1 week. He'll cover the league mechanics, its rewards, some new content we're adding to the core Path of Exile experience, and some large metagame changes. I'll then show you our
Ultimatum?
annual core supporter packs, and we'll head
Actual
into our
ultimatum?
live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask us your questions from Twitch chat. After the livestream, we'll drop the full patch notes.
I'd like to hand over to Jonathan Rogers, Game Director of Path of Exile 2.
I don't know
Hey
how
guys,
much time I'll
it's been a
spend
few
on.
months since we introduced you to the
patch notes.
Druid in Path of Exile 2.
Hi, John.
But one of the things that we're really focusing on now is how varied each of the classes feels to play. The monk darts around quickly from enemy to enemy, building and unleashing
We're definitely
combos.
playing Druid.
If he doesn't stay in combat, he loses momentum and has to build it up
This
again.
doesn't seem very Lethal and Company-like. It's kind of like a job. Based on all the grinding. Are those Ultralisks? Hold up. And they're just
The
beetles.
warrior,
What's up,
on
you?
the other hand, is like a slow but unstoppable freight train. A warrior commits to big attacks and relies on stunning his enemies to stay safe in the thick of combat. When an opening presents itself, a warrior can use even larger attacks to demolish his enemies.
That's such a long wind-up, dude.
The Huntress seamlessly moves from melee to ranged combat and back. The true damage potential of the Huntress is only unlocked when you learn to combine ranged and melee abilities together.
It's kind of sick. I guess that would be really dependent on the weapon swapping.
And then there are the Spellcasters. The Sorceress is a pure caster who much prefers to stay at range and drop powerful spells on her foes. If she finds herself surrounded by enemies, she would rather use an ability to escape than to take them on directly.
Run, motherfucker, run!
The Druid is also a spellcaster, but unlike the Sorceress, he uses his spells as a means to support his melee abilities. And by melee
Let's go.
abilities, we mean he can
My
turn into
class.
a giant animal and rip his enemies to pieces.
Rip and tear. Look, I'm just stomping on it. That bear is huge, dude. I
Each of
need
these
it.
classes feels extremely different to play, but we want to go even further. It's time to check out the Mercenary.
There's not a job out there I won't take, so long as the pay's good and a crossbow can solve it.
Is that the heist guy? Guff? Oh no, that's Betrayal. Never mind. Huck, that's what I was thinking of. Sounded a little like Huck.
I'll take 'em all down, one bolt at a time.
When thinking about each new class, we really try to think about how we can make combat feel different from all the others.
Man, I think crossbows are gonna be cool as hell.
Is the crossbow. A crossbow
It looks
is
cool
fundamentally
as
different
hell.
than a regular bow because it fires instantly instead of needing to be drawn back. This means that you need immediate feedback. Clicking the fire button should make the character shoot instantly, just like in a shooter. As soon as we experienced that,
FPS
we realized
PoE.
that there are a lot of design lessons to learn from shooters, and so we fully embraced them. In Path of Exile 2, we have crossbows that work like sniper rifles, shotguns, and assault rifles.
They just got the full auto crossbow. Hell yeah, dude.
But in order to really get shooter-like gameplay, we wanted to go further. In Path of Exile 2, we now support WASD movement. You can now walk around in any direction independent of aiming.
Wow.
In fact, if this is your preferred method of gameplay, you can use it on any class, regardless of what weapon type you're using. You can change between click to move or WASD at any time.
That's crazy. I love it.
You can only hold 2 crossbows at a time, but Path of Exile 2 is all about interesting combinations of abilities, and this is where ammo skills come in. This
Are these
is
just
a
some
burst shot
demons?
crossbow, and right now I have armor-piercing ammo equipped, which makes it very effective when facing a group of enemies, since
Always
it
got
pierces
AP
right through them.
rounds.
But there are other ammos too. For a bigger single target, it might be a good idea to switch to Incendiary.
Bro, that
The
fire
more
looks so cool.
projectiles hit the target, the stronger the ignite, so you'll want to get up nice, close and
How
personal.
the hell are
with
we
this
on?
one. At you, you might want to slow them down. In this case, you could switch to Permafrost Burst Shot. Shooting a bunch of smaller enemies at range will chill them, and potentially even freeze them in place. Once you have some frozen enemies though, you can switch back to Armor Piercing. Shooting a frozen enemy with Armor Piercing Burst Shot will explode the ice, doing a huge amount of damage to all nearby enemies.
Damn, imagine if he died in the preview like at Path of Exile Con. I feel like they should have
Another
included
feature
that just
crossbows
for
have
memes.
is attachments. This is a grenade launcher. As you can see, when I equip it,
They
it
got
appears
nade
on the
launcher.
underside of the crossbow.
The fucking noob
These
tube,
attachments
dude.
are just like skill gems, so you effectively get extra skill slots, and you can augment these with support gems, just like regular skills.
Hell yeah, dude. I love everything about this. I'm still playing Druid first, but second
These grenades
is
take a while to
Mercenary.
explode, so it's a good idea to pair them with some kind of crowd control, like Permafrost Burst Shot. We have other grenades too, though. This attachment is a flash grenade. It
Yo, it's
does
got
barely
3
any damage,
skill
but it
gems
does
on
a
it?
huge amount of stun.
That's crazy.
It can be a great opener before you run into combat.
We're doing a flashbang build. You just kill by flashbang. They'll never see it coming.
Now, here's another attachment, an oil grenade.
Ooh,
Firing one of these grenades coats the ground and nearby enemies in oil.
America,
Oil
fuck yeah.
slows enemies down, so it's another useful crowd control mechanic. Now, another thing that oil can do is be set on fire. Any burning enemy or explosion will ignite the oil, causing extra burning damage. One of the problems with burst shot crossbows is that each pellet doesn't do much damage individually. This means that if enemies have armor, then it will be very effective preventing that damage. But thankfully, you can equip an additional crossbow in your second weapon set to deal with the weaknesses of your primary weapon. This is a rapid shot crossbow. Rapid shot is great for closing on enemies because you can shoot while running. In Path of Exile 2, we now have the ability to allow you to use some skills while moving. Being able to create skills like this opens up a lot of new design space and allows us to really
wrong.
increase the pace of combat.
Gonna have to be doing like WASD shit movement, I think, if you're gonna be doing skills like that though. Wonder if that'll be like mandatory at this point.
The armor-piercing version of Rapid Shot slowly erodes a monster's armor. Once the armor is fully broken, you can easily switch back to Burst Shot to deal much more damage. Being able to run while shooting with Rapid Shot is also great for when you want to perform a fighting retreat.
Just, it's not retreating, it's just advancing the other way. It's fine. It works. Wonder what that little bar
Using
is on the big
permafrost
guys.
ammo with Rapid Shot
Stagger,
is
maybe?
also useful if you need to retreat. When you shoot the ground, it creates ice crystals. If you draw monsters back over these crystals, they explode, chilling the monsters. It's great if you want to set up a safe zone before pulling the next pack.
Bro, this is so cool.
Slowing enemies down can come in handy if you want to use the incendiary version of Rapid Shot. Using this skill requires that you charge up a little bit before it fires, but as it continues to heat up, it will do more and more damage.
It's like a stacking ignite kind of thing.
It has a really large clip size, so you can just keep firing and firing with it. But the other really useful feature is that
Jonathan,
when the
it's a
crossbow is
mag.
heated up, it adds extra fire damage to any grenade that you launch.
That fuse is really long on the damn nades. They're so cool.
Now I've been using explosive grenades here, but it will work equally as well with flash or oil grenades too. If you use it with oil grenades, the oil will catch fire immediately.
I wonder if this is
Another
how,
crossbow
like,
type that you can find is Power Shot. This one works just like a classic sniper rifle. Use it with armor-piercing ammo and it will penetrate armor on targets. So it's a good idea to use when something's really tough.
I wonder if this will be how combat generally is, like even in endgame with well-made builds.
Now this skill has another interesting interaction with armor break.
We're just like
If an enemy has its armor
kiting
broken, then
and
your power shot hits a weak spot
having
and
shit
does a
run to
huge
us
amount of
rather than,
single
like,
target damage, with a bunch of
bouncing from
extra
pack to
stun
pack
for
to
good
pack to
measure.
pack and blowing them all up. Bullseye.
Now, the incendiary version of Power Shot is more like a rocket launcher. It does a big explosive blast at a distance.
Give us a bazooka, you cowards. That better be the unique type. The unique for that weapon type.
One of the really useful features of this version is that you can explode any grenades that happen to be on the ground.
Oh damn. So much for that fuse time. Hell yeah.
This combo also works really well with incendiary rapid shot. I'm
Bro,
gonna
he's got
charge
the
up
double
heat on my
pump going on.
crossbow,
This is great.
Shoot out a bunch of grenades and then start the fireworks with a power shot.
This zone looks cool as hell too. Like, if the lead up to the crematorium in Act 3
Ice
looked like
version of
this,
Power Shot
I would
creates frost walls
probably
at a
like it.
distance. This is great for crowd controlling monsters in tight passages. The wall segments have other uses too. If they get destroyed by monsters, then they will explode, doing a small amount of damage.
Block 'em in.
Now, remember that burst shot combo with frozen enemies we did earlier? That works with ice walls too. Let's put burst shot back on.
What, can you blow up
Now
the
I
ice
can fill
walls?
up this area with ice walls, then shoot them with armor-piercing burst shot for a huge amount of
Oh.
damage.
Oh, it did blow them up. Hell yeah, dude.
Alright, it's time to face the boss for this area. Let's see how we fare against her with all the skills I've shown you so far.
You got this, Jonathan. I believe. Oh, damn. No entry? You know, why she got big old scissors? That makes me uncomfortable. I agree, mercenary. No, 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 no. Yo, what? What the fuck? I agree, mercenary. What the hell? I don't even want to think about what I just saw. I wonder how many times they did die in this boss fight and had to redo the whole fucking thing, because I didn't see any cuts. Damn, those smacked. Or he was unwanted. Why are you upset it died? Yo, he's low. Boy, you gotta use them flasks. Damn, she just plowed right through those walls. It's like Brutus in his damn prison. Bruh, that was crazy.
What is going on in this godforsaken city?
For real.
That's the Mercenary. It feels totally different than anything we've made before, and shows you the range of what's possible in Path of Exile 2.
Yeah, that's just one class, dude. And they said 700 different base types. Surely a bunch of those are like different tiers of the same thing, but damn. That's crazy.
We're going to be showing off a lot more about Path of Exile 2 as we approach its beta, but in the meantime, we've got a Path of Exile 1 expansion coming out next week. I'm going to hand over to Mark, also known as Neon, to show you what's in store for PoE 1.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Hi, Mark.
Well, let's just go ahead and get straight on into it. Here's the trailer for Path of Exile Affliction.
Something moves in the mists. Something sinister.
Delirium 2?
Thor.
More smoke?
Rot.
Yeah.
Plague. And claw.
That looks kind of cool as fuck, though.
The affliction spreads. It hungers for more.
Yo, wait. This looks suspiciously like Synthesis. Hold up.
Tread lightly.
What are these
in the
flasks?
wildwood, which shifts and bites.
Damn.
Accept our help. The ancient power of the Asmiri. Beware the spirits. that
Whole new
yearn for
ascendancies?
freedom. And the heart of evil that waits in the dark.
Hey, yo, it's our boy. It's the Trial Master.
Ready yourself.
Let's fucking go,
I
dude.
will be waiting.
I missed you, buddy. Yo, the chat has got to be losing its damn mind over that. Damn, it's going slower than I thought. Yo, it's 112,000 people watching. What the hell? That's crazy.
In the Affliction League, you will encounter sacred wisps, which beckon you to enter overgrown passageways that lead to the Viridian Wildwood.
That's the cleaver.
A vile affliction has covered this forest with a foreboding darkness. You'll need to uncover the forest mysteries to put a stop to the source of the affliction. As you approach the darkness, the wisps burn away its affliction. Make sure you tread carefully, because they only have a limited amount of power. But be warned, the darkness is full of cursed monsters that emerge to kill you. As you explore, you might see other types of wisps trapped inside the darkness. The Wildwood is trying to guide you towards clues about its affliction. Follow the trails of wisps by collecting them, and you may uncover many different secrets.
Oh.
New characters to find, shrines, boss battles, and all kinds of new encounters are lurking in the forest just waiting for you to discover them. There are many rewards to earn for those brave enough to seek them. When the sacred wisps run out of energy, they will return you back to where you came from. Any other types of wisps you have collected will return with you to Rayclast.
Oh, this is a new currency?
These wisps, having been saved from the affliction, disperse into the environment and inhabit randomly chosen monsters in the area, increasing their power and also their rewards. The different types of wisps have different effects on monsters, and sometimes more than one type will inhabit a single monster, making the fight even harder and even more rewarding. If this
People are
happens
gonna
to a
love that
boss,
being random.
You could be in for a tough fight, but if you can overcome it, your efforts will not be in vain. Primal wisps grant an item rarity bonus to inhabited monsters. Wild wisps grant an item quantity bonus, and vivid wisps cause them to drop currency items. If a monster gets all three types, they'll drop more items of a higher rarity and a lot of currency. While exploring the Wildwood, you might
was
find
9
some
currency
of the last
items
few
and one of
Esmeri
them was
wanderers
useful.
who have managed to survive in the forest since it was cursed. Each of them have different survival specializations, and they are willing to teach you if you agree to help them defeat the source of the Affliction, the King in the Mists. Choose which of the Esmeri that you will complete quests for to unlock one of 3 new Ascendancy classes, which you can have in addition to your regular Ascendancy class.
Double Ascendancy?
Up to
Let's
8
fucking
points
go.
for these classes are unlocked as you complete more quests for the Esmeri you are training under. The Warden of Eves can teach you to become a Warden of the Magi, a powerful class that takes advantage of wilderness knowledge. A Warden of the Magi can learn to use tinctures which coat their weapon, granting various powerful effects. You can equip tinctures in your flask slots and toggle them on and off at will. You can only have one
Mage Blood
enabled at
Nerf
a
League.
time, but the effects are quite conditional, so you may want to have more than one equipped and swap between them during combat. For example, equip the Ironwood Tincture to gain the benefit of always stunning enemies on full life.
That's like comically fast attack
Tinctures
speed. I
can
love
also
that.
get random mods. This one in particular adds stacks of wither to targets on full life and steals frenzy charges on hit, which makes it great as an initiator. When you are fighting rare
Flicker
monsters
Strike,
or
let's
finishing
go.
off tough bosses, you will want to swap to the Oak Branch Tincture, which grants Culling Strike, increased damage against enemies on low life, and has a chance to steal a mod from rare enemies you kill.
Headhunter
You
Tincture?
can buy more tinctures from the Warden of Eves using
Rest in
Primal
peace,
Wisps
Slayer.
when you find her in the forest, so keep an eye out for her. As a Warden of the Magi gains more Ascendancy points, they gain access to more skills that let them further specialize in tinctures. For example, Nature's Concoction allows you to invest in having your tinctures enhance your flasks. This Ascendancy skill makes it important to think about which slots your tinctures are placed in, and what flasks they are adjacent to. You will have better uptime on those flasks and they'll be stronger as a result. But there are plenty more skills to choose even if you don't want to engage with tinctures. For example, another new ability to unlock is Bark Skin. It's a reservation skill that causes bark to grow all over your body, increasing armor.
Who am I?
As you take damage, the bark falls off, increasing your evasion. Over time, the bark will grow back, removing the evasion bonus but increasing your armor again.
This is kind of like
The Breaker of
Kintsugi.
Oaths can teach you to become a Warlock of the Mists, an Ascendancy class specializing in the darker arts of the Esmeri.
Okay,
One
so I thought it
powerful
was
ability you can
9
choose is
total,
Blood
like
Hunt,
3 from each.
which grants an active skill called Ravenous.
But it's just 3 total.
This skill lets you see what type a monster is under its life bar, whether it is a demon, beast, undead, construct, or humanoid.
Seems very important.
Consuming a corpse with this skill gives a buff to damage against that type of monster, and reduces damage taken by it. You can only have one type active at a time, so it's a good idea to choose wisely for the area that you are in. Some bosses like the Maven are eldritch in nature and don't conform to the regular corpses that you have access to, but don't worry. The Breaker of Oaths has a shop where you can trade wild wisps for corpses that you can place on the ground wherever you are. Buy an Eldritch Corpse and you will be able to get the bonus while fighting Eldritch entities like the Maven. You may notice that most of the corpses he sells are not monsters you normally encounter.
Casual Hydra.
You might want to try turning some of these corpses into specters, to take advantage of
Yo,
some of the
what?
unique abilities that these monsters
That's
have.
actually the boss. Yo, hold up. What the fuck?
The Warlock of the Mists gets access to many other abilities. For example,
I thought it
there
was
is
a
trio of
Hydra. It
curses
was
that you can pick
the
from.
Shaper Guardian as a Spectre. That's insane. They're crazy, dude.
One of these curses targets your minions, giving them life degen and making them explode for massive damage when they are near death. One of them prevents enemies from dealing damage for the latter portion of its duration, which is quite powerful against bosses. This curse creates the interesting build decision of whether or not you should increase curse duration or reduce it. The final curse is a mark that causes enemy phantasms to be spawned when you hit the marked enemy. These phantasms aren't on your side, so they work well with on-hit and on-kill trigger effects, for example.
Bet that'd be great on bosses.
The Primal Huntress can teach you to become a Wildwood Primalist. Unlike the other new ascendancies, the Primal Huntress lets you customize your tree. You do this with charms that you can buy from the Primal Huntress for Vivid Wisps. Charms have randomly generated mods, which give stats from regular Ascendancy classes, allowing you to create your own hybrid Ascendancy class.
Oh, so it's just going to be a bunch of minor
passives aligned
passives?
with different attributes. So for example, this Ursine charm is strength aligned, and has gotten the melee hits have a chance to fortify stat from the champion,
I mean,
and the ability
yeah,
to stop
that's
your
decent,
movement speed going
I
below
guess,
base
you
from the
know.
Juggernaut. This interline Corvine charm lets you get the stat that makes your consecrated ground effects linger from the Inquisitor, and the effect that makes cursed enemies explode from the Occultist. Some of the
Oh, damn, so it's
combination of
mixed.
mods that you might find for sale on charms can be extremely powerful, so keep a lookout for the Primal Huntress's shop even if you are not playing as a Primalist. As a Primalist, you also get access to a few other interesting abilities. Use Warcries next to corpses and they have a chance to drop an extra item. It opens nearby chests too.
Damn, the full clear vaults of Aziri.
Primalist also
Hell
gets
yeah.
access to a small extra backpack, just in case you find yourself needing to cart more items to town during your map runs.
Ah, yes, for all those rare items I pick up.
If you are unhappy with the class you picked, or you just happen to find a really great item for another one of the classes, you are able to change which class you are using next time you find one of the Azmiri Wanderers. Just remember that you will have to do their quests in order to gain the Ascendancy points for that class. These
Wonder if you can
quests will
swap
lead
between
you
them while
towards the
redoing the
ultimate
quests.
goal of the Azmiri: finding the King in the Mists,
that
defeating
looks
him,
sick as fuck.
and cleansing the forest of its affliction once and for all. There are new uniques to find, rewards to claim, and new Ascendancy classes to master in the Affliction League. Now that we've covered what's in the League, let's talk about
My
some of the
boy,
changes you can expect
Trial
to
Master.
the core game in 3.23. For a start, Ultimatum is finally going core.
I don't know why they
When
didn't
talking
bring
to
it
players
back
at
early.
ExileCon, it was the #1 feature that people requested. When playing through endgame maps, you may sometimes encounter the Trial Master, who offers you a choice to undertake a deadly Val trial in exchange for great rewards. If you defeat the trial, he offers to go double or nothing with you. Do you take the risk and go for an even better reward, or do you take the winnings you have already earned
Answer is
off
yes.
the table and go home? We've done a full rebalance of Ultimatum and have added many new mods and rewards, including both new and reworked uniques. The
What
base
the
number
hell
of
is that
rounds for an
ring?
Ultimatum trial is now always 10.
Maximum
with a chance
quality
to
is
score the Trial
200%.
Master boss fight on the 10th round, if you are able to make it that far. As part of 3.23, we have also removed Metamorph from the game. All the Catalyst rewards from Metamorph have now been moved to be rewards for Ultimatum.
I'm totally okay with this.
We've
Pani is
also
not going
added
to follow
a new
me around
Val-themed
anymore.
Catalyst that works on corrupted items. As is normal for most content that gets added to endgame, we have introduced new Ultimatum passive skills to the Atlas tree. One great example is the Keystone Grueling Gauntlet. It makes ultimatums last 3 extra rounds, but you cannot choose the modifiers, and it prevents the final Trial Master boss fight from spawning. The
Why
level
would
of
you want
challenge
to
becomes
remove the
extreme
boy,
during
though?
the last 3 rounds, and not being able to choose the modifiers makes it even harder. But the
Yeah,
rewards
that-
are insane,
that can be
and for
ridiculous,
those with very
even
high-end characters, it might be a bet
With the
worth making.
old mod pool.
There are lots of other Atlas passive skills you can pick from for Ultimatum, so choose wisely.
Ah yes, casually
Now,
3 divines.
it's time to talk about one of the largest metagame changes we've ever made.
Oh yeah?
There were 3 systems in Path of Exile that were all trying to subtly
Get rid of
modify
it.
the behavior of
Get rid of
skills.
Get
There
rid
were
of it.
alternate quality gems,
Kill the
Labyrinth
lab.
helmet enchants, and unique threshold jewels.
Mm-hmm.
We've combined all of these together to create a new system called Transfigured Gems that allows us to fully achieve the goal of these 3 systems and then some. Transfigured Gems are alternative versions of existing skill gems that have different functionality and balance from their regular
He said
versions.
functionality.
We have added a huge number of these with interesting variations that drastically change how existing skills play. For example, Frostbomb of Instability. It changes it from a cooldown skill that you can cast occasionally for a large explosion into a skill that you can cast continuously but deals less damage and doesn't apply cold exposure. It changes the role of Frostbomb from a utility skill into a main damaging skill.
Seems cool.
Another example
I don't
is
like that
Detonate
skill.
Dead of Scavenging. You can't use it on corpses that were created by Desecrate or Unearth, but in exchange it does a whole lot more damage. You won't be able to use it as your main reliable source of damage, but it's a great skill to use as a 4-link utility to get some extreme burst damage. Raise zombie of falling. Instead of raising a zombie from a corpse, you summon them from midair. They fall to their death, dealing
Drop
AoE
zombie
damage
more
with their
like.
land.
That's so funny.
While this sounds like a physical damage version of Firestorm, you should consider that it scales with minion damage and also triggers on-death minion effects.
Yo, really?
Blight of Contagion. This version of Blight is now spread by Contagion, so you can use it as part of your Essence Drain build. We have a huge number of these. Transfigure Firestorm into Firestorm with Meteors, Transfigure Blade Trap into Blade Trap of Greatswords, Transfigure Barrage into Barrage of Volley Fire, and so on. There is a lot to experiment with, and we look forward to seeing what builds you can come up with. But how do you get Transfigured gems? The Divine Font at the end of the Eternal Labyrinth has been changed to a gem crafting device that can modify your skill and support gems in a lot of new ways. One of the options you can now choose is to turn a skill gem into one of 3 transfigured gems. But that isn't all the Divine Font can do. It has a lot of other gem crafting options you can use.
Add 100 million XP to a gem?
Gems, add experience to gems, sacrifice a gem for 1 or more treasure keys to open Azara's chests, and you can even exchange support gems for exceptional support gems like Empower or Enlighten. These are just some of the options you'll find the Divine Font is now capable of.
Bro,
In
we're
order
lab
to replace
farming.
the rewards and heist that previously gave alternate quality gems, we have done a rebalance of the rewards of heist as well.
Rest in peace, heist.
Experimented base types have been rebalanced. New replica uniques have been added and old ones changed, and we have increased the amount of currency from display cases as well. On top of this, we have gone through and buffed the quality stats on most damage dealing skills. In most cases, they will be significantly more powerful than before, and also
So no more alt
interesting.
qualities at all?
Overall, this is one of the largest metagame shifts that we've ever done. There are so many crazy new skill combinations to plan around, so we expect to see some really interesting new builds. Next up, I'd like to hand back over to Chris to talk about the new supporter packs.
At this point, we'd usually
Prepare
talk
your
about the
wallets.
League supporter packs. We're doing things a bit differently this year. Rather than releasing League supporter packs today and then our annual core packs 2 weeks later, we've combined it all together into a strong set of core supporter packs that will be released alongside Path of Exile Affliction next week. The series contains 5 packs.
That a
each with its
surfboard?
full value and points and a collection of exclusive cosmetic microtransactions. The higher packs
Bro,
contain
an imp
physical
mariachi
merchandise.
band?
We'll unveil the full details of each of the packs at release next week, but in the meantime, here's a sneak peek of some of their exclusive cosmetic microtransactions. These packs will be available for purchase when Path of Exile Affliction launches on the 8th of December. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Yo! Okay, I wasn't
We're
ready
just
for that.
about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Affliction's full patch notes. With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Affliction's release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and this season's Kyrix Vault Pass. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to exploring the
What are you
Viridian
thinking?
Wildwood with you next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get
I'm
your
very
questions
excited.
ready.
Short answer. Yay. We get ultimatum back. The skill gems look crazy. I don't have to do... They're getting rid of helm enchants. Like, I don't have to worry about it. Fuck those things. But I also am motivated to do Labyrinth for the gems, because those look crazy. The League is kind of alright. Like... It's a bummer, but like you can get through the lab in 5 minutes if you're motivated. Like the days where there's good lab layouts, where we're suddenly lab farmers. We're all lab farmers. Fuck, dude. Yo, someone just got a Discord ping, and it wasn't me.
G'day, Ziggy D here, folks. Exiles, welcome.
I was also very happy
giant,
with the
jam-packed Q&A after a huge reveal session. We have here today Chris,
the PoE stuff.
Jonathan, and Mark.
All three of them.
One this time around, not just Chris. Welcome, folks.
Thank you very much.
Can't send messages. No.
Excellent, folks. We're going to be moving
see that one,
through things in rough order that we saw things today during the reveal. So starting with Path of Exile 2. And
Yo, they gotta mute their Discord.
Path of Exile 1.
120,000
Features, so get
people
those
are losing their
questions
minds right now.
through Twitch chat, and we'll sprinkle those in through each of those various sections. So first, let's talk about that new movement scheme that was revealed with the new mercenary class. So we have the new WASD movement. And does
That
this
was cool
ultimate
as fuck.
control scheme work with other classes and builds, or is it mainly
I wonder how
intended
that'll
for
feel
like
on
this
console.
shooter mercenary style?
So when we put it in, I was totally thinking that it was going to be something that you'd want to use with ranged characters way more. But actually, when I tried out some melee stuff, I was pretty sold on it. Actually, it was better than I was expecting. There's still a few tweaks to do to make that perfect internally, but like, yeah, it's pretty awesome. So I think I'm probably I think I'm going to be playing that way myself. Actually, even though I was a bit of a skeptic at first of WASD
What are you thinking, sir?
for
When you
melee.
can send
I think
messages?
I think it is good, but we want to make sure that everyone understands that you can change from one to the other whenever you want. It's just one of
What
those
the
things.
hell?
You know, yeah, like some people may prefer it, some people
Good chance
may
the
not.
skill you want to
But
play is
yeah,
locked in there.
I'm
There's going to
really
be people
enjoying
farming the shit out of it.
WASD.
I don't know why
rather.
that's.
Feels pretty good to me.
I don't know
I
why
was
that's not
pleasantly
sending.
surprised, to be honest. Like I've, die-hard action RPG, Diablo 2 era kind of guy myself, but for some reason the WASD stuff just feels really natural to play. I guess it's background and Crimson Land and that kind of.
Yes, Chris, it's almost like modern
That
shit is
first
better.
moment you use it, it's a little bit jarring because W is now not a skill, but once you can get beyond
Dude,
that,
that's my
it
movement
is,
skill. I'm
like,
totally
very,
good.
very fun to play.
It is actually funny going like I went loaded up the PoE 1 client again recently, and like I was immediately pressing WASD like, oh shit.
Yeah.
He said shit.
Keep doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But I also keep trying to dodge roll as well.
Yeah, so yeah.
I had that same problem.
How long
I
before
was
we
gonna
get those in
ask
PoE
it
1?
then, can WASD movement be added to Path of Exile 1, or is it exclusively a PoE 2 feature?
It's probably going to be pretty hard to add it to PoE 1, and the reason would be because the number of animations you need to support like arbitrary directional movement like that is really high, and the rigs in PoE 1 are so old that it would be really, really difficult to add. So I think it's probably like quite unlikely. And just in general, the animation stuff that we're doing in PoE 2, like it's just a different level. So it was like okay, I'm not going to say easy, but it was easier to add it in PoE 2 than it than it would have been in PoE 1 by far. So yeah, for now I'd say it's going to be PoE 2 only.
Mm-hmm.
How have you found hotkey usage and things like that while moving around with WSD movement?
So basically, one thing it does do is so it's definitely a thing. But what personally what I found is that so you've effectively got the left click freed up, to put a skill on. So you've kind of got you can have like sort of three major skills on mouse, and then having other stuff on the keyboard, and it works pretty well for me because the stuff that I put on the keyboard at least tends to be the sort of more rarely used stuff. They're still like commonly used, but still a bit rarer, and so it wasn't too bad. I found it okay. It is a concern for sure. Like I suspect that there might be a few builds that would be a bit harder to do that way, but you can always use.
But I mean, you still have the
want,
option to use.
It's working really well
default
for what we were doing there.
And how well does this translate to controllers then? You would think it'd be perfect for twin sticks.
It is. So we have also implemented so that the right stick you can use to aim which direction that you're going in on controller, and it does work well there. There's like a bunch of other controller stuff that we've kind of been fiddling around with trying to get that better. It definitely does help in that direction as well. Plus, it just kind of makes movement. Like there's actually stuff even with click to move that we can use. Like we can utilize the fact that we've got the ability for the character to face a different way than they're walking. That actually makes there's some cases where we can make the click to move stuff look more natural as well. It's kind of minor stuff, but the animation does look actually better for click to move too due to that.
And what sort of skills can you use while moving? That was mentioned that some will be kind of like functional in that way.
Yeah, so we're still going through and thinking exactly what we want to do there. But the basic thing is that you definitely want to have, I think, for each build, a few skills that you can use in that way, because it does make combat feel faster when you can kind of be doing stuff on the way to the next monster, this kind of thing. It just kind of improves it in a way that once we tried it, we were just like, wow, that's actually really cool. It won't be like everything, or like a lot of the time, I think what we're doing is getting the we can shorten the windows because we've got this ability now. We can kind of shorten the windows where you're not allowed to move, where there's like movement locked out in skills as well. So like only like right near the contact point do you actually have to stop. And then for other skills, we can do them completely while you're moving. So like some of the skills that you might want to spam in some cases, things like that, it can be okay. So I'm not going to like give you a list or anything, but yeah, we definitely want to have making sure that each build has skills that you can do while moving available, so that you can kind of utilize the time when moving between packs to be.
Skills that incorporate more movement or even play with the lack of movement, like pointing your feet.
What
was that, sorry?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I think Discord kind of lagged out for a second there.
Oh, okay. The other thing as well is that is another question people have asked is like how does it work when you are using click to move? And the answer is honestly pretty simple. Like you click where you want to move, and then you move the mouse and and use the skill in the other direction, and then your character will just not be interrupted the move. They'll just keep moving while you shoot in the other direction.
I kind of didn't expect it to work
does
that way. I
Like,
kind
it
of
is
expected it
technically
to
like
be jankier than that. But
it takes a bit more
that sounds alright.
mouse movement to be able to do it if you want to be able to move while you're doing it, but it does work. So there's no technical disadvantage there other than just, I mean, effectively what you're doing is it's like what the same exact motion you do if you're stutter stepping, except that you're able to actually move at the same time while you're doing it, basically.
Yeah, you effectively like queue up a move command and then fire in the opposite direction or something.
Exactly, yeah.
Do you find that this is what's that?
I was saying it's like lower APM stutter stepping.
Yeah.
Fine
Do you
by
find
me.
that this is
Shit,
like
I'm getting
opening up a
old.
lot new design space for you with skills then? Because this is like a new way of thinking that you haven't really had access to in terms of skill design now.
For sure. There's definitely a lot of stuff. Like, we haven't even really yet explored all the repercussions on other builds as much as we would like to yet. Like, there's a lot of stuff to change.
Yeah, that boss fight they showed.
And utilize that stuff for. But
that made me
once we tried
uncomfy.
it, it's just like, yeah, we need to.
But I
we
mean,
need to be exploring
it's
this
supposed to be a gross game, so I guess that
take advantage
it
of it
works.
so it feels as natural as possible when you've got.
They
Like,
did a
direct
good
character
job.
Control like that.
What we're finding here is the overarching goal with the new characters in Path of Exile 2 is that each one plays entirely differently. We want
Damn
to
you,
see
Jonathan,
really
making me
evolved games
thirsty.
in one where you can play an entirely different style with each character and feel compelled. Now that you've tried a mercenary, you want to try another one, for example, because you're going to get a different experience. And this means that Jonathan's team is pioneering these new things like the WSD controls, using a class as an example. Like the mercenary is the canonical WSD control one because of the crossbow stuff feeling like a gun, and then the fallout from that, of course, is then it benefits all the other 11 classes and millions of different playstyles, and that kind of falls through afterwards, and we get time to experiment with how it actually works on those classes.
Yeah,
So,
at the risk of going like off topic a little bit, I already noticed in previous reveals that like the melee stuff is getting a lot more fluid with a lot more movement and stuff like that. But a lot of that was a kind of pre-scripted but modifiable movement after the fact, where you could like whirl and then change direction a little bit like that. But it seems like now even you might even be able to have things like where your character's able to do a cleave while taking a couple extra steps, just little things like that. So it seems like it's going to change gameplay a lot from Path of Exile 1 to 2.
I think it can, but we do have to be careful. Like, I don't want the feeling of just complete floatiness. Like, we don't
Yeah.
want, like, I wouldn't want it so that every skill you can just do without, like, while moving arbitrarily. Like, it needs to still feel like there's at least some amount of the animation where you're kind of like locked into that little bit. So for something like cleave, for example, what I do is have it so you can kind of step into it and then you can move really quickly after the slash. But the actual slash itself, you need a bit of that sort of like locked in, just so that you got something going on there. Because otherwise, it'll just feel.
You gotta
like
feel the weight of the slash,
just,
dude.
like, floating around, kind of not really doing anything. So that's a little bit vague, but. Effectively, I just want to avoid the kind of feeling where where you don't feel like you're a real character in the world, which you can get if you just allow full unrestricted. Like, if you do absolutely everything while moving and there was no slowdowns or anything, then it would feel real floaty, and I don't like that either. So it can be a bit of a little bit of an interesting one. You have to really look at the feel of every single skill and kind of get the timing windows exactly right for everything to be able to make it actually feel really solid and good. Yeah, if we're doing our job right, then every class should have quite a distinct feel as far as all that stuff goes.
Like, I get what you mean. Like, once you have more movement, that's when you can start playing with, like, okay, in what situations do we stop movement? Like, I noticed with the crossbow, for example, the character planted their feet for the shotgun shots especially, and that made that look and feel a lot more impactful. So that seems by design there.
Exactly.
Perfect. On that note, then let's talk a bit about the crossbows. It seems they've changed quite a bit since the original reveal with the armor-piercing bolts and whatnot.
Yeah, they have. Yep, that was that meme. It's no longer applicable, hopefully. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so the split to all of the classes happened after that last the last reveal, and so then we were kind of like, we need to make sure that we're making like I didn't. Even like there were like the mechanical ideas of like having ammos and stuff like that for the crossbows before, but I don't think we'd quite yet nailed the kind of like, how is a crossbow actually going to feel really different to play than a bow. And it wasn't until I sort of made the observation that, hey, like if we're like a crossbow, like if you pull the trigger on a crossbow, it needs to fire instantly. We should be putting the contact point literally at 0 on the animation. So this is a bit of a technical term. Like contact point just means point where the damage happens, et cetera, et cetera. We need to move that right to the start. And if we do that, like what kind of things, would need to change? And we actually found there was like a grab bag. Like as soon as we did that, there's like a grab bag of issues that we.
Ziggy, where's your internet?
The amount of engine brokenness that the mercenary brought to the front was so high. like the amount of things like that we
This
had to
is why we
fix in
didn't
order to
get
make the
the
mercenary work in the engine was just
the
ridiculous.
beta
Like,
in
I
2020.
found so many bugs. I mean, these are all going to be fixed, by the way, in PoE 1 as well because the engine is shared. But it's like I
thought he
found
said
out
it was shipped.
that projectiles like
It's
disappear
shared.
a frame before
That's
they
what it
arrive
is.
at the destination, and they appear 1 frame late after they leave your character as well. And that it turns out all objects when they're created appear 33 milliseconds late from when they actually render. And like there was stuff with trail. I mean, like it was just actually like because like when you're dealing with something like this, like if you've got like a bullet effectively traveling ultra fast, it has to happen instantly as soon as you click, and like all these things, there was like so many engine things where it's like we're speeding all this shit up, and like the engines just started breaking all over the place. So yeah, there was a lot of technical improvements that had to happen in order to make that stuff work. Not to even mention the whole like WSD and all the animation system stuff, and yeah, like it was pretty crazy. So I'm really glad to remove a lot of jank that existed that we hadn't noticed before because things weren't fast enough to see the problems. And you know, there was a lot of like frame by framing it and like making sure that every single frame is perfect and all that sort of stuff going on. And yeah, it was pretty crazy during the development of this stuff.
I love how that pans out in terms of improvements.
Sure.
So on the crossbows, I noticed that they have the new like skill bound to the weapon thing where they fire differently. So you have your shotgun crossbow and you have your semi-automatic crossbow or whatever. Are we mostly going to be modifying those primary skills, or are there going to be other primary separate skills that, or just kind of more ammo types that modify the base skills?
So there's definitely going to be more ammo types. There will be other skills, but what we did to sort of solve, as it were, the crossbow, like having crossbow skills that aren't tied to the primary firing type, was to have the attachments. And so those basically are effectively skill gems, except that you equip them where you'd equip a quiver instead. But they have support gems and everything like that. And effectively, whenever we want to have a
so the gem sockets on the attachments were support slots.
Then that'll be where that can go. And so there's
I
way
thought they
more
were
than what
active
we even
slots.
showed there. Like we just showed like some grenades, but there's all sorts of other quirky types that have been come up with that you can attach to your crossbow. Like I know someone made like a bayonet at one point. I'm not sure how we're going to use that, but I don't know if that one will actually be useful. But we'll see. We've got a model for it. We'll see if we'll experiment with it. But
add the melee crossbow build. You won't, cowards.
There's also other things, of course. Like there's stuff that we didn't show here. Like there's still the what do you call them? The oh god, the crossbows that pop up when you summon the ballista totems. There's still ballista totems and other things like that, and like various other skills. So there's definitely other skills that we expect this class to use, but we kind of ran out of like time to be able to show like all the different things that you can do.
I mean, they still showed a lot through that whole thing.
Later. But yeah, there's going to be other stuff
really
you can
blame
fill
them.
your skill slots with for sure as well. So don't worry about that.
So are some bow skills going to become crossbow skills? Is there going to be shared across the two?
There are certainly some concepts that we might. I mean, look, when we're designing the classes, we're kind of like we do look at PoE 1 and be like, is there anything here that we want to crib from, to kind of you know to use? And there might have been a couple of things that we've like sort of used as concepts, but overall, it is supposed to feel like this is distinct. And I'm sure maybe there'll be a time where like this is better suited as a crossbow skill than a bow skill. But in general, I guess like we're looking at designing things like like this is a full new game. Like we're designing skills again. Like there will be cases where we go back and we're like, hey, this PoE 1 skill is still great. Let's port it over. But in almost all cases, the skills get changed a lot. Like I mean, when you saw the sorceress when we announced all the stuff there, it's like yeah, there were skills from PoE 1, but like the changes to them were such that like they don't really feel the same at all. So it's they kind of end up quite different.
Yeah, I feel like I remember seeing like a melee skill became a spell or something like that.
Sure,
Some pretty big changes.
Weird stuff can happen, yeah.
Yeah. So are the crossbows exclusive to the mercenary, or are they something anyone can use?
I mean, just like anything in PoE, everyone can always use everything. I mean, we obviously, when we're showing stuff, we sort of show it as if like, this is a thing restricted to this class, something, but it isn't, of course. Yeah. Like, you can use it anywhere. And one thing we definitely try to do is make sure that there are keywords that are usable between the classes to make sure, like, even if we don't know exactly how that'll be useful, like that they can lead to things that can be interesting. So, for example, on the crossbow there, we had armor break being used, which is the same mechanic we were using on the warrior. And I mean, look, maybe in theory, someone could make a crossbow /mace build. I don't know how that would work, but what I'm saying is like by having the shared keywords across different classes, it just means that if someone wants to come up with something weird, they can do that. So yeah, absolutely.
We have freedom.
I'm definitely going to do that.
Kind of.
I'm definitely going to do armor piercing bolt crossbow, and then always crit. It's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably pretty broken actually as
Yes,
the balance
it-
stands
it-
right now. I bet
it
it's
is-
actually like real
Yes,
broken.
it is right now.
Yeah.
Man's got the
It seems like just
inside
kinda dived for the
insider
stream a little bit
information.
there. Sorry, Jonathan, what did you say you were Mark, what did you say you were gonna do?
Oh, it's using armor piercing bolts to get armor break from a distance, and then using Sunder which is a skill we showed on the warrior, because Sunder gets always crit and higher crit damage
if the target's
if the target's armor broken. So when we show the warrior, you have to use armor break, which is, I guess, kind of heavy strike-esque,
Yeah.
right in the face to break the armor. But now I'll just do it from a distance, and then Sunder from a distance, and
Right. So yeah,
you know.
there's a potential build there.
Man's big
The
brain.
weapons swapping and the tree swapping and stuff. I
Yeah,
hope we see
it
some
works.
hybrid melee ranged. It's a
Yeah,
great
it can happen.
playstyle.
It
Yeah.
can happen.
Especially for the mercenary, I feel it'd be a great fit. But moving on a little bit, we've got the oil grenade, and that effectively showed some environmental interactions, lighting a patch of oil on the ground on fire. Is that something you might expand to with other skills, enemy abilities, or even like combat areas? Like, here's an oil barrel, you can light that on fire or something.
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely.
I wonder
love
how
that
many
stuff,
people are
like the
going to play
environmental
Spectres.
stuff. But I
this
mean, even
league.
with the other skills we're designing, like I mean, things like the volcano interaction with the druid. That's another example of that kind of like place a thing in the world, and then you can do something with it. I quite like that stuff. I think it's pretty cool. So yeah, I absolutely want to be doing more of that. I mean, and the more I guess state you can add to get a bit technical about it to the world, where it's like placing a thing like all that stuff allows you to do more setting up for something you're going to do afterwards, which I think is a big part of being able to do combos and things like that. So yeah, like I'm a big fan of that kind of stuff.
We do have monsters integrating with that as well. Like we have, to give a couple examples, we have explosive barrels with lines of gunpowder, and the lines are randomly generated, and then you have monsters with torches that will run up and set them on fire.
Yeah.
And we've got another one as well that throws, it's like more of an alchemist monster, and it throws two types of, I guess, flasks or concoctions. And one creates ground type A and one creates ground type B, and if they mix, they end up creating a new type of ground type and exploding and doing massive AoE damage, like just chemical.
It's my turn.
reactions.
My internet's turn to fuck up. Let's go.
Coming up with a whole alchemy system for your
Yeah,
environmental
Oh,
interactions.
it's cool. We tried it in Heist. Surprise! I don't know if anyone even PoE 1 notices this, but there is oil there that does catch on fire. It just doesn't look anywhere near as good. Just because like where the art is and where the effects is now for PoE 2 is just allowing things to look incredible.
Similarly, we're seeing like more and more powerful control and utility effects. Like for example, in this clip, we saw the shots placing ice walls, and they were like blocking and taunting enemies. I noticed it seemed. How do you keep these sorts of effects like feeling powerful and relevant in boss fights without just kind of breaking the fight or trivializing them?
I mean, on some level, like we have to be able to let players use those tools in boss fights because otherwise there's no point in them. Like I really want it to be the kind of game where you can use that kind of more control type stuff. And I mean, like it's funny because a lot of the designers, when we talk to them, we're like, "Hey, we should allow this," and they're like, "Oh my god, it's crazy because like it's going to be way
You
too easy,"
bastards.
like, and then Mark will look at him and he goes, "It's not that broken. It's not that broken." It's like you look at some of the stuff you can do in PoE 1, and I'm like. The
So
ability
Mark's
to,
the
like,
yes
freeze
man.
people in place with walls is like
I see
nothing
how it'd be.
compared to like the ridiculousness that your character can get to. So yeah, like when you actually think about it, like it's not that broken really. I mean, and we want players to have fun at the end of the day, right? We want them to be able to use those tools, and I quite enjoy it. But in particular, though, with the ice, though, those walls, once a monster gets above a certain size, they no longer get blocked by them, and they run through them. They still get they explode. So Ursia, you might have noticed, like the baby wasn't able to get through the walls, but Ursia can run through them, and then they just get that little detonation. So the skill actually changes a bit. Like against small monsters, they have to like stop and attack. It completely blocks them in, and they can't get through. But against large monsters, the monster rolls right through it, but then they explode and get chilled. So it kind of changes the function a little bit for boss versus the small monsters, and so that's why that particular skill I think is actually fine in that regard. So yeah, there's little tricks like that we can do, and I think I honestly really enjoy the stuff we're doing with monster size, which was never a factor in PoE 1 design. Like monster size means that we can say, okay, like bigger, like this happens to large monsters. I mean, it all makes some kind of physical sense on some level. Bigger monsters can have this happen, smaller monsters have that happen, and that can kind of allow you a bit more control in that way as well.
Does this give you, Mark, some interesting tools to play with when designing bosses?
None at all.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you, Ziggy.
generally, yes. I've had rants about this before. I love the I love the object size. I like things pushing you around, and I like that a small monster can't and a large monster can, and like things like the knockback and just the thing feeling very physical and as it would, I guess, in real life. is quite important to me, and it makes the game feel just way more grounded. Like you're actually in there and it makes sense, as opposed to, I mean, that's something about the mercenary as well. I know this is tangential, but I'll just get into it. Like when, I don't know if people notice, but when you fire at a monster on the ground, like that area had babies in it, the crossbow aims down and shoots down.
Yes,
Like
that was a change that was also absolutely needed.
whereas in PoE 1 and like if
Yeah,
there's a
the
little
projectiles
like,
just
little
kinda
insects,
fly
for
over 'em.
example, down there, you'll fire your bow and the arrow will just go this and hit it, and it's like it doesn't feel right. Now you may wonder, okay, well, how can it pierce if it aims down? And the answer is it can't. But
I mean,
you
it
know.
does a bit because like you still
Well, yeah,
get
sure.
the thing.
Well, it goes through and then hits the ground, but like it does change the gameplay in an interesting way. But it also makes it feel way more realistic, and you're not just like shooting the air.
Yeah. One thing you didn't see in the demo, but actually like now the collision geometry for everything is actually modeled correctly to the to everything, even the stuff outside the gameplay space. So you can fire a grenade out over the buildings and like it'll hit the roofs and like bounce down on the roofs and like go down to the lower story and that sort of stuff. Like it actually has like all of that physics all working and
There's
everything.
even those problems in PoE 1 with like leap slam, where you leap slam off like over a ravine, your character will go down, up, down.
Yeah.
No more of that. No more.
Yeah, so like we've got
Get
lots
rid
of
of all of
yeah,
that.
yeah, like there's a lot of physical stuff. In fact, like and also just things like arrows hitting like empty space and like stuff like that. Like now they all exactly hit the geometry and like there's lots of there's I mean once again it comes back to all the engine stuff we had to fix in order to make the mercenary possible. Like it was just like we were like, okay, we can no longer tolerate all of this like not physical stuff anymore. We have to actually make it right. So yeah, there was a big lot of changes required. And it makes just everything feel a lot more realistic and kind of grounded, which is good.
One of the reasons why the groundedness matters here.
Yo,
is
I forgot
because
Chris
one of
was
the
here.
factors
What the
that
hell?
varies from fight to fight is the terrain you're fighting in, and so if you can interact with the shape of that terrain in a different way and it actually has an impact, it will make the fights feel different.
I like how it affects the monsters too, because instead of just shooting at a wall when you're up on an elevation, they'll actually like pathfind backwards to try and get a line of sight to you with their projectile.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hey, what's
which
up,
is
Karma? How we doing?
kind
They
of
take
interesting. Yeah.
they take into account height in the pathfinding now,
Yeah.
so they actually have to find like a line of sight to you, up a cliff and this kind of thing. Like this.
Just got home from school? Hell yeah.
Wow, very cool.
One more day
So
before
for
the weekend. Let's go.
demonstrations,
dude.
and things like demos and stuff, you're obviously going to be showing off as many different abilities and combos
Well,
and stuff like that.
they're
as
talking about
possible,
new
like
stuff.
more than you typically have on an actual character.
Right now
But I'm
in Path of
curious
Exile
then,
2.
kind of what are your expectations or hopes for PoE 2 in terms of how many skills and combos a well-refined character build is going to be running at endgame?
I mean, I personally believe that you should have probably 2 to 3. 2 is going to be very common. I think 3 will be pretty common as well in terms of like core combos for your character, and then depending on the context, like what's going
Still
on
on
with
Act
the
2?
boss fight or just the
Hell yeah.
monsters.
You
You'll decide to do one
gonna
or the
try and
other.
get through it
But
today,
kind
or
of what I
just
quite like about
want to
the
make
way the
progress?
gameplay is and what we try to strive for is like you've got some plan in mind for what you're doing, but like no plan survives contact with the enemy kind of thing, and like the enemies are doing things that's kind of disrupting that, and then you're like, oh, I should need to use the skill to kind of like deal with that. And so that a lot of the time you can have like I think you saw this on the druid as well. It's like the entire the druid basically had synergy for the entire set of skills that it had. But in reality, when you're playing, it's like you can't kind of get off the full combo all the time. You need to kind of like sometimes you can, and then you get a huge amount of damage. But the rest of the time, you're kind of using individual sub parts of the combo that like because multiple parts of it still work together, and so you can still sort of have like utilizing different parts of it is still useful in different situations. But then you can kind of use everything together in one go in the end and kind of get something really awesome. So
I'm so excited for Path of
different
Exile
characters will
2.
feel a bit different in this regard.
Stuff
but
they
I
showed
really do
today was
want,
really
like,
cool.
Some like interesting combos going on, and it should be very context sensitive, right? Like what the enemies are doing should matter in what you are doing. Like that is, I guess, the sort of key element of that. And in order to achieve that, you're going to want to have like a few different options on your character to take care of different situations.
Before we move on to some Path of Exile 1 and Affliction questions, we have just a couple more chat questions to ask. Sure. Do you need to spend all the crossbow ammo to reload, or can you reload manually as well? Is there like a hotkey or something for that?
Yeah, you can reload manually. So effectively, if you use the ammo skill again, it'll reload the thing. So yeah, there is a reload.
Great. Will Path of Exile 2 be cross-platform at all?
Yes, it will be. Absolutely.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Will boss and monster balancing be done around WASD movement balancing, or will be keeping mouse movement players in mind as well?
I mean, we're always going to make sure that it's okay for both type of players, but I wouldn't say that the balancing has to be hugely different, honestly. Like,
Caustic's
arrows
your strongest ability right now.
Get where you need to go.
It's solid.
To move as well.
It's got pretty
just
good
that the
clear.
immediacy of WASD just sort of feels better, or you know, like I think that I don't think there's necessarily a huge balancing task there, but maybe Mark, you've got a different feeling.
No, it's ultimately the same.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's some tiny things like to give a real picky example, it's like when you click to move, you pathfind, right? And with WASD,
it is technically pathfinding a little bit, but
a bit less. And so like you're more likely to run into a where if you were to click around something, your character would path around it. But if there was like a point, your character might run into that and get stuck because you actually have to navigate around yourself.
It does pathfind on WSD, though.
Yes, but there's a couple cases like that, but that's not really balanced. It's
Smelt
more like
enemies? Funny that they can't do anything.
you're running into a
Hell yeah,
demon.
that's
I would
that's
say,
power
though,
right
that,
there.
like, for example, the bag. I don't know what the name of the monster we eventually went with, but the bag ladies. In that area, I did find them a bit easier to dodge with WSD because you can like take a step back really easily when you're fighting them. When they get up close,
Absolute
things like
tank.
that like are a little bit easier. Whereas with click to move, like you're less.
It's easy to be
inclined
tanky when
so you have
nothing
move
can
the mouse
touch
to
you,
the other
right?
side of the character
Because they
to
all
kind of
die
be able to
first.
Do that, or else dodge roll, which takes a bit longer. So there are like a few cases there where it's like you get a bit more control there, but you know it's fine.
Yeah, ultimately, there's not a lot you need to change balance wise.
Right.
Well, pretty much
Alright.
nothing.
So will we be seeing a bit more for PoE from PoE 2 between now and the beta then?
Of course, you know. Well, I mean, at the very least, there'll be, you know, the next league live stream and everything. We'll definitely want to have some stuff to show then.
223.2. I don't know what the
But, as we
numbers
get towards the beta, we're
usually
gonna be
are
showing,
around
you know, a
Act
heck of
2.
a lot more. And I also want to make sure that we get like, you know, I want to do a deep dive like this for every
I
character
mean,
class.
top level builds
you
are
know, so we
like
can sort of see like, you know, what to expect. And I think they're also good
for like,
references for the type of gameplay.
end game builds,
that a
maybe
player,
not top
when you're-
level,
in
but
terms of,
like
when you're
usual
picking a
end game
class,
builds are like
what
3
class
million
do I
or
wanna
4
pick,
million.
being able to see what type of
Like anywhere from 3 to 10.
gameplay you can expect is I think a good thing. So I want to have one of those for all the classes if we can. Yeah.
Great. And you have a lot of classes now, the deep dive, so that's a lot of content.
We do.
Great.
Give me
so moving on
Druid
to
deep
Path of Exile
dive.
1 and Affliction first. So Affliction looks like you're kind of walking through a carpet of cockroaches with a candle to scare them off. Do you guys ever worry when you design a league mechanic like this that you're going to be just scaring some players off? They're just going to nope out because of that?
No. It is a horror game, and there's a lot of horror in
Help
the
or kill
already.
oak? Kill.
We've had a few examples though.
You,
like, just to give a
the
small
only one you
anecdote
might
of,
want to help is help Alira.
There was, I think, it
But
was the
most
last
often
or
it's
maybe the
better
current-
to kill them
mystery
all.
box that has the spider portal in it. We actually had people like specifically go, I don't want to buy this mystery box because I have arachnophobia and I don't want to get that spider. Is there a way I can get everything but the spider from it? And the short answer is no. But like, I mean, how does that person kill Weaver or get through?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. But no, generally, like the game has a lot of horrific stuff in it, and as you can even see from what's going on in that mercenary demo, you know, we're not pulling our punches when it comes to that stuff for sure.
Bro, she literally cut a baby out of her belly in the fight. That's horror
things
right
like
there.
objects that are too sharp and pointy, or trypophobia triggering clusters of small irregular holes. And he's like, "This is very useful."
Design Bible.
Add these.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. So, talking about mechanics, the wisps that allow you to explore the wildwood are somewhat of a limited resource, it seems. Is this a timer, or is it a distance traveled, some kind of mechanic like that?
It's distance traveled, but it's distance traveled into the bugs and the cockroaches and stuff.
Yep.
So it's how much of that you can purge away. So if you run back on a path you've already been, like let's say you run up some way and then you want to go back and then go a different direction, like running back where you've been doesn't use the resource, but running anywhere new does.
I think that'll be a popular decision instead of it being like, say, a hard timer.
Yeah, for sure.
OP abilities.
So how long is
would be
adventure
like,
into the wildwood typically? Like how long are you like exiting your map?
Well,
I've forgotten all abilities in PoE all
even
of a sudden.
typical is somehow subjective here, but obviously it depends on.
I like
your
poison
character,
concoction.
But, I
That's
mean,
totally different from Casacaro.
Anywhere, I would expect most people to be in there like kind of a minute, upwards of 2 minutes. But like,
Tornado shot's good,
though,
but you don't get that till Act 3.
Fight, it can, you know, it can be a while.
It does depend what you find, but like I mean,
Casacaro is really solid.
30 seconds or or a lot less.
It helps to have puncture along with Casacaro for
going,
bosses.
but that is not the right tactic to have at all.
And there isn't time.
Punctures in Act 1.
Anyway, you can be in there for a quarter of an hour if you're just incredibly methodical and barely move.
I don't think that anyone would be doing that, but yeah.
You can.
We are catering to slower players who don't like the gotta go fast thing. Like, you can go fast. It's more efficient to go fast, but you don't have to.
I wanted, sorry, I wanted something that was normalized a bit more between faster and slower players. Like you can
Right.
do it at your own pace, as opposed to feeling like ultra stressed. And a faster player can do it as fast as they want, and that's still fine.
Excellent. So you get these wisps, and you free them. They go into your map, and they infect monsters, and make them drop more loot.
I don't like that those are random.
Are they like more likely to choose more powerful enemies like rares and bosses, or is it just fully random?
They are more likely to pick, bosses and rares or higher rarity monsters going down. Yes.
And otherwise there would have been like no chance for multiple wisp types to go into one monster, right? So
Yeah.
we had to make it so that it was relatively likely for that to occur, but it doesn't always happen. It's kind of it's variable.
As a typical Path of Exile player, I immediately thought of abuse cases for this. Can you like kill all the monsters in a map except the boss, and then just go in and come out, and then free the wisp into the boss only, stacking it up?
Thankfully, as we're also PoE players, we have also thought of this. We don't think of everything, but at least in that case, no, it is a chance per monster. So if you clear the whole map and then go and do it, the resultant is, well, it's actually detrimental for you.
Yeah. And the wildwood always appears at the start of the map. So that means that you always like have the chance, like that way you get the most, just to make sure that you get the most what do you call it, equity of the drop equity or whatever out of doing it. So like, you know,
A little like Delirium where the mirror would spawn.
exactly, it is exactly like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great. Wow, you guys have thought of it.
We've done this for a
People
while
are going to
now.
be all over Blood Aqueducts to
Some
farm that shit.
experience.
Yeah.
So some players love mechanics in maps, and others seem to love ones that cause them to take a break from map. There's definitely some divide there. Interestingly, I noticed that Affliction is a little bit of both. It's a portal, but it juices your map afterwards. How do you folks like to balance the desires of the player base when it comes to designing leagues like this?
Ultimately, we just like to do a bit of all of it. Sometimes it's out of map, sometimes it's in map, sometimes in this case it's a bit of both. Like there isn't really some, elaborate decision that goes into it. It's just kind of like we feel like it's time for one or the other.
I mean, we definitely have discussions of like, oh, we've done a couple of an area ones, let's do an out of area one. Oh, we've done some out of area ones, let's do an area one. Like, in this case, we were like, it just sort of felt good to have both things. So it was good. But yeah, like honestly, we try to just have a variety.
So it's kind
Gotta
of
go with gut feeling.
I use internally, which is what shape is the combat, and we want to try all the different shapes we can do, and we haven't run out of shapes yet.
I like squares. Circles are cool.
Technically is whatever shape you want to, because you can run. So it's undefined shape.
All right.
I have to always look out for my co-op buddies. How does Affliction work in multiplayer?
So once you die, you can't go back in. Just worth noting. Technically, that's multiplayer or single player, but only the map owner can, or if they're not present, I believe it nominates someone else, but I'll make sure that's the case if not. Can actually reveal fog or the mist, whatever, the bugs. And when you collect, so the expectation is the party members kind of follow them around.
Point blank support.
And the
I don't think that would be particularly good
the
with
same amount. So they're just a shared pool. Like it doesn't.
with Cascaro, you want like Pierce and you want Void Manipulation.
So like they're all so there's effectively the map owner is the one in charge of of exploring basically. Yeah.
But anyone
In
can
Act 2
pick
you can
them
only
up
get
if you
3
want to
links. So
spread out a little bit like that. So yeah, it works in multiplayer. Due to the nature of the rewards, just being based on the monster's drops, they will.
both of those
scale
come
with,
from
like
Act
party
1.
drops like normal.
You can
so
buy
there's
them from
no,
Nessa.
They just work as standard multiplayer drops would work.
Right.
Great. And we get this new ascendancy system as a reward for this, which seems quite significant, especially seeing some of the specific bonuses there.
Gotta go.
How
All right,
challenging
thanks for stopping by.
How
Good luck.
challenging is it to actually unlock these Wildwood ascendancies and gain all of their points?
So you can get 8 points per class. You get your first 2 points when you meet the NPCs, which occurs relatively early. I think we have and it is slightly RNG based, and is whether or not you find them. And but you can increase the chance of finding them by following the trails of wisps. They will lead to them.
So the different colors have different things at the end of the trails, so you can kind of pick which direction you want to go.
And each color associates to an NPC. So I think that if you can start appearing around Act 2, and then the expectation is by end of Act 5, you've probably found each of them once. And when you meet them, you get your first 2 points, and then they'll give you a quest if you spec into that class to find more wisps or kill some monsters, like real basic quests, all done within the forest. And then you get your 4th point, and then or 3rd and 4th points, and then you have a quest to kill like a mini boss, and then it'll give you your 5th and 6th, and then the final 2 points are from killing the final boss of the league, which is probably relatively difficult. Like that's a level 83 kind of, maybe equivalent to say like Lycia from Sanctum, or not quite pinnacle boss, but like just below it kind of thing. So that will be hard. So you could argue the first 6 points, the first 2 points are very easy. First 6 easier than probably say Labyrinth or the normal Ascendancy equivalent, but the last 2 points will be quite a lot harder than the regular Ascendancy 8 last 2 points.
And this is in parallel / addition to your existing Ascendancy class and its progress. You have 2 classes here to clarify.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We get double
that last one
ascendancies.
that was revealed was like a little bit of everything. pretty cool. Those charms. So the unique specters from the Breaker of Oaths, including bosses like the Hydra, was certainly a surprise. Can you have more than one Hydra Spectre, or like an army of bosses?
That's what I was wondering
you
about.
You can have
Let's go.
up to your Spectre limit of Hydras, but they cannot be desecrated. So once you have it, once you have the item, you buy it from him. You can only Spectre it once. Once it dies, then you have to buy more of them. But yes, it will be hard to find them.
You can trade. You can trade them.
Yes, you can trade for them.
Dear fuck, those are going to be so expensive.
Wanted this whole I wanted you to be able to find the NPC and then be able to effectively buy something from them that could be worth multiple divines. And I'm like, a Hydra could be worth multiple divines. Like, let's see if we can do that.
Note, you can buy these and trade them even if you aren't that class.
Yes. Yeah, of course, of course.
So there's a reason to look at the shop for all of the NPCs, regardless of whether or not you're that Ascendancy class, because other people can use them.
Talk about the fragility of the Hydra.
Yes. Well, it is worth noting the Hydra's health in particular is relatively low, so you do have to keep it alive. The Spectres in general they're pretty interesting. There's a lot I've tried to go for where we've gone and tried to give stats that other builds wouldn't use. Like there's one, for example, where one of its properties just says your owner, as in the player, has 5% more attack damage or melee attack damage. I can't remember which of those two. And then if you get all your Spectres, you can get like 40% more attack damage. But now you're a melee build that's investing in plus Spectre limit, and there's some interesting weird things you might be doing there. And then of course that means you need minion life, otherwise they're all just going to die. And there's hopefully some kind of weird, interesting builds that come out of this, where you have unorthodox builds using Spectres that you normally wouldn't.
And you had that interesting one with Fire Fury and
there's a kind of, I don't know what they're called, but it's effectively Fire Fury and Hellrake, and they specifically the Fire Fury one becomes empowered if there is if you also have a Hellrake Spectre, and the Hellrake Spectre says the same thing. So then you want to run 2 different ones, which again is also kind of abnormal, because normally when you do play a Spectre build, you stack a lot of the same thing. So it's promoting a bit of just different gameplay around that.
I wonder if they talk shit to each other.
There's something going on between the Fire Fury and the Hellrake. Then they have some backstory together. I guess
they're empowering each other, yeah, for sure.
They are.
Fanfic authors take note.
Yeah, here we go. New fanfic in progress.
Oh dear goodness.
The charms for the Wildwood Primalist, they capture random parts of other Ascendancy nodes and allow you to create a new one in kind of like a build your own Ascendancy fashion. What sort of limitations are there? Can you just get like any power from any node?
You can't get anything. I can't remember exactly what you can and can't get, but there are some stuff that is like it's binary and ultra powerful, and like that's just too much power to give from a single node like that can have 2 modifiers on it. So you can't get everything, but you can get most things, and even in some cases where they are binary, we've made non-binary versions of that property where it's like can either be chance-based or percentage-based, like a portion of it. But they do stack as well. So like, for example, you can get the 3 sockets, and obviously you can get like, we showed, say, the Occultist Curse Explosion. Like if you just want to go all in on the chance of that, you could try and get that on all 3 of them. But again, it's going to be pretty rare. They're unmodifiable, but again, tradable. And I'm expecting, again, going under the philosophy of I want you to be able to find these NPCs and occasionally find something worth a lot. I do want it to be that occasionally you find one and you get multiple divines worth of a trade because you find just the perfect charm.
And again, you don't have to be that class to find the charm.
Yes, we'll keep reiterating that, yes.
Yeah, there's some...
Yeah. The shops
There's
is,
some wealth to be had.
should be valuable. Hopefully.
Yeah. Should be.
Should be valuable.
Yeah, no, it sounds like it. Are there any limitations to this primalist shouting items at corpses thing? It's like, are people just going to be going around shouting at every corpse for extra loot?
Well, it's one of these interesting. This one's been very controversial.
It's kind of like time
internally,
investment
but don't
versus
get me wrong.
reward.
See, for me, I really like it because it's a thing where if you're an efficient, well, okay, let's think of it a few different ways. Firstly, if you're destroying corpses, it doesn't work, right? There's no body left to get loot from. So you can deal with spikers and or the porcupines and among other things. But so we had a bit of a
Yeah, we're back now.
Discord dip there. I'm going to just start that part again. But one thing to note is that, yes, you have to have the corpse around, which means you have to be playing a build that doesn't destroy corpses, meaning, of course, you have to deal with the porcupine Goliaths. I don't know who heard that before, but whatever. And then the other thing to note is it actually rewards slower players more than faster players because you have to Warcry, which is cooldown based. Are you really going to wait around meticulously Warcrying on every single corpse, or are you just going to move on and kill more monsters and run more maps? And so if you want to get the most out of your map, of course, that's a way to do it. But if you want to get most out of your time, that is not the way to do it.
I wonder
yes,
if item quantity affects
bind it to your left click
drops.
and then just Warcry whenever it's available and get whatever loot you can get.
I reckon opening the chests is the
opening
that's time efficient.
Opening chests is a big time
that's
saver.
that's the main use of that skill, I would say.
But it is worth noting, just to get into some specifics of how that works as well. It doesn't care about the monster's quantity and rarity. It does care about map quant and rarity. So a boss is just going to occasionally drop like an item, if that. It doesn't like re-drop all its drops. So it's not like ultra powerful. Due to that, it's probably honestly going to yield a little bit more. Like it's more for like getting a little bit of extra currency than it is getting like unique items and rare items and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll ask the obvious question that you knew you'd get when you added
so
the
it kind of
backpack
gets
inventory
quantity, right?
expansion. Do you think you'll give this to people outside of the Primalist?
Short answer, no. But I mean, look, we chuck these in, we experiment for 3 months, and we see. This was also the node of the second highest level of controversy internally.
When do we stop?
We'll give it a go. We'll
Where
see
do we
what
draw the
happens,
line?
but,
5 pages of
that
inventory?
thing returning outside of the Primalists after the league, even if the league happens to go core,
Yeah.
Controversial league design, it sounds like, internally. Oof.
Well, they're 3 months experiments, essentially.
Yeah, we like to try things.
I say controversy, it's fun.
It's not like there's a shouting match or anything going on, right? Like, it's just
That's what they want us to
One of
think.
isn't shouting. No.
We've got some more chat questions on Affliction before we move on to some of the other features. When you enter the Wildwood, do you start at the last place you're at? Is it like a continual exploration, or is it a new area each time?
It's not continuous, no. It is effectively an infinite forest, but you're put in a random place every single
Delve,
time.
but sideways. Confirmed.
It's new exploration. It isn't continuous from the previous areas, no.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels slightly like the idea of Delve without the actual specific.
It isn't really like Delve because it doesn't have the whole like big map or anything like that.
Are the wisps tradable or collected as currency items at all?
No, I mean they're tradable to the vendors, but that's not really trading. They're usable as currency for the vendors, but aside from that, no, they are. And between instants, they don't carry over at all.
Right.
Oh,
Because
they don't
once you
stack
leave
up.
the Wildwood, they're dispersed, so you don't get to keep them at all. No.
Mm-hmm.
And just clarifying
that
for people that
changes
missed this
my
detail,
perception
you'll be
of
able
it.
to use the regular Ascendancy class alongside the Wildwood Ascendancy
Correct.
class. It's extra
Yes,
on top.
You will eventually get 8 points in both. Yes.
Sweet. Can monsters attack from the fog of war in Affliction, or only once they're fully revealed? Ooh, good question.
You will not get you're both not going to be like given an advantage as a range character to shoot into it, and you will not be attacked from it. They will not do similar to Delve
It's kind of a
Darkness,
relief. They've
they
done a
will
lot of
come out
oversights like
the
that
darkness
before.
they engage with you. And generally, only things you reveal will actually engage with you.
Do map modifiers from the area you entered the Wildwood from affect the Wildwood, or is it a completely separate zone in that
No,
regard?
The map mods do affect it, yes. And
Oh, wow.
where it doesn't increase the amount of wisps you get, it does increase the loot you get in general, which multiplicatively applies with the what the bonuses the wisps give monsters afterwards. So you are obviously to get the max rewards like normal, you're incentivized
But
to
pack size works on the monsters in the wild wood.
Oh yes.
And because pack size works on them, that means you do get more wisps if you increase pack size, because they're part of the drops of those monsters as well.
There are monsters that have wisps already in them in the forest, and they will give wisps. So yes, pack size will increase the amount of wisps you can get.
Which actually means that pack size can increase the duration that you can stay in the wildwood, if I understand that correctly.
Different wisps.
Oh, different. All right, because that's the right. Okay, so it doesn't. It'll just increase the rewards then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just more rewards.
Yeah.
So it's a pack
between this and
size.
the wisps you're freeing. It sounds like a bit of a map juicing league then.
That was, I mean, that was what I was going for. I
Mm.
really like things like Delirium where they overlap with all the other leagues.
Yep.
It's worth noting on that point. You might think, okay, the wisps disperse into the air and affect monsters once you exit. It will also affect monsters that are then spawned afterwards. So if you then go and activate a breach, there is like a portion of the breach monsters will be dusted as well, and thus their rewards and difficulty will also be increased.
Oh damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's.
I kind of thought it would
overlaps
just
with
be stuff that's there.
any an area league, I believe, as long as the monster gives loot and experience. Which obviously, if it doesn't, you don't really care about it. So.
Yeah.
This league sounds cracked. I like it. All right. Talking a bit about Ultimatum, the long-awaited return. It has been a long time in the returning. Did you face some specific challenges with its re-implementation or something?
Where the hell was it?
Main challenge, I guess, was finding time to actually do the rebalance and reassess it. But like once we found the time, which we did, we got through all that, and I mean, now it's finally coming back. But yeah, it just comes down to time. We've got so much we always want to do.
I guess I can forgive them because of all the Path of Exile 2 stuff.
Get someone to fully reassess it and make the changes that we want it can be challenging for sure.
So it's not just something you wanted to just slap back in as it was. Then it sounds like it's changed a fair bit.
It's had a substantial amount of work done to it. Like, it is quite a lot there. There's a lot there. Yeah.
And obviously, it's going to be very different to how it was given the Atlas passives as well, and how you can modify it and change it, which will be relatively fun. But taking that into consideration as well is something that we didn't have to deal with before that we do now.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that Ultimatum was so popular and so requested to return that it was like the #1 thing asked about at ExileCon? Is there anything to like learn from that for future league designs?
Gamba.
Well, I think about it, and also why do I think I like it? I mean, the mod selection is fun. I like how it works in parties as well, and I like, for people who know my Aurabot addiction, I love playing in parties where you get to vote on the mods and you go and pick the mod that no one wants just because you want to. Or you're an Aurabot and you pick that mod that causes your auras to apply to the enemies, and you just then hopefully your teammate,
And the double on nothing stuff is also very. I don't want to use the word addictive because that's a bad word these days, but definitely addictive.
Oh, I love that, and I think a lot of people resonate with that as well. Where you when you've got the divine orbs on the line, or the headhunter on the line, or like just whatever items on the line, it's like the thrill is just, it gives you that adrenaline rush that like I almost used to get in hardcore league. When I actually played that a lot more. Rest in peace.
I just like how cheeky the Trial Master is, honestly.
Good risk reward stuff. Yeah.
Sure. Yes.
I think it had like a unique pacing too, with like intense action, break, intense action, break.
Oh yeah, for sure. I like that as well a lot. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say too many lessons learned aside from just like, or like, how we can use things in the future. But I guess, ultimately the risk reward and the pacing are probably the two biggest ones.
Do you want to talk about what happened with the combat changes to do with rare monsters and stuff in Ultimatum?
Yeah, I think it was around the time there was a lot of there was a bit of like, how do we make this harder that went on, and it ended up just cranking the rare monsters up. Like there was just points where there were like 9 rare of those blood chieftains on your screen, and the problem with that, especially with like obviously now looking at rare modifiers, like the level of visual
wasn't Arch Nemesis like right after that?
And like you can't even tell what's happening. Like there was a lot of going on in that league where there's just a massive crossfire of projectiles and just like a whole bunch of rare monsters, and like so we've gone with almost a more what we call expedition style balance, which is just like tone that down but make each monster individually more difficult and more meaningful. So it should be that it is
When they
less,
say meaningful
more
and difficult, I
comprehensible
get
in the moment
nervous.
as to what you're actually fighting and what you're actually doing, and still difficult, as opposed to just like spam everything, like crank up the rare monster number to infinity. But that's mostly, I think, of what's going on. It's just, which is honestly been working pretty well with respect to our monster balance lately.
So Metamorph is getting removed as a part of this coming back of Ultimatum, with its unique rewards going to Ultimatum. Can you tell me a little bit about that decision, like to remove Metamorph?
There's a few things going on there, but the first is just the visual clarity of it again. Going back to that, like, you put these monsters together and then it just does this kind of like morphing thing. I mean, look, I've played this a lot and it transforms into something and then I'm dead. I'm like, I don't even know what just happened. Like, what killed me here? I actually don't know. And it is meant to be the case that obviously I know what monsters I'm putting in, and I'm like, I'm putting in this monster, this monster, this monster. And I know these do this skills, and because this one's in the brain slot, it does this big AoE. But the reality is, like, that's way too much to try and know and remember, and like there's hundreds of monsters with hundreds of skills going on there, and it's like you can't really tell. And so when you do put it together, it's like, oh, I like these rewards, and you put those in, and that's ultimately what you do as a player for that. And so you put in a monster, it spawns, and you maybe just insta-die or you maybe not. And getting that right is just pretty impossible, I would say. Like, I love the mechanic in a nutshell of you get to put monsters together to create a new boss fight, but it just wasn't working.
It was never my favorite league visually either. I just don't think it really looks that great.
I also think it was unfinished. Well, we lost them.
I know we dropped. I'm sure we'll get things back in just a second.
Yo, they were
folks.
prepared. Production.
Until then, enjoy
Let's go.
a sliver of the side of my head while we get things repaired. We'll be back in just a moment.
Bro, honestly, I didn't want to sit through the entire Q&A, but I want to see the patch notes. Maybe they're out already. Hold up. Path of Exile. They're not up yet. Damn it. So I don't know what the hell kind of things are going to be available from the new lab rewards, but I'm actually very excited. And it seems like, based on some of the rewards that we were going to be able to get from the Divine Font, like just the wordings on the stuff, seems like it's going to be way less random to get your damn enchant. Because I don't know, a league or two ago, I was trying to get a specific boot enchant. Maybe like 2 leagues ago. Maybe it was even this league. I don't remember. It was probably this league. I was trying to get a specific boot enchant because it was going to be really nice and like quality of life or whatever. And I had to do like 15 Uber labs or some shit. And it was basically the worst thing ever. But at least this stuff's new, so while it's in the league, we'll be able to just like go experiment. So it's kind of exciting whether we get what we want or not. But yeah, boot enchants were like a fraction of the difficulty of helm enchants to get, so maybe rest in peace to the lab farmers, since they don't get like enchanting services anymore. But maybe the gems will be rare enough, or the rewards will be reasonable enough for them to make money a little more regularly. Because like, if you can just get empowered and enlightened and stuff. Oh shit, we're back.
Welcome back, folks. Apologies.
Still can't
for
believe they had the
technical
technical difficulty screen.
we are back.
Discord just decided to self-destruct for some reason and then required
Yeah.
a computer reboot to get back in action again.
I think you
I
guys
don't
might have
think- I
made
don't think
Tane a little
Metamorph-
mad.
Stream
Yeah,
back, stream
Metamorph
back.
was a little bit unhappy
did
about
it.
being removed, apparently.
Tane
Back
DDoSing.
to what we were talking about, just about Metamorph's removal, and basically it was a bit of a visual mess and a bit of like a gameplay feedback mess in terms of players not really knowing why they were killed and things like that as well.
Yeah.
And there was actually one other one. I don't know if you want to talk about it or I can, but I think
Sure.
it actually was surprisingly Metamorph was like quite
Peruse
annoying
this.
from a maintenance perspective.
shit.
Like there was quite a lot.
Gotcha.
Like
I'll
every
keep
time we
that
added a
in the
monster,
back
we had to
pocket.
do
Thank you, sir.
stuff relating to Metamorph, and like also the way it was originally made was just like a bit annoying. So there was certainly certainly there were a lot of designers who were happy to see it gone as well.
How are you
down
feeling
to
about it,
just
Dagon?
maintenance stuff as well. So
And we're careful before we remove content, right?
Oh, sure.
Considered decision.
Yeah, I mean for sure, but it's like there was certainly a lot of factors there.
It's been at least 5 leagues
One other
since I
thing
did
about it, I
Metamorph
guess
seriously.
the meta endgame thing where you put together 5 boss parts and do it in his lab, like there was that sad thing where because that area was a standalone area, it never got map mods. Like it felt like often the rewards and the difficulty were just underwhelming relative to doing them in the area. I mean, you're less likely to just get insta-killed in there at least. So in some ways it did it better in that it was more controlled and telegraphed. But in the
Yeah,
other
but what
sense,
was
it
up with
just
the difficulty
too
tank
easy,
in
like,
that
people
area?
spawned and then just died within
Nothing
3
happened.
seconds. Often the life
That
wasn't
was
high
always
enough,
my pet
no
peeve.
map mod damage, like so it was just due for its removal, honestly.
Yeah, I certainly agree with a lot of issues that Metamorph had and experienced a lot of them myself, but I do think there was a good idea there. And like you said, with the boss parts going together, that actually felt like it worked a little bit more. But like you said, it wasn't quite there. So something to play with in the future, maybe.
Yeah, oh, for sure. The idea is there is a sound idea there for sure that I'd like to see if we can play around with later and re-envision in some way. Hopefully.
Yeah, you get the situation where in order to keep it, you kind of want to do all the work to rework it, and if you're doing all that work, you may as well just bring Ultimatum back.
There you go. That's right, Chris.
So this does raise a question you haven't had to deal with before, where you've removed a mechanic now that has a premium tab that people have purchased. What is the plan for that?
So that tab, so due to Catalyst moving to Ultimatum and there being the inscribed ultimatums, that tab is just immediately converted to an Ultimatum tab. So it'll have the Catalyst will now store there, and your inscribed ultimatums will also. I think there's 60 slots for inscribed ultimatums in there as well. So you don't
Honestly,
need to buy a new one.
man
it'll
handled that like
automatically
a champ.
transfer over.
Perfect.
I completely forgot about that problem.
All right. Let me just see if there's any other ultimatum questions. With Metamorph out of the game, will there be another master hideout NPC to replace Tane?
Trial Master. Let him talk shit every time I come in.
Not currently, no.
All right. Can ultimatum
Very
be blocked
specific
on the
wording.
massive tree so that it doesn't appear?
Yeah, that dude in the background, his sweater's cool as fuck.
Yes, it can. The same node that blocked Metamorph has been changed to a new node that blocks Ultimatum.
All right. Cool. We have a bunch of questions about transfigured gems. This is a big one, and chat also has a bunch of questions about it too, I can tell. So this new transfigured gem system's kind of a big deal. Is this replacing labyrinth enchantments, alternate qualities, and threshold jewels entirely?
Short answer, yes.
Hell
It's
yeah.
replacing it. Belt enchants
Hell
are
yeah.
gone, boot enchants are gone, etc. Which I like in the sense that it reopens, because those were very old designs. I mean, sure, the belt enchants came newer, but it does free up a lot of design space to use in the future. And with a lot of the changes to quality and what the gems are doing themselves,
I'm so glad helmet enchants aren't a
loss
thing
is
anymore.
ultimately inconsequential. So yeah, they're gone. I mean, you could
Bro,
you could
my
change
internet
cleave, but
breathe.
now you're ruining just the kind of like simple thing it is at level 2. So overcomplicating that.
Alright. Looks like we stabilized somehow. Maybe, potentially, possibly. Also, how much longer is this damn Q&A gonna go? Because
Support gems.
I was not hoping to
I
watch
thought
this.
about a support gem case. I mean,
thing with support gems is you can just add more support gems and you don't need to worry about modifying the existing ones really. So
you
it's
may
not
as
quite
well
the
just
same.
add more.
Yeah.
Alternate heralds. It can be done in some cases. Yes, it can be. But we'll see whether or not it finds need for it. It's just in those cases, it's like it goes from giving buff A to buff B. Like doing it with an aura, like you'd have to do something very wildly different to make it really transformative. Otherwise, you're going from just giving a certain stat to giving another stat, and that's not really what it's about.
What does this mean for heist in terms of it losing one of its big rewards, but also like specific heists that were gem type heists and whatnot?
So the way
I think experimented
how
base
that works
types are
now is
probably
that
good
every
enough for
single
that.
tile
right?
set just can. So the rewards are no longer bound to the I should say the rewards from the display cases at the end.
Yeah.
At the end of the blueprints are no longer bound to the tile set of the base item type of the blueprint. So
But literally the moment I
which
came back, it started dropping shit again.
So you can get kind of any of the rewards. You can get replicas from any of them. You can get alternate base types from any of them, or experimented base types, and you can get now currency. One thing we did do is buff the currency. Like we did certainly obviously acknowledge losing the gems removes some of the value from running heist.
Heist had hella currency.
So we did do we buffed the
anyways.
currency just to make it better. So when you do get to the end, you have less like miss cases where you just get
At
like,
least
2
early
giant
on, it's
swords.
like really strong. I think that's
from
fine.
completing a blueprint that's just like completely insufficient. We have added new focusing, trying to make chase ones, but as it's pretty hard to reliably make chase uniques because the meta and the players kind of ultimately control what that is. But we've tried to add more powerful ones. We have rebalanced a number of replica uniques, and we've rebalanced a lot of experimented base types, including trying to emphasize that the jewelry, the amulets and the rings have some very, very powerful alternatives. Honestly, they're probably probably the best amulet you can get now is an experimented base type amulet. But obviously they're pretty hard to find. And you'd have to craft it, of course.
It's 5 new replica uniques, I believe.
Yes, I believe there's 5 new replica uniques, yeah.
And 10 other uniques in this expansion, so 15 new uniques total.
Yeah.
I don't think we mentioned that in the...
Yeah.
Nice. So safe to say, heist will be something you'll be keeping a close eye on then to make sure that the rewards are.
Hope
up
Chris
to
is
par
okay.
now
He
after
seems
this
a
removal.
little.
I hope so for sure. I mean, me personally, I'm just.
He looks like something
excited about
smells
those
bad.
Experimented base type amulets and rings. Like before, we had the -1 prefix, +1 suffix, and now you've got like -3 prefix, +3 suffix, and -3 suffix +3. The invert of that, and like it's like, what kind of ring can you make when you've got 6 prefixes? Is that better? Is that worse? Or like 6 suffixes, and then there's like ones that reduce the amount of. There's ones that reduce the amount of prefixes but increase the potency of suffixes and stuff like that. And so,
Stop hearing about this, Mark.
yeah,
I'm like, geez.
I get that facial expression as well when I'm...
It's like, you sure about this?
Yeah.
Jonathan and I have seen the code to handle this stuff, and we're both like, ooh, how does...
No, it's just, yeah.
hey, it's good.
Interesting.
Nice.
Cool.
I like when seeing devs learn about these things for the first time. So good.
There's always so much going on that it is nearly impossible for everyone to know everything.
For sure. Yeah. That makes sense. So people are obviously pretty excited about the transfigured gems. They do look quite exciting, and that's a lot of effectively new skills for us to play with. But it does kind of raise the question about one of the more controversial decisions with this change is that, well, the Labyrinth, it has fairly different gameplay than most of Path of Exile. It's got like a lot of environmental hazards and traps and puzzles and a labyrinthian layout. And naturally, that's not exactly super wildly popular content for people to run. Not everyone wants to play that. So can you tell me about the decision to make Transfigured Gems specifically a reward for Labyrinth, especially since it looks like something that you'll want to run a lot to get more of them?
Well, a few things to talk about here. I mean, the Labyrinth is, I understand. I understand how some people feel about it and people don't. But one thing is, it is core content that you do run through the campaign and you do to ascend. And we wanted it to be that the Transfigured Gem system is accessible there, as opposed to, like, say, where alternate qualities were in Heist, even though there was a kind of soft mandatory nature of having alternate qualities, it's like, well, you know, it was the same problem. I don't want to run heist, let's say, in a given league, or someone does and someone doesn't, and so you have to trade for them. And so for that case, it's the exact same thing, right? You can trade for these transfigured gems, of course. But we've done two things as well. So obviously, when you get to the end of it, you put your gem in. You can pick from the one of three outcomes. It maintains its level and its quality as to what you put in. So the skill doesn't.
What
just
if you can do
become
corrupted gems?
worse, at least in that regard. But sometimes there is an option that will transform it directly into its transfigured counterpart. Which means if you don't want to, like, you know, take the gamble and just keep trying to pick random ones, you can wait for that and convert your, say, Firestorm directly into a transfigured Firestorm. So that at least will make that a bit easier. But yeah, ultimately, I wanted it to be somewhere where it was introduced early enough, around level 30 is about right. So you're not like...
Oh, so it's going to be from the very first
waiting
lab.
until end game before you can get these. Like, a player can experience these through the campaign, get a feel for them, get used to them, and level them up, instead of getting to end game and then completely changing their entire build. Like, it being early enough, and Labyrinth is around the point where that is, like, you know, a good place to commit to that. And also, you're already doing it for your Ascendancy, so it's a good way to introduce the mechanic to those players, as opposed to just kind of putting it somewhere a little bit random and a little bit hidden. So that's the primary motivation.
Path of Exile has a lot of content that is going to vary depending on player taste. You know, some people like Delve, some people don't. And that content has specific rewards. And those rewards are almost always tradable. And so in this case, if you want one of the gems, you can also trade for it if you don't like Labyrinth.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm interested in that idea of like players running into it as a course of their regular gameplay. Does that mean there's a pretty good likelihood then that each time you run like Normal Crawl and Merciless Labyrinth and whatnot for the first time, and say you only do them those times, that you're going to actually get a pretty relevant gem reward upgrade each run?
The option is always there. So one of the crafts on the bench is always to convert it to a transfigured gem. So it's not like that one's random.
Yep.
Whether or not you'll get the one you exactly want, obviously isn't reliable, but you will always get... so if you put in the common one that's put there is if you put in an int gem, you will get a transfigured int gem back. So at least it's likely if you put in a spell, you'll get a spell. And if you don't want to take it, you can just be like, no, I don't want it, and take your gem back and then try again next time. So it doesn't like force you to... So you can put your primary skill in there, hoping for the best. And if you don't get it, you take it back and then just keep playing your build.
Oh, so you don't even need to...
again if you want, or you can wait till Crawl and run it. And it is worth noting
you don't even need to level
let's say
alternate, like
I know
spare
this is a bit
gems.
later in the game,
That's
but
crazy.
the Uber Labyrinth has 2 crafts by default instead of 1 now. So when you get to the end, you get a few more opportunities at doing it. And that's one tactic could be knowing that the easiest labyrinth is the shortest and easiest to get through, obviously being lower level and shorter. You can, at like a high level player, could just go and run that a number of times just to try and get the right transfigured gem. But obviously you won't get a lot of the good crafts and a lot of the good rewards that also come from it. But if that was your way to try and get your most appropriate transfigured gem the fastest, like that is a tactic you could do. So it's not really meant to be ultra taxing and time consuming to try and get the one you want. But again, as said, if you...
Everybody's having tech issues today. Let's go.
That sounds like, from a reward perspective, that it's quite good for both lab runners and also people just doing it just the once as they go through. So I like the reward sounds of that. But are there any planned changes to running the labyrinth itself or making the labyrinth better in the future?
We went over that a lot. And as a simple, again, going back to, like, we think of it like this. We could have done that, or we could have added Ultimatum. It's a resourcing problem. Not to say those are the 2 options, but what I'm saying is that it is very... what it needs is a lot of love, and we need the time to do it. So yes, we had a massive list of changes of things we wanted to do, and we just couldn't find the time to do it. So it is something I definitely would love to do later, for sure.
All right, next league, guys. Good, nice, cool. Sounds good.
I was about to joke, confirmed, but that's a bit dangerous.
Drill him, Ziggy.
Will we get to see all the gems before launch? The transfigured gems?
It is our intention to start posting them, yes. As we're still churning through them, I think our plan is to start posting, like we'll do a series of posts. I could be wrong. The community team can correct me at some point, but I think it's to do a series of posts and as we then make more, we'll just do more posts and just keep adding them until the last very possible moment.
It's worth mentioning with this kind of content because it's so parallel and because so many, like, every gem is optional because there are so many possibilities. We just start 200 and then the ones that are finished get released and the other ones get released later or scrapped, and we don't know what the set is going to be currently, and we're just going to keep going till the last minute getting these in, and yeah, it should be interesting.
Hopefully they're not, not super
for standard
buggy.
players,
That would
what's
be a little
happening
sad.
to existing old quality gems and lab enchant items and stuff like that? They sticking around?
I think the enchants remain.
Legacy.
Alt quality gems, I do believe all of this will be in the patch notes after this, so I might say some stuff, but I do believe alt quality gems just get converted to regular quality, retaining the value.
But the quality, the quality that that is now different because we've changed.
Oh yeah, well that's it's worth noting that the quality on every or almost every single gem, I think the word quality appears 314 times in the patch notes. I believe is what it is. There has been a substantial quality adjustment to all the skills. I know this is tangential from the question a little bit, but we're going with a more multiplicative approach there. So instead of like just a lot of gems being 20% increased damage or 10% increased attack speed, we're trying to really look at what is the skill doing. Like if it's something that is about duration, we instead add duration, but instead of doing 20% increased duration, we're adding like +1 or 2 seconds, or plus 0.1 per quality kind of thing. So it's meant to be more multiplicative as opposed to increases, because there were skills where obviously the more of the increase you have on the passive tree, the worse the quality becomes, or vice versa. So yeah, but this is, I think, changed with a lot of the base skills as well, mind you. I think Discharge in particular is one where it's like it has increased area of effect per charge consumed, where that obviously could get it to a massive amount of increased area of effect, which means if you're playing that build, then investing into like a 10% increased area of effect node on the tree is ultimately doing nothing. Like you're going from 200% increase to 210.
Hey, what's up, Reels?
Like it kind of doesn't really matter.
How
But
we doing,
now,
sir?
so that's been changed to be multiplicative as well. So as we've gone through and done this qualities, we've tried to do that on a lot more gems to make the gem more like about its base stats, and the passive tree is multiplying that as opposed
Got caught
to
up with the work.
adding
What'd you
with
miss?
those stats, which does yield
they've said a lot.
large amount more power. For a lot of these
We're kind of
skills.
waiting for them to get done with this
sounds
damn
like
Q&A
quality
that's been
change.
going on
Love
for
it.
like
Sorry, couldn't help.
almost an hour now.
We are just about,
But,
we've run over time, but just a couple more questions before we finish up today.
But when that's done, we'll look
so
at
in the
patch
past, it was
notes and
pretty
I'll
typical for expansions to come packaged with
give
some
you a
pretty
little more of the
substantial
details.
changes to
But
skill balance.
looks like
Obviously we're
looks
getting
like a lot of
ton
really
new
cool shit.
skills. That's obviously affecting like skill meta and whatnot. But the last few leagues haven't really had much in the way of skill balance, and we're finding like player expectations there. And is that something that you're continuing to like not do, or any thoughts about that?
Again, a lot of it comes down to honestly time, but for this one, I really wanted to do something that wasn't just playing that almost cat and mouse game of like upskill A and then next league upskill B to be comparable, and then maybe it goes too far, so then you upskill A again, and if you don't do that, it's just nerf central, right? So where we do that for some extreme cases where we bring them down, I wanted to do something that really wasn't just, let's up cleave by 10% and something else by 10%, and again,
Let's give
noting
Cleave
that
30
don't
more
wanna add
range. Or 3 more
mechanical
range.
complexity to a lot of skills, especially early, because it just makes them more convoluted and confusing. So this was a system that allowed us to not play that game, but yet add thousands and thousands or millions of possible permutations. And we're going to be less hesitant, given time resources, less hesitant to change the balance and change alternate gems or add new ones. So it's given us a system that allows us to do future balance a lot without compromising kind of that core game and that new player experience at all.
It does. It's also like, I mean, the quality changes are a pretty substantial balance change to existing skills. Like that's a big.
Oh no, that is
a big thing.
for sure. And
Yeah,
and a number of skills have changed. Like what we've done is simplified some base skills because we have, and then what we've done is taken what they were doing. So an example of something we're trying to do, I don't actually know if we've done this because so maybe not. I know I probably shouldn't mention things like this, but for example, you get ethereal knives, and it's got all this talk about lingering blades going on. And yeah, most people who play the game in advance know what lingering blades are, but like a new player is not going to know that at all. So ideally we return EK to its former glory of what it was, and then we add an alternate gem that's really emphasizing that Lingering Blades mechanic and benefiting from that. And then we add another alternate, whatever, how many more alternate gems
I
we
really
want to.
do
So
like this
it's
version of
allowing
the
us to
alternate gems that they're
restore
talking about.
some of those, especially lower
And
level
I really
gems,
don't
to their
mind that it's on
simplest
the lab,
forms,
as much as I hate the lab.
as what they should be, and then
It's
also
fine.
give them a rebalance. I think often it's resulting in them being a little bit stronger early, which is going to change a little bit. But I like the resultant a lot better, where you're not getting overwhelmed with this kind of almost unnecessary information early. And then you get this alternate gem that's really emphasizing that mechanic more. And if you then go down that path, it can become even stronger than it ever was.
If a player is approaching the feedback of there need to be balance changes based on the fact that they feel there's some staleness in the metagame, if they feel they're playing the same kind of pool of builds for a number of leagues in a row, then the transfigured gem stuff will have fixed that, right? Like, every build is now affected by there being multiple different versions of the skill available.
For sure.
There will be, it is going to look entirely different. And it's worth noting, transfigured gems came from me sitting down with Mark and saying, the players have an expectation for significant balance changes. The problem is we can't really do any. We've hit the point of like having to make the skills more complicated. What can we do? And Mark suggested transfigured gems, which, as Jonathan Blow would say, there was immediately tons of gold on the ground to pick up with that design thing, right? You know, it's so much cool stuff we can do, and absolutely is going to affect every build in the game.
Design space.
Great. So conversely, talking about ascendancy changes, last league Chieftain underwent a pretty big overhaul, but its rework seemed to have few fans in the end. It's at around 2% pick rate for most of the league in softcore, although it did gain some fans in hardcore, it seemed at least. What sort of goals do you have for like larger ascendancy changes like that, and do you feel like the Chieftain hit the mark?
2%'s not bad, to be honest. It's still, 10 times higher, 20 times higher than what it was. Or maybe even infinitely higher, because I think it was 0.0% for a while.
Nobody
Obviously
played
rounding.
Chieftain? There had to be somebody.
So, but honestly, I would say it didn't quite hit the mark, but like there's a fine line to tread when it comes to ascendancy balance. Like 2% is probably less of a failure than 25%. Because if everyone's playing it, it's ridiculous. Or we go back to like Slayer Cyclone era where there's 51% or something. I'm going off PoE Ninja numbers, obviously, so high level players. But that's within a kind of like era realm of acceptability. But yes, I would say like in an ideal world, it would have been a little bit better than what it was. So, but geez, it's hard to get that perfectly right, like for sure. But yeah, and obviously if something does get used in hardcore and sees more use there, that is something we like to see, and that's cool. Whether or not it's intentional or accidental, generally it's just the players discovering what's best. Like we don't plan around that kind of thing, but yeah.
Is it something you're gonna continue working on then? Like not Chieftain specifically, but also just in general, trying to get something right with those pre-existing ascendancies?
Every so often it's going to come up where we rebalance a given set of them, or maybe we do a wide sweeping.
I mean, Ziggy asking the real questions: are y'all gonna continue balancing the game?
It's all at the
yes,
expense
Ziggy,
of something
thank
else,
you.
and
Can
we
we
just have
move
to
on
weigh
to the
those
next question,
decisions.
please?
Like again, there's no time to do that when you have 100 to 200 between there of transfigured gems to make. It's the same people doing those things, so. We just have to make those choices as to what we want to do. And maybe there is a better metagame thing we could be doing, but eventually we're going to circle back to them and we're going to rebalance them or remake them, yeah.
And you did add 3 new ascendancies in this expansion.
Yeah, technically, yes, there are 3 new ascendancies, yes.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much for spending so much time with us for the Q&A today. We did run a bit over time. I appreciate
a bit,
that.
Ziggy. This whole stream was supposed to be an hour. And maybe like 10 minutes. It's like 2 hours long.
Thank you very much, Ziggy. It's appreciated.
Thank
Great
you.
to talk to you.
And I hope to see some epically crazy builds on release day.
Yeah, awesome stuff.
Hardwood.
Thanks very much for watching, folks.
All right, awesome. Thanks.
All right. So as soon as the patch notes are out, we'll look at those. But Rios, to give you the quick rundown, in PoE 2, they showed a lot of they showed a lot of new mechanics with like movement and abilities, and kind of emphasizing just how many,
there's not a job out there
or just how different the gameplay is going to be in PoE 2 versus PoE 1. And so, like, they're talking about the mercenary class, which has a lot of emphasis on using one of the new weapon types, which is crossbows. And so to make this work, they added stuff like the ability to move with the WASD keys, which is not something you can do in Path of Exile right now. And what that does is it lets you move one way and shoot the other way, because you're using your mouse to target while you move with your left hand. So really they just spent like 10 minutes showing off not only that, but like different elemental imbuements you can do with the crossbow, and that the elemental imbuements all interact with each other. So like there's a grenade you can fire that has oil, and it spreads oil on all the enemies, and then if you use a fire arrow, it sets the oil on fire and does a bunch of damage. And there's like a full auto crossbow like he's showing there, the semi-auto one, and then there's a shotgun, like and you can swap between them, and it's like super modular, and you can combine, you can pick and choose which ones you want, and it's generally just very cool, I think. Oh shit, daggum, thank you for that. Looks like they did finally post the patch notes. So this was kind of the big thing they were talking about with PoE 2, was not only the WASD movement, but just emphasizing the combo, you know, the more combo focused nature of combat in Path of Exile 2, which if you know anything about Path of Exile, it's very much not that. It's like you put everything in, you put your whole ass into one ability, and if it doesn't work, then you gotta find a new one. There's no pick and choose between a couple different abilities just by nature of how the characters power up. So it's, with the new systems, it makes it much more fluid. I'm not subscribed to the Path of Exile account on YouTube. Now we know, but yeah. That was the PoE 2 stuff. I believe they showed off a really yucky boss. Yeah, I don't really want to look at that again, I'll be honest. I mean, it's badass and cool, but like yucky. Let's see what else. I feel like there was more stuff they talked about. They showed off the druid a little bit, and I thought that looked really cool. But this is just the mercenary thing. So as far as the league is concerned, they did a lot of, well, they were talking about transfigured gems in that Q&A, and it's like really significant, not only because of what transfigured gems are by nature, but they're also like removing other things that were kind of a pain in the ass in the game, as far as like points to get character power from. So the things they removed were threshold gems, which they've kind of been obsolete for a while now, I think. Unless they removed all of the ones that are left too, but they reworked gems a while ago. Or jewels, I mean. Beyond that, they removed alternate quality gems, like skill gems, that you would get from Heist. And those were like, in some cases, they were significant increases to your power, where they would do like really like transformational things to your abilities. But in most cases, they were just like power up in a slightly different way, and you have to do Heist to get them, which is like, not a lot of people like Heist. So it was great for the people who do like Heist, because they could make a lot of money off of them, selling the jewels, selling the gems. But it just also wasn't that interactive for most people. It's just like, okay, now I have to buy this to power up. Beyond that, they also removed enchantments from the Labyrinth of Ascendancy, which was probably one of my least favorite systems in the entire game, because basically what it was that the biggest thing you could do with enchantments in the Labyrinth was get a helmet enchant that was specifically tailored to affect like your ability. And they had multiple enchantments for every active skill gem in the game, and there was like 200 active abilities, and they all have multiple options, so that's like 600 or some ridiculous number, like possibilities that you could get like 1 or 2 attempts at per time you go through the top end labyrinth. And that was just ridiculous. Ain't nobody like doing that shit. I don't think I ever like went farming for my own helm enchantment. Maybe in the first league I ever played before I realized how ridiculous it was. But yeah, now it's no longer a thing. You get transfigured gems from the labyrinth now. So they replaced the enchantments rewards. Hey, what's good, Hades? Life's good. PoE might actually be good. Believe it or not, Path of Exile might be a decent game. We'll see next Friday though. Just how good it is. And I'm excited. So that's like the transfigured gems are like, they're too wacky and like diverse. Their effects are too wacky and diverse for me to really like speculate on what they could do for each ability, but suffice it to say it just is like getting a bunch of brand new skill gems. Here's the examples. Frozen Legion of Rallying. How you doing, Hades? Sorry. How you been, sir? What you been playing? I've seen you on Discord playing Disgaea. And that reminded me that that Disgaea is a really good series. But how you doing, sir? I want to yeah, raise zombie of falling. This shit's really funny because raise zombie is you find a corpse, turn it into a zombie and it follows you around forever. But raise zombie of falling is target a corpse and raise necromantic energies into the sky above a target location where they coalesce into a zombie minion. The minion then attacks by falling to the ground, causing the impact. And it cannot be evaded, and it kills the zombies. So actually, it doesn't require a corpse. So it just manifests a zombie in the sky and drops it on their heads. And I think that's fantastic. It's still a minion skill. Also, minions gain 15% chance to deal double damage. That's insane. On top of the fact that you can also scale its damage on top of this through not only like spell damage and probably physical damage and all that, but also through actually maybe it is just minion damage you get it through. I don't know. People would have to mess with that. I certainly don't want to think about it. Doing all right, exhausted as hell, completely hooked on Disgaea 7, having a ton of fun with it. Hell yeah. It's good to hear, especially because the Disgaea games I remember being long as fuck. So it's good you'll be able to enjoy the whole experience, you know? But these I very much like the way that they're handling these gems so far. Like I'd have to see how it feels to actually like try and get my gem from the labyrinth. But so far I'm cautiously optimistic. Aiming to make it the first one I've ever beaten in the series. You got that easy. Easily. Flame Dash of Return. Teleport to a location, damaging enemies, leaving a trail of burning ground. Then repeat the teleport in the other direction. The old back and forth. Flaming bolts rain down over the targeted area. They explode when landing, dealing damage to nearby enemies. I don't know how this is much different. I'll be honest. But cool. A large flaming bolt falls towards the targeted area, then explodes when landing, dealing damage to nearby enemies. Okay, so this is probably more. This is probably more smaller projectiles compared to normal Firestorm, and this is one big one. So this would probably be really sick for Ignite. Nice. Blight of Contagion. ED Contagion plus Blight now, like, kind of insane. ED Contagion has always been like a really solid build, and now they're just letting you automatic Blight on top of that. Feels good. Frostbomb, they showed that on stream. Detonate Dead of Scavenging. Detonate Dead does way more damage, but you cannot target what was it? Desecrated corpses. Do you think you're close to beating it, Mr. Hades? Or do you still have a ways to go? I forgot about Blade Trap, honestly. So anyways, as you can see, it's just crazy shit like that. Wait, Blink Arrow Bombardier close. Blink Arrow rebalancing? Fires an arrow at the target destination. When the arrow lands, you're teleported to it and a clone is summoned. At your old location, clones a minion that uses your bow and quiver to fire a rain of arrows. So it's just rain of arrows. Prismatic clones. The clone is a minion that uses your bow and quiver to fire elemental arrows. So it's probably just elemental hit or whatever. Blade, Storm, Volcanic Fissure, and Frozen Legion. So they're doing this with all of the skill gibs. And they said that like 1 to 2 for each of them. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see what is out there. On top of that, this isn't even really talking about the league mechanic. The league mechanic is you're running through this big old forest and trying to like kill the there's like corruption or whatever. You got to go clear out the corruption, kill the bad guys, whatever. But the rewards or the reason to do that is that you get you get 2 ascendancies this league on every character. You get your ascendancy and then you get an ascendancy from the forest, which there are only 3 options, but I mean that's fine. And they all do like really wacky shit. Like tinctures are like kind of like imbuements in Diablo 4 that do a lot of things, and you can buy them, and there's like a whole pool of modifiers for what they can do, and it looks really crazy, honestly. I'm at episode 11, but I'm not sure what point that puts me at, honestly. Damn, I was 11 episodes. I hope it's not the One Piece edition, because if it is, you got a ways to go, sir. So the other things, oh yeah, the 3 new NPCs, they have an ascendancy associated with them, and then they have a shop. So 1 ascendancy gives you the tinctures and some other stuff, but the vendor sells the different tinctures with all the modifiers, and you can buy them, and you can buy them from the traders and then sell them to other players, or you can just buy the things from other players if you want to use it. This one lets you like snack on minions and get bonuses. Wait, removes all energy shield, gain maximum life instead of energy shield from equipped armor items. -6 max life per level. That's kind of crazy. Characters inherently gain +12 life per level. So your base life goes down quite a bit. I wonder how much life you would actually get up to. But then you also wouldn't have armor or evasion because you're putting all your eggs into the energy shield basket. Should be interesting. Pacify curses all targets in an area having no effect at first, but causing them to deal no damage once 60% of the curse's duration has expired. So, 40% of the time it works every time. And you can choose from one of these 3 things. I'm not going to look at every little note on these because I'm not really, I'll do that the day of. I don't want to spoil everything, but the vendor, the cool thing is the vendor sells you corpses, including like the corpse of the Hydra Shaper Guardian, and then you can summon those as specters, so you can have the Hydra following you around and killing shit. It's crazy. They showed that on the stream, and it looked very, very cool. The other one, I don't think that. Oh yeah, this one is kind of weird because you get these little sockets in your passive tree. Yo, increase character size? Hell yeah. So you can make war cries, shake extra items from corpses, which is kind of cool. Just a little extra loot if you are into that and using war cries. 20 extra inventory slots. Not a lot, but something. But then you get these sockets, and when you take them, you can buy these little trinkets from this vendor. The trinkets go into those sockets and give you whatever they say. So melee hits have 16% chance to fortify, and movement speed cannot be modified to below base value. I believe those are from some duelist ascendancy. I think champion, I think champion. So these modifiers on these little trinkets are stats from other ascendancies. So you get like You can get all sorts of shit. And it's just going to lead to a lot of crazy combos, I'm sure. They added 15 new uniques. Ultimatum, which was an old league that everyone really liked, or that a lot of people really liked, and they took it out for probably over a year now. And they've tried to add it back in different ways, like they added in a way to fight the boss of that league, the Trial Master. But I don't even know. The ways to get the keys to get in was like so convoluted, it was awful. And then they added supporter packs, which they didn't actually go over what was in the supporter packs. I was kind of surprised. Sneaky YouTube dropped your quality to 144 while I was active in a different window. Cheeky, gotta save that bandwidth. So yeah, that's the rundown of both what we got from Path of Exile 2 today and the new league announcements. We're just gonna take a quick perusal through the patch notes because ain't no way am I reading every last line of this. Some people do, and good for them, but I'm just not that interested. What's up, Dagon? I read a patch note that makes me real sad. Okay, what is it? Does it nerf? What does it nerf? Vendor recipe for turning a level 20. They got rid of flipping? The vendor recipe for turning a level 20 gem into a 20 quality level 1 version no longer works with skill gems, as the benefit quality provides to damage dealing skills is now more powerful. Vendor recipe can now only be used with non-awakened support gems. I mean, it's kind of a bummer, but I never liked flipping my skill gem anyways. Like, it still works on supports. And how many awakened skill gems, or how many awakened support gems are you really going to run on a build? I think that's kind of a shitty rationale, but ultimately it's like, whatever. Gonna suck a lot for getting 2120, but like the value for 2120. Well, I guess with that change, gem cutter prisms are going to be more valuable than ever then. I just don't usually go to the point of getting 2120, I'll be honest. Kind of lazy like that. Four new div cards. 2 from event winners. Any fun names in here that I recognize? I think these are probably, yeah, these are probably ancestor ones. Five new experimented base types. Yo, 7 new replica uniques. That's not what they said earlier. Probably gonna be like 10x, maybe 15x. Maybe. I mean, I guess you would need significantly more given that change. So yeah, it could be that drastic. But maybe maybe with the changes to fucking, damn, my eyes tweaking out. With the changes to Heist, maybe they just drop so many gem cutter prisms. You know, it floods the market. Or like the shouts from the league mechanic, the war cries. Ultimatum modifiers that previously had 3 tiers of difficulty now have 4 tiers of difficulty. That's fun. Yeah. I'm not going to read all of these because it's talking about like each of the little Atlas passives, and I'll just read them on the day if I'm interested. A lot of this is just like housekeeping for, we added this to Kirak, we added incubators for this, we added Atlas passives. Ashes is going to be real good now too. Which one's Ashes again? I feel like I should know that. Ashes of the Stars. That's the one. I mean, it was real good anyways. Oh. Metamorph has been removed. Why does it have more than one like note? Shifting Ire has been removed from the Foundry map boss fight. Existing Shifting Ires that have been captured in a ritual vessel are now Stergen Shadow Alchemists instead. When Delirium Fog has ceased its movement due to players engaging in other League content, walking out of the mist will no longer cause the Delirium Fog to dissipate. Reduced drop rate of Forbidden Tomes. Reduced drop rate of Unique Relics. I didn't do a damn Sanctums last week, so I'm okay with this. Falling maps have been added back to the Atlas. If they remove Haunted Mansion... Motherfuckers! And what do we get in return? Burials is back. Bro, why do we have to... Why can we keep Haunted Mansion for 2 leagues in a row, please? Since they have added the fucking rotating Atlas, there has not been 2 leagues in a row where we get Haunted Mansion. How many leagues do we have to get fucking Arena and like all of the shitty maps with like 17 phase bosses and like Lava Lake and all that bullshit? But we can't keep Haunted Mansion, which is just like the best map in the game, obviously. It's just nice. It's wonderful. Why? Oh no, Lava Lake's still... Lava Lake's actually gone. I'm amazed. I'm shocked, even. But that still doesn't... change my anger. Thank God they removed Barrows, too. Pens out, I'm okay with that. Phantasmagoria, I actually started to enjoy this league. I don't really like Doedry, but the rest of that map is nice because it's just one long alleyway. Jungle Valley is alright. Waste Pool. Oh yeah, we haven't had a sewer map in a while, have we? I can't remember which one's the Doedry one and which one's the spider one. I think Waste Pool is the Doedry one. Well, did they remove Crimson Temple? There's no way. Map tiers and locations have been shuffled. Yep. Oh, thank God. They changed they changed the maps that Rats drops in. I was so worried. The Demon and the Wrath can now be found in Crater map. Which one's Crater? It's been too long. Yeah, fuck that map. That's not a fun one. It's the one with the Megara. The Fire Lady from the coast. Like as the map boss. Alternate quality gems, labyrinth helm enchantments, and unique threshold jewels are all systems that we're trying to subtly modify the behaviors of skills with this expansion. These have been combined into a new system called Transfigured Gems. At least happy with the idea. But I don't want to read all those. I don't want to like spoil all that shit. One thing I wanted to look at was, did they nerf the fuck out of Plaguebearer? Because if they didn't, quality now causes Plaguebearer to deal damage based on an additional plus 0 to 4% instead of providing 0 to 10% increased AoE. That's a win. I got so nervous when I saw its name pop up, not gonna lie. Even though they said they're messing with the quality on basically everything. That's fine. I was kind of worried because it's really good and it's just like one gem. There's like nothing you can do support wise, I don't think, to really buff it. Because it specifically says like you can't really mess with this that much in the gem description. But what it does do, it's like an exceptional amount of damage. Peacock now provides 0 to 20% chance to inflict withered for 2 seconds on hit instead of AoE. That might actually be I mean, from what I've heard about Poisonous Concoction, AoE is like really important. Because the point of it is to stack up poison really, really quickly, and the way it does that is that it shotguns. So one enemy can eat a hit from all of the vials that you throw, but to do that you need increased AoE so they all overlap each other. So losing increased AoE, kind of sad, but Wither is also like a lot of damage. So there are other ways you can get increased AoE, and I think that's interesting. It's probably like more damage significantly. I'm probably overthinking the value of AoE. Anywho. Yo, they're making... Dude, I always hated quality on auras. Quality now causes you and nearby allies to gain 0 to 5% to all res instead of providing increased AoE. Like, the fact that it was increased AoE on all of them was always so boring. I'm quite pleased with this. What about, like, hatred? Oh, wait. RF. No longer deals 39 to 2447 per second. Now deals 70% of your maximum life and energy as base fire damage per second. Both previously 35. That's good, right? That seems really good. Hold up, maybe not. Because, like, you would need... Yeah, that's actually a nerf, isn't it? Because in order to make that, like, outweigh the base damage, you would need 35% of your life to be 2400. Which is, I guess it, like, significantly raises the amount of life you would need to be effective. Or it's just more dependent on being on life, so it's like way more difficult to get started, but ultimately ends up the same. I mean... Trying to remember how to get to fucking... I mean, 2400 times 3 would be 7200. And that's a lot of life. I don't know what RF builds get up to these days. Maybe it's like more viable as yes now. But then how do you cover all that? Maybe increase radius instead of burning damage. That's fine. I want to see what like hatred has. Nothing. No. Causes cursed enemies to be debilitated for 0 to 1 seconds when they hit, instead of increased effective curse. What about like forgetting all aura names? So it's still AoE on those? Interesting. All right, well, we'll see which ones are relevant to me when we get to the league. Support gems. It's just messing with quality on all of them. Ashes of the Stars unique amulet no longer provides 10 to 20% increased res efficiency. Existing items can be updated with a Divine Orb and a momentary lapse. A momentary lapse in judgment. Ah, it's getting hammered, dude. Maybe. Maybe not. It sucks to lose it, but you can't really plan around having the reservation efficiency, I guess. It's just more focused on boosting gems. Yeah, that's not great. So legacy ashes are a thing now. Cool. Hinakora's lot can no longer foresee the result of corrupting an item at the altar of corruption. Bunch of item balance. Oh, this is for the new base types. Ruthless specific changes. I don't want to look at that. Oh, Foundry is fucking... I was thinking Foundry was Velyna. I don't remember which one she is. That's Silo? Kirak mods are Torment, Anarchy, Ambush, Beyond, Blight, Expedition, and Ultimatum. Guaranteed ulti. Interesting. Guaranteed Beyond too, that's always fun. Maybe I actually take the damn keystone that makes it so you can't get beyond bosses because they suck. And I just want lots and lots of enemies. Hovering the create button on the character select now displays how many of your character slots are currently in use. I actually like that. You can now shift click on faded items in your main inventory to remove them from trade and sell windows. Kinda nice. Shift click currency items in your main inventory to only sell or trade a partial stack. So you don't have to split the stacks before you open the trade window. Also sick. Press and control click on an NPCs in the campaign that you can sell items to, now brings up the sell items interface. Control click on Sioza, now brings up purchase items. Click on Tasuni, now brings up trade div cards. Improved the highlighting of basic jewel sockets when they are searched on the passive tree. Added a close button to the betrayal investigation board. All right. Solid. Solid. I couldn't be bothered to read the actual rest of the balance changes. I'll be honest. Build making is not my thing. If some of y'all have probably seen my builds and how they go, and it's probably best I refrain. Herald of Agony. Quality now provides 0 to 5 maximum violence instead of movement speed. W. Any fun abilities that we can just like pick? Divine Ire now has a maximum of 10 stages. Beam now deals 240% more damage with hits per stage after the first. Previously 110. And 100% more with ailments per stage after the first. Previously 30%. No longer has 50% less damage while channeling. 40% chance to gain an additional stage when hitting a normal or magic enemy. Or gains an additional stage when hitting a rare or unique enemy. So it doesn't have any of that. Quality now provides increased beam width instead of increased AoE. So it's Divine Ire League, I guess. Maybe like we do a Peaconk starter and then go into Divine Ire totems because I had a good time with those last time. That could be fun. That could be fun. Blade Vortex got buffed. Increased hit rate instead of increased AoE. Yo, what was chain hook? Quality now causes you to gain 0 to 1 rage if this skill hits any enemies instead of providing increased AoE. That's cool. Rage generation was very important the one time I did that build. Increased cooldown recovery rate instead of attack damage for Berserk. Alrighty then. That's plenty enough of that. So, my friends, we are going to do a practice run. It's gonna be probably significantly different when we like when the league is actually out. However, we still practice because I'd like to see how quickly I can get through the acts.
A crow that plunders our crops, a stray dog that slaughters our sheep.
I am gonna need
not animals. Think on that.
path of building.
When Rayclass shows you how to truly live like an animal.
I did a lot of practice. I said at the start of the stream, but I did a lot of Act 1 practice runs in the middle of this current week, and it went pretty well. I got down to like 28 minutes, 30 seconds to get through Act 1, or to take down my rail. And while that's not like a pro speedrunner time, it's quite good for me, and I'd like to see how well we can do through the rest of the campaign. Because I don't like being in the acts, and I'd like to get maps sooner when the league starts. So that's our reasoning, our rationale. It's what we're doing. And before we do start on it, I'm going to get up and stretch my legs to grab a snack. And yeah, then we'll start the Poisonous Concoction Raider when I return. But I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. Hope you're excited for the new stuff that's coming first on December 8th and second with PoE 2. But if you're new here and you like what you see and you haven't already, make sure you yeet that subscribe button. Dab that like button. And yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Alright, friends. I have returned. And it is time. How we doing? How we doing? Okay. We got our name, we got a character. We don't have fancy schmancy loot filters or anything like that. We just got the old never sync one. Got Pop open though. I know the plan. We go do our thing.
I've not seen a wilderness
See what happens.
Be...
I think we'll get a pretty decently improved time from our run last Friday. So we learned some things. Hey, you. Yeah, you. Me? No, certainly you don't mean me. Me? What's up, Trash? How we doing, sir? The reason I say we're going to get a significantly improved time is because we're going to get Leap Slam and Frostblink instead of Dash through the whole campaign via weapon swap. And it's going to be a little annoying to micromanage that all the time. But it's significantly faster, so it'll be worth. Didn't drink my mana flask I'm throwing.
Still breathing, that's a good sign.
Hey, yo. Hey, Mr. Streamer, and good job. Yo, thank you for that, Mr. Trash. Fucking yeet. Yeet, 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 yeet. 5 dabs for $5 redos, sir. I appreciate you. Yo, my preview is trolling me. It's showing I'm still on my BRB screen. I'm definitely not. I don't want to ID those.
Fine work with Hillock.
Oh, you know what I forgot? We can runner boot. Copy pasta. Runner boots, hey. That's cool. Definitely just vendor all that. Move on. Just like seeing the smile. Hell yeah, I appreciate you, sir. No, I like seeing your smile. Let's put our points in, and that's not the right way. Bro, I'm so excited for the new league, honestly. I feel like I get that way every league. Oh, fuck. Am I just dead? That was close. Smile all the time when you and the other goobers show up to be impressed, be supportive. Exactly. That's why I like showing up. How much of a troll layout is this? Oh no, the arrow is pointing this way. Yeah. This is the way. It's just nice when people show up, right? I'm glad we got to stream, or I got to play something with you on stream finally, though. I definitely would like to do that more. And we can do it for longer too, but it was nice to get a first time in, you know? Oh, fuck.
The worms will have to wait
Portal scroll, we don't want the best. We go up. So glad we have the extra life flask. A, it lets us upgrade faster. And B, it makes me not die to Roas. We like that. We like that. Oh, maybe not. But hey, we're teleporting. I just wanted to get slightly closer to the thing. Ignoring the fact that I'm actually farther than I was. Don't worry about it. Green, green, red. I mean, I do have move speed boots, but I don't think I want to wear that right now. And I believe that the path is this way. I feel like I already know what you're going to say, but who's there? I have to say it, but I don't know if I'll be able to. Certainly won't be able to say it with a straight face. Right, it is... Okay, it's the left in this layout. I suspected that, but I didn't believe it. It's fine. Y'all, fuck off. Yodel-a-e... Ooh. Alright, that's not exactly what I was expecting, but it's close enough, and that's pretty solid. I feel like I've been watching a lot of Youngroan, or however you say his name. Like a lot of his stuff, and he was doing saw him do a ranger build and use I think like one of the ballistas that are available after Hillock as a way to get through Hailrake faster. And I suspected, or I thought about trying it, but I've not practiced doing that, and I didn't want to just like experiment much more than I am this than I was already planning to this run. So we'll just go with what we know, and on a different attempt we'll practice through it, or we'll experiment with it. We need the medicine chest, damn it. Fuck. Put that there for now, but that's a start. It's not what we want. We want red-green. Shrapnel ballista, sniper's mark. Dash. Do you have a red green or a 3 green? This could go faster if I had a copy paste with a regex, but I don't.
Farewell. I've seen you before. I'd almost.
We take a Pierce. We buy Puncture, and we buy Mirage Archer. I'm throwing because I keep forgetting what we're actually doing here. We'll put all the gems in later. Sell that.
Be well.
Move right along. I didn't really look at the sockets on the weapons. I also fucked up. Meant to do one more thing.
God hasn't abandoned us.
I'm gonna put sniper's mark in and then dash. Replace momentum with Pierce. Mirage Archer, and we should be good. I got it backwards. Dash went to W again for some reason, or Q again for some reason. If my buttons are not exactly where I'm used to them being, I have a very hard time like functioning at all. Diamond Shrine, don't mind if I do. So what are you up to today, Mr. Trash? What's going on? Playing a little Tarky Malarkey. There's the bridge. I think one thing I could do better is I could probably kill more in the ledge than I usually do. There are a lot of things, so we may as well get rid of them. Not like sitting there and fighting them, but just kiting and shooting behind us a little more often. Actually, Party wants to stream Squad Friday? Hell yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Vendor that for transmute shards. What is this? Coral ring. That's something in a portal scroll. 155 is what we want, actually. Stepper, I'm stuck. Oh, because I don't have my right stuff on. The coral ring may have actually been the only reason I survived. Fuck, I can't aim. Outer ring, iron ring, rustic sash. Definitely putting the iron ring on for now. But we can still sell the... Can still sell the jewelry for like a wisdom fragment each if we're desperate. So the goal is we want to be at level 8 by the time we kill the Granddaddy Crab, which is what we're going to do after we reach this waypoint beyond the... beyond the climb. So we still have 2 more zones to run through, like 2.5 more zones to run through. To get like 1.2 levels. Probably should have killed even more in the climb, or in the ledge, I mean. Because the climb isn't that great until the very end, and even then that's pretty dangerous there. All these goats and wheels and stuff. Leap slamming and charging, and then also the elites, the uniques. But we'll get to run through a bunch of sea witches on the way to the Granddaddy Crab.
There's no justice in a place like this. Only misery.
I've already done the lab trials on previous like runs through this place, so it's... They're already there, but I'm still gonna run through them anyways. So we go this way now. I think the path is actually up. The way to flooded dips. Yep. Usually if you see the unique, I feel like it's a bad time in most layouts. Not all of them. There's a couple where you have to run past it, but there's quite a few where it's just like a bad sign. I'm actually good on off sockets right now. I just need 3 green. That's a dead end. There's like a really straight wall here, I think that. Hey, look at that, the boss. Hopefully he levels us up. He's like really susceptible to bleed. It's just he doesn't move very fast. So he spends a lot of time running, which means he gets a lot of bonus damage from the bleed. Oh, I thought I hit exit Path of Exile. That would have been awkward. Dr. Darkly for your reward. I don't really want to ID very much. Maybe I should ID these gloves. Lightning res ain't nothing, but it also removes a bunch of blue sockets. I didn't pay attention to that. So it was a wasted wisdom. Sir, wear 3 green. I'd prefer 3 green not on a weapon.
Stay sharp out there.
But if it's on a shield, that works. We take Void Manip. We did not level up off of him. That's the wrong fucking point. Okay. We messed up. But it'll be okay. Just a little bit slower. I messed up the timing. 'Cause I wanted a few more kills. Hi, chatters. There it is. Get a little more move speed. I think it's down here. Would you look at that? I like to check down here first, and if this ends up being a dead end, then we know. If it's going to be a dead end, it's a much shorter path than the top right will be if it's a dead end. There will be a lot of dead ends up there. Whereas here, it's just the end. So then we go check up top, and if that ends up being a dead end, we can turn left or right, and one of those will be the right path. Worst case, we backtrack. Dash didn't go through them. I hate that spell so much. Look at that. There it is. Again, probably didn't kill enough.
Quite sure of yourself, aren't you, Huntress? The Warden enjoys the taste.
We'll go with Void Manipulation so we get a little more chaos. Probably should have used the Quicksilver. Ow. No.
Let me embrace you.
Kind of just want to bait him to run as long as possible when he's bleeding. That's where our real damage comes in. Got 3 portal scrolls. I'm just gonna refill because I only have the one tiny mana flask.
You think me a horror? I will show you a true horror.
Thanks, Brutus.
I've done for you what I would do for
18 minutes. I'm surprised it took me less than 20. I should have done that. I think like 21 was the normal time I would get him in. We'll take Smoke Mine in case I feel like using it. Probably won't though. A whole ass transmute. any 3 greens? None whatsoever. Bastard. Hey, Milkus, what's up, my dude? How you been? It's good to see you again. Kind of tempted to buy a mana flask. We are taking Leap Slam, though. I only have the 1 transmute, and we're 1 shard away. That's tragic. It's okay, though.
Take care.
We have a little more time before we need both gems. And we can go without faster attacks if we really need to. Forgot to put Pierce back on. There is a shield with a 3-link, just not the right colors. Level 9. Do need to kill more, because we need level 10 for Leap Slam. Quite busy on the real life farm? Ah, hell yeah, dude. Hope it's going well. Farming is cool as hell. I mean, it's cool in games, but like, I think it's even cooler in real life. So, like all the big machines and shit. That stuff gets crazy. Game is really not easy to understand. I agree. I've played it quite a bit, and I still agree. Ugh, step wrong stuff. Basically, what it boils down to is we're trying to kill as much stuff as possible, as fast as possible, and they just have a lot of really convoluted ways to do it. Really, sometimes it's a little silly. This is gonna be a dead end. Oh no, it's not. Nice. Oh, and that was 18 minutes to Brutus with
Life and death live side by
the
side. This is a strange
mess up I did on my points. Level 10. I can put Leap Slam on now. Oh, I forgot Steel Skin is what I did. Walked right past the waypoint. What class doesn't use clickers a lot? Unfortunately, Path of Exile is like extremely like click intensive. Actually, no, you know what? There are builds that don't require a lot of buttons. Usually it's minion focused ones. So they summon like bunches of zombies and like ghosts and things like that, and they just kind of run around and let those do the fighting. Those don't require a whole lot of button pressing, and they're really nice. The hell is this door? I need to ID this flask. There it is. That's the wrong door. I'm going in anyways. But the minion class would usually be the witch. There's some other cases where you'd use other ones, but generally speaking, witch is the one. It's there? That's crazy. That's a cursed layout if ever I saw one. Speed run, gimme. I'm fast as fuck, boy. I'm gonna take these blues out. Those are good. We have a lot of inventory space still. All right. It's fine, we don't need the oil vest. Alright. The boss is probably over here. Not there. Damn, we wasted so much of that speed shrine on fighting the blues, I didn't realize. Well. Rest in peace to me. Because there's no WASD, it's a bit complicated to use full clicker, so I want to try a simple class. Yeah, I would do witch and then just use like minions, so it would be like summon raging spirits would be what the early one. You just hold the button down and it summons minions and they go run around and fight. It's pretty solid for starting out without a whole lot of buttons to push, because they're very strong early too.
My please understand that as a gentleman of
Now we have our move speed.
pains me greatly to do this.
Took 8 minutes to get to this point. I don't think we'll get Merveil under 30, but it's okay. We're not resetting or anything. Part of the problem is bad RNG. We don't have a lot of damage. Part of the problem is my mistakes. And you know what? It's not that big a deal. Ultimately, it's a couple minutes. We'll make up for it eventually. Topaz ring, that's handy.
You're a good man in a bad situation, Fairgraves.
Flame dash drop is actually kind of unethical. But we're gonna use
Welcome.
Frost Blink anyways. Purchase 3 links. 3 green, please. Tarkly, have I ever told? I don't see a 3 link. Okay, there's a 3 link. They do exist, it's just not my colors.
If you must take
My ability. Volley. Frost Blink. Steel skin. Faster attacks. Shit. I think we take vitality as well. I believe we're good. Yeah, that I was thinking about that and I forgot what I was trying to say, but yes. They literally just announced that today and it's I'm actually very excited about that.
while we live, we are blessed.
Remove dash. Frost blink there. Put steel skin here. Get rid of that. Vitality there. Frostblink. Steel skin. Vitality. Okay, I just want to make sure we focus and get that done. So I'm not fucking around while I'm trying to run. So we need to hit level 12 before we swap our gems around for my main ability. We're not gonna, we don't have a, the hell? We don't have a 3-link, so I can't use both gems for void manipulation and volley. But it's gonna have to be what it is. Could have put these in here. I should have taken a chance to poison as well. A withering step, that's what I forgot. That's unfortunate. Kind of a big deal. So are you interested in checking out PoE 2, Milkus? Still feels so far away, unfortunately. Like, the beta is not going to be till June 7th of next year, but that's going to kill me. That's what death looks like. Sometimes weapon swapping doesn't feel very good. So you have to be like fully out of the attack animation to swap the weapons. We'll do Merveil without. It'll be fine. Honestly, even without Withering Step, we're making progress. It's not fast, but we're doing it.
Your love for a man, that's what did this to you, Merveil.
33 minutes, that's alright. It's good enough. We're gonna run off to Act 2 town, and then go back to Act 1 to get Withering Step. Yes, but first I'll see if there's an SEA server, because many games do not have Asia or SEA, and PoE 1 has an SEA server. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I know they're based in New Zealand, so I think they they would at least... I would think they would at least, like, try and have something on that part of the world. Shit. Withering Step's kind of important. Oh, I forgot to turn in Fairgraves too. Oops.
Oh, quite Fairgrave. So,
I thought.
Wither. Kind of want that instead of void manipulation, I believe. So put that there. Dash we can get rid of. Those we're all done with. One more check on Tarkley. Oceania, but still a lot of ping. Ah, gotcha. That is unfortunate. Still no 3 green. Maybe Groost will treat me better.
farewell.
Right? Surely Groost wouldn't be an asshole. I got excited. Nope, he's an asshole. Suffering in Southeast Asia. Player every game. Yeah. I mean, it's not like a small number of people live there. Why? You'd think they would kind of want to prioritize that. We're ignoring Den. I do not want 2 Quicksilvers, because this is how I want my main movement to be. And I need a lot of mana for this, so double mana for me. I did socket faster attacks, that's good. Number 4, term of world population. Oh yeah, that's not insignificant at all. It's kind of important. The way out of here is always where the waypoint is. Kill the blues for sure. I think the trial can be up here. Maybe it's over here when the layout looks like this. Kind of doubting myself because it's almost always the other one. That's too much bullshit. There it is. I was correct. I meant to... Oh, I did have the topaz ring on. If I did not have that there, I would have died. Straight up. Get out of here, you damn Roas. I did not finish Act 1 to deal with more of you.
Everyone, help me!
Probably not worth all the time to do that, just for a extra chest piece, but I don't think we have to talk to Helena, but I'm always worried, like I never remember. So I just do it just in case. Wait a minute. Poacher's Mark, Frenzy, Hoag. Not level 16 yet. 15 move speed, that's huge. One more level and we can put it on. We'll put that on too.
Hello.
Do you have 3 greens, sir? No. Bastard. Shit. Hug of doom. Should take care of these blue guys. They're a lot of XP and could drop good stuff, like the transmute. I feel like I want the chromes just in case I get a 3-link with something that's a dex item, so I can hope for 3 greens, because it's not going to drop 3 green, I promise you. They never do. It would help if I had the right item on, or the right weapons. Anytime, sir. Thank you.
One rung. The king of rats. A feast for rats now.
Leveled up again, so we check the shop again. Not a damn 3 green in sight. Okay. Hold on to that for now.
Travel far.
Okay, well, I want to take my mother to school. See you again. All right, Milkus, it was good to hear from you. Have fun. Taking your mom, hanging out with your mom, and yeah, I'll talk to you later. We're going over to the flask points. Yes. Just gonna follow the road because it keeps me from getting lost, even if it's not like the most efficient path. Getting lost is worse. Temporal chains sucks ass. There's the lab trial immediately. That's crazy. Makes up for one of the shitty layouts I struggle with. Probably the ship graveyard. We could say it makes up for that. Didn't go through the door. I don't think I've leveled up since last time, but I gotta check just in case. We're done on the left half of the map. I have one more level before that's good. The boots, I think I still have one more level as well.
Ready, exile! It is time to hunt!
The gem is that withering step, kind of important. I could find a way to fit it in the shield though. Maybe. Unfortunately, this is not one of the good layouts. Hoping we get a Lyra first, but I think this looks like a spider layout on the right. Yeah, this is the spider. Fuck it. We go. Torment is minions, kinda don't want to deal with that. Can't believe this was the right way. Should have killed this blue pack to level up before we fight her. There we go. Don't really have time to put that skill point in during all this. Should have tried to socket this, but I don't have the colors. Maybe we get something here. That was... Well, if I hadn't rolled the colors away, I could have put this on, but that requires 20. Fuck. Go without Withering Step for now, because I kind of need the... Or I want the move speed.
What?
Hate it here. Get rid of those. Yes, poison, void manipulation. Okay, you know what? We just buy... I'd like a helmet with the green, red, green. There's 3 greens. I can actually just do that.
Return
Make it.
I think we just put that there.
Return if you must.
I call.
Why the hell did it do this?
I hate to pluck a pretty flower, even a poisonous one like you.
Now we go deal with artillery. There's a ghost flying around, so glad it didn't go grab the boss. Would have been kind of awkward. Somehow our damage isn't that bad. That was a creepy noise.
Us there.
Hello.
Okay. Vendor walk, just not vendor walking today.
While we live, we are
Gonna check Tarkly for damn.
Welcome.
3 green. This is why the copy pasta is so nice. Doesn't exist. Cool.
Hello.
Buying a red for a wisdom. Getting a ruby ring just in case I don't find one. Back to Riverways so I can go kill Oak. Three blue. That's no problem. Suppose I could have bought clarity while I was in Act 1. That's another thing I'd like to have. But it's another thing reserving our mana, so it's kind of one way or another. Maybe we go without it. See how we do. Double grand mana flask.
Some good for once in your sorry life, bandit. Feed the worms.
Requires 18. Must be on the other side. World Carvers. Is that what that is? We're full clearing. I don't think Silk has anything I care about here. Yeah, I don't care about that.
What trouble?
Never 3 green. Like, literally. Ever.
Return.
I'm sure.
Yeah, we go back for clarity.
Hello. While we live, we are blessed.
Think this is the way. These aren't always dead ends. Hey, look at that. Would you look at that?
This shouldn't be happening. Not in the world I know.
Now I can use my other mana flasks. Easy enough.
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt.
If I get chased by too much shit, I will turn around and fight it, but if they don't bunch up, I don't really want to take the time to hit them. Yeah, some Wither resistant I'm not going to bother with. Dread Thicket is nothing. 2 Stone Ring. Sea Witches are great because they're so small they can all bunch up on top of each other and they have like very low health. Again, because there are so many of them in like one single pack. So basically they're the best. I think this is it. If it's not, this is the world's longest dead end. Yeah, this is it. Let's go, dude. We wait till we find a 3-link with a decent dexterity requirement in the hopes of a in the hopes of getting a 3-link, a 3 green. At long last, maybe before fucking Val Oversoul, we could potentially hope to find one. I have leveled up recently. I do have 5 portal scrolls, so I'm gonna go check for a 3 green because I'm desperate.
Nothing.
Strength index. We can't really count on that turning all green. Darkly. You know what? No. We go to Act 3. We're killing Valor Soul on a 2-link. Unless we find one, like, right in this place. Because, we're gonna be trying to get 4 links in fucking Act 3 anyways. So if we finally get our green and then, like, immediately get a 4-link, I'll be kind of pissed. And just on principle. I won't be upset about having a 4-link, just that we, got them at the same time, you know? That's the wrong turn. Also a wrong turn. Fire's level 20, it's fire and lightning. That's actually really nice for... It's going to be really nice for the crematorium. I'm not going to throw my chromes on that. It could work out, but the odds are not the greatest. We are 4 levels behind here. I probably, again, did not really kill enough. We'll make up for it in the docks. I won't go all the way to 28, but I'll probably hit like 26 or so. We'll do just a couple runs in there. I also probably should have bought larger health flasks. That would have increased our damage by a good bit. I hate how often he does the minion thing now, not gonna lie. The fact that he's just not here like 60% of the time is kind of awful. Maybe I'm just getting unlucky, but it feels like he's been doing that a lot lately. Oh, you fuck off, stay here. Bastard. He's stalling. It's too late for that, bucko.
Spread the word amongst your kind, Nightmare. You're not welcome in my world.
Okay, bye. Probably like an hour. Yeah. I don't have room for those.
Looks like this land and I are coming to an understanding.
I thought that was 3 green right there. Was about to be quite upset. That's toxic. That's way, 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 way better. Keep going that way.
Ready, exile? It is time to
No, it's not, Einhar. You were supposed to help me against the Oversoul. When I get to the waypoint, I'm talking to Hargan to see if he has a 4 green for me. It's kind of a waste, but also my inventory is full.
Talakoda.
A strain.
Why is this so difficult?
Stay out of the shadows.
No sense sitting there staring at it. Oh, hey. Very convenient. All the dead ends? We're just not allowed to have doors? Yeah, this is dead end too. I realized at the last second when I started coming in here already. Give me 4 green. Whoever gives me 4 green is my favorite.
You are beatific because you answer to no one. And that's why no one will miss you.
Fire's level 24, so I'm a little ways off from being able to use that.
This is how the real world is.
We'll get Plague Bearer this act 2, and that'll speed up our bossing damage quite a bit.
Your ego will kill you, Huntress. Enough of this.
I agree. Enough! Clarissa. So Piety really doesn't drop anything, does she? What an asshole.
Be careful.
If I ever get another Chrome, I did not level up since I talked here.
Tolman's
Grace, Hatred, Despair. We could take Despair.
demands absolute Telekora.
Oh yeah, we have to walk out here.
Victor.
Bring me back something.
Had to be sure, damn it. Ayo, it's 3 green, but it's a weapon, so I can't use it. Fuck. Well, at least 3 greens exist. We know. We know that for sure now. That's an important waypoint. Here, may as well get the blues in the hopes of getting a 4-link. Another 3 green on a weapon, motherfuckers. Kind of unfortunate they all have extra life, but kind of gotta do what we gotta do. And it's not like we're fighting a rare that's gonna take 20 years to kill. It's just a couple of blues here and there. Did I level up twice in there? I think I did. I bet we rolled over something important. In Hargan's shop, I mean. This place solely exists to have a lab trial in it. Kind of hate that, but we gotta go through it anyways. Hey, that's cool. Works for me, boss. Yeah, I have no idea what the layouts are, how to read layouts in this place. That was just totally lucky. Talk to Hardy Hargan.
The Beatles.
It costs an alt. Man, I used one of those too. Fuck. Think we still hold on to that for a minute? Unless, yeah, no, that's not nearly enough.
Good luck to you.
I believe there's a layout where it can be on that wall there. Yeah, they're kind of spread out and chaotic. Not gonna deal with them. Yoink, mine now. Take the time to kill him if he doesn't kill me first. Billion health, have an ass. Rich. I feel like I have to come farm this place until I get a 3 or 4 link at the least. I don't think I can really keep going without one of those. So it's kind of why I'm taking the time to kill these rares, and especially the Rogue Exile here. So we got to get some gear. Where'd the Exile go? Superior Giant Life Flask, those are hella nice. Before we level up again, I need to go check Hargan. I'd also like to go until we find the waypoint here. One more level and I'll get my upgraded flasks too. That'll speed us up. Question is, where the hell is the waypoint? Or the quest objective, for that matter. I have found neither. It's kind of impressive in its own right, if you ask me. I don't want to deal with him with my gear in its current state. Both right next to each other in the last corner we checked. I leveled up without checking Hargan. Fuck. I saw it as I was killing that last pack and realized my mistake. $24 now, so I can throw these in.
You're right.
You're right. Before we sell these, I need to check for links to see what I need. God bless America. They do exist. Requires level 25, but that's okay. Just gonna go ahead and alchemy that. That's huge. So one more level. Will I actually have gems? Finally. Running with just volley support is less than ideal, believe it or not. Should have thrown the other gems into that below. Void manipulation, chance to poison, not Hoag. Peaconk and volley. Get that shit in there. Steel skin goes there. Vitality goes there. Steel skin goes here. Alright. We're back in business. We'll finish out this level and move on.
You getting there?
Don't think I care about those. Sell that.
Bring me back something nicer.
So now we're good to move on to Diala. Normally I go to 26 in the docks, but I think that's just a little much. We're gonna try doing less this time, especially because we took so long to get through other shit. Being that we didn't have a 3-link until we got a 4-link. So we'll kill these blues, that's fine. Dare I say reasonable, although that one didn't want to die. Our mana regen is actually fine. I guess our attack speed with Leap Slam isn't high enough to really warrant double mana flask. So maybe we could go back for a double Quicksilver. I think we want strength 1. All attributes. 3 isn't really enough.
Goodbye.
Right, we just... I think walking back to the waypoint was probably the better move. I forgot we're just taking a waypoint here anyways. Definitely need that one. Definitely need that. You know what? That still has 9 fire res on it. This is fine. We're at 61. Yeah, we'll be totally fine here. I think Gravicius is when we get Plague Bearer. So on
men like you, Gravicius, this land might just start healing itself.
When we, I'm sorry, words are really difficult. When we get back to town, we'll go turn that in. But I think we go back to town when we find the waypoint in Lunaris 1. Just to get Plague Bearer, because it'll stack. We can stack it up for Piety in level 2. Trust the magical carpet. We do need to kill a little more than usual in here, so that's what we're doing with this. Normally by this time I'm already 28, so I completely ignore everything here. But we are not, so we will not. Go home, get Plaguebringer. Hopefully we have a socket for it. I didn't really pay attention. We do.
Need some help.
Not where it matters though.
Be careful.
Turn it in here. Okay, so you can't take
Talakora. Need something?
Maybe I had the opportunity earlier and missed it. I don't know.
Be careful.
Give me gloves with green on them.
You're right.
Well, we need 2 reds and a green. Or 2 blues and a green, sorry. There's boots with two blues. But we can't replace our boots, so we just move on. We can't really put Plague Bearer on... You know, we can put Sniper's Mark there. Put this here. If we put Plague Bearer on my shield, then when we swap to the sword to do Leap Slam, we're gonna lose our Plague Bearer stacks, and that's no bueno.
Piety, you've so much to answer for.
Oh, this whole... It doesn't connect? I've never seen that before. At least it was a short path that does that. The whole place is a dead end, it would seem. Step bro, I am stuck. There we go. We're full clearing? Full clearing? So it was this way, it just wasn't on the side that is like most directly on this side, you know? It's kinda annoying. Nope. Still a dead end. Still full clearing. Oh shit, we didn't find the dead end first on this one. Hell yeah. The curse is broken. Max value is 4K, so we have it saved up for piety. Really? This is fine. Only 3 levels behind. It's I think that's fine.
Pursued a greater existence first. What have you ever done but serve yourself? You betray your species, hunt.
Kind of unfortunate that she chose cold first. Where the hell did she go?
Selfishness that slaughters hope. Damn you!
Damn you! Okay. Talk to Grigor. Then we go talk to Clarissa, and then we sell stuff, and then we go.
You quiet. Unfortunate. Tread care.
Where?
Requires level 30. I think we sell that. Sell those. Sell this. Do you have bigger flasks? Requires level 30. Grab one of them.
See you.
Where's my waypoint? There it is. What's the first slab level? Like 33? We'll only be 5 levels behind. Surely Azaro couldn't bot me, right? That would never happen. I didn't go to the waypoint, but like, or the crafting item. Crafting recipe even, but I'm not gonna sweat it. That's a little too much detail. I do have to walk up here. All that time waste. The makeup for running to the wrong spot.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, the Lady of Ascend with precision.
This way first. As always. I do want to kill some of these things so I level up a little bit. We're far from a level, so I'm not going to worry about getting it before Azaro 1. We might get it before the end. We'll see.
The weary traveler, an emperor is only as efficient as those he commands.
Commanders. There's 0 cold res. Maybe I shouldn't have sold those rings.
Choose your path.
Oh shit, he was targeting the Hoag. Nearly got me, and we took out 2 commanders by the end of it.
Tenants remain. Misery loves company, I suppose.
Only one of them remains, dude. Do you not know how to count? It's almost always top right, in general.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor
Bing bong.
strikes without hesitation. To enter defiles the effigy.
What defiles the Emperor? Ah, it's the cold guy. That's unfortunate.
Prove yourself, Ascendant.
Luckiest dodge of my life.
You are condemned.
Oh, I thought he was gonna say you are inexhaustible, and that was it.
By the goddess, what ambition!
Could have done that faster if I wasn't trying to micromanage the mechanic, but better to be safe than sorry, I think. Have so much fire is, we'll be okay. We get a lot of passive health flasks just to help sustain the concoction, so ow, rude. Caught me while I was flying. Feels good, man. No skip for us. Domain walkways is the bad one, but we're just gonna go. We'll deal with it. Shit. I saw the door and I got excited and blinked right towards it.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor, our throne is the
One thing I hope they do in PoE 2 is make it less likely to get stuck on stuff when you're using movement skills. Wouldn't that just be nice?
choose your path. I die for the Empire.
The Empire.
Before your Emperor, you are worthy. Before the Goddess of Justice,
A Raider.
receive our blessing, embrace our beginning, and rise, Ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
This will be our final periods of time where we can use that for enchanting our gear. Can't wait for it to be gone, honestly. So we got lab done at 1 hour 43, and we're off to kill Dominus.
You have goodbye.
Piety's off the...
And we have Onslaught now permanently, so We're going to be speeding up quite a bit. Yeah, look at that. Feels way better, man. $28 to $30 here. That's fine.
Why do we insist on building mountains? Why not just go and climb them?
Having faster attack speed also makes it so we can swap weapons more quickly because we're not stuck in the animations quite as long when we're doing leap slam. So I don't like leap slam into a pack of enemies trying to kill them. Where's the stairs? That was rude. Y'all saw that, right? That one little cold projectile popped up and chilled me. It ain't over here. Well, nervous to be doing Dominus with 0 cold res, but we'll do our best. He's mostly lightning anyways, but like I feel like there's probably some cold in there at least. Ooh, what's this? Suffering? I don't know what that is offhand, so I'm not going to do it. Easy, dude, easy. Got point blank in time as well. That's kind of what I was hoping for.
Purpose to tempt and try the will of men.
He thinks I'm pretty. Love getting chilled every single hit. It's my favorite. This is why cold res is important, friends. We got 29 lightning res. I probably can't face tank shit. Oh shit, she's still. Whoops. That would have been real bad. I don't have the waypoint.
Have you ever seen the true face of
Probably could have used Plague Bearer there and refilled the full before Donnie Boy showed up, but I wanted to make sure I had it. Shred him as quick as possible.
the light of divinity? Nightmare prevails.
touch of God!
This world is an illusion, exile.
Wow. Requires level 30. 1100. Yeah. This giant flask is still worth more than this colossal. Just because of the mod it has on it. Yeah, we'll get him. We'll get him, right? Fuck. Not hardcore viable. Shit. What am I gonna do?
Some of us live to...
Unfortunate. Took one too many hits.
Cities are a blight upon nature, and San was the foulest of them all.
Kind of agree, though. I hate that place. 3 chances.
So much. What can I do for you, Rayclass?
Oh, we were 29 when we killed Dominus. Usually I hit 30 before fighting him. Again, this is all because we didn't do more in the docks. We're about 10. We're hitting Act 4 about 10 minutes faster than I did previously. I hit at 2 hours before. That's cool. Last Friday I hit Act 4 start at 2 hours, I mean. So we are a good bit ahead. I kind of wish it was a little faster. Then again, a big part of that is not having links until Act 3. The wall's gotta be over here, right? Zone isn't long enough. What the hell? Forgot to sell while I was there. There he is. Evidently, I missed that recipe every other time. Ow. I did not have Plague Bearer accumulating this whole time. That's awkward. Oh, because I died and I never put it back. Okay, bye.
This land, you will be remembered, yes? fear.
Oh, damn. Going up to 2 wisdoms or 2 quicksilvers. Ooh.
That's no natural.
Also, I forgot to put despair on this whole time. May or may not have fucked up. Nessa!
What little help I can offer.
I was not paying attention. Oh, you just need 67. Why is it 8 by default? What the fuck? Yeah, now since I leveled up all those strength gems, we're kind of fucked.
Be well.
I guess we can use dash, but Frostblink's so much better.
Yes.
Or are we buying int node? Damn, that was a silly thing to do. I have a suffix open. We go craft. That's the answer. I usually don't do that till later. But we gots to do what we gots to do, you know? I think we just use despair instead of sniper's mark. I don't think sniper's mark is that great with poison concoction.
Feels like something stirring in its sleep.
Gotta make sure we don't miss this shred. Think I probably already did. She might be over here. Nope. Not over here either. We'll make up for our XP in Act 5. Try not to get too much farther behind, but... Act 5 is where Templar courts are.
From one fighting woman to another, Dishrit.
That wraps around, right? Yeah.
This is one deeply troubled mountain.
Usually that guy's a good sign that we're close to the end, I thought. Yeah, I guess the fuck not. We do calm first.
This isn't the cavalry that I know.
This is like the third thing she says where she's like, this isn't what I know. I think Huntress or Ranger might be a little sheltered, you know? Stuck on her mountain all the time. Fortunately, we can't skip that without smoke mine. If we had it, we could hop right on over. Suppose I could have kept that gem on me for that one moment. It's a little too far reaching for me. I think that's like if you get this layout. Chrome. My friendship with Chromes is over. They've been bad to me this run. Four links, 5 sockets. I saw that. On a Jade Chopper. Val side area. Bro, really? The old 0 cold res coming back to fuck me, I guess. Just a wee bit too much there. We should not try and fight it again. Even though some of it probably did die. Didn't think I'd really need cold res in a place like this, you know? I'm just assuming those blue beams and shit were at least a little cold damage. Almost did it again. That would have been tragic. Three green. Finally.
The Black Spirit walks amongst us.
think this is going relatively well. That works.
Little angry boy for the world to deal with.
Gotta go turn in, I should have used the portal. I forgot about that.
What is it, X?
Kinda wanted gloves or boots. Maybe I just use a jeweler's orb on these. It's an improvement, so I only need 2 blues on my next pair of gloves because I need stats. I gotta move on from these grays, like the Act 1 grays. Just taking a little bit of socket pressure off. It's harder to replace my boots anyways because they have 15 move speed on them. It's gonna be this way. This is gonna take me back, isn't it? Yep. Take me back, take me back.
People of the gutters, steel your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand.
Damn, boy got fucked up. Nice. Adequate, he says. Man, he got shit on. He liked parkour, didn't he?
Welcome to the Grand Arena of Theopolis.
Grand Arena.
I first laid eyes upon my true purpose, my Lady Merveille. It is our inspiration that defines us. What do you fight for, gladiator? A dire death worthy of applause, gladiator.
Still 5 levels behind here. Kill while the killing's good. Thought I died. Freaked me the fuck out.
A battle worthy of song. The way you fight, swords is nothing possessed with the ideals.
I gotta replace my shield too. I guess that's where my wiggle room on my sockets is. The shield and the gloves. Milady. Very epic of you, milady. Oh shit.
The only love you had, Doreso, was for yourself.
What is it, X?
I'm okay with TPing back because we wanted to sell stuff. Hey, what's up, Jade? How we doing? So the PoE 2 announcements were really cool. It wasn't really announcements so much as like showing off, I guess. It's kind of announcements in that way, I guess. I don't know. It was just details, nothing like too terribly groundbreaking, other than the fact that they're making it so you can move with WASD. That's pretty crazy. But they showed off a class and a boss fight. And it was pretty cool. New league looks really nice. Do I go back and watch you do the announcements, or you can I stay here for now? You can stay here for now. There was like a long ass thing. I can just give you the cliff notes. That being, the league mechanic is like you go into this little portal that takes you to these really dark ass woods, and there's like these fireflies that guide you around and like unveil stuff, and you can find little traders in there. It's like really dark. The forest is full of like cockroaches and shit, and the fireflies like scare them away. It's really yucky looking. But you can find these traders in there that give you like all sorts of or like specific rewards. They'll sell you stuff, and you can like choose to align with one of them, and whichever one you align with gives you like a secondary ascendancy on top of your normal one, and those do crazy things. And then they sell you stuff that kind of augments whichever ascendancy that you can get from them. So like there's one that gives you the ability to use these things called tinctures, which are like flasks that affect your weapons, kind of, or your attacks. It just augments your attacks while it's active, and so that vendor sells tinctures that have different modifiers on them. And like once you're done talking to them and you leave the portal, like based on the amount of fireflies you collected while you were in the woods, you there will be like random monsters in the outside area powered up, giving more rewards and stuff. It's a little convoluted with the fireflies, but basically the farther you go in the woods, the more stuff you get ultimately. Why does it see my weakness when all my abilities are mapped to 10 other keys? Yeah, that's fair. That was one of the questions brought up, but basically Jonathan, the guy in charge of it, was like, you'll get used to it. So I don't know, maybe there's a solution. Start playing PoE with Tarkov keybinds, basically. I mean, if we can play Tarkov, we can play PoE with Wednesday. It's fine. They're not making it so you have to either, so if you really want, you can just play with mouse to move.
You see what happens when you hunt dreams, Ranger.
Solutions and macropad. That's why we have the 12 button mouse. Since the old WoW days. Man, my res is really not doing well. I'm squishy as fuck. Case in point. Oh shit, the balls. The balls. Don't have the mobile mouse. It's never too late. Just saying. I always love when we kill her closer to the door because it lets us leave faster.
Every crime against nature imaginable.
On to the Three Stooges. I'd like the waypoint, please. I could actually use that. At least I'll have res while I'm leap slamming. Oh shit. I think it's phone bit rates. Alright, good luck, good luck. I'm surprised Doedry isn't hexproof. It's kind of funny. Never thought about that. Yeah. I'm surprised she's not hexproof.
You were your own worst enemy, Doedry.
$50 res. Let's go. Use the portal scroll because that puts me right back by the waypoint. Bing bong. But Doedry is an asshole, and that's what she is.
Exquisite.
I don't have my scrolls where they normally go. It's throwing me off. She is an asshole, right? I think they all are. Their own ways. Kind of surprised we don't learn more about Malagaro, though.
You're the greatest form.
Maybe I'm just missing the parts where they talk about him, but
Your kind leave nothing but scars, Malagaro.
I feel like the other two of the Stooges get more attention. You know? Because we see Chevron and we get all the lore with like Brutus and all that, and then Doedry, she's like the main body of the triplets in Act 9, and then it's just like other places that are referenced to her, like Act 2 near Alira's camp, or just somewhere in that forest. And my res is ass. I should have picked up one of those essences that I ran by. Because I haven't picked up a single one this whole time. Just don't like essence. Ooh. How am I alive right now? Oh, that ball would have killed me. Hell yeah, dude. Easy. That one also would have. Maybe we don't stand right next to her. Another portal, please.
Yes. What? Yes.
Don't have an alchemy or anything. We'll just go with what we have. I was debating going back to craft for a moment. Back in a bit. Phone call. Good luck, good luck. $35 to $40, yeah. I think we probably need a couple more levels in the docks before moving on. It's hard to go all the way to Act 5 with so few levels. But I don't want to farm out a whole level here. This place is yucky. Should be any time now. There we go. Bye bye, piety. Should I say bye bye, Eddie? No. 1200. That would have been a nice. Yeah, 36 would be a really nice breakpoint by Malachi for this. Come on, let me in.
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be
Nightmare.
Accept the gift of immortality.
Come on, buddy.
Accept the gift of immortality.
One hell of a teleport, buddy.
You are being selfish. Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death? You are being selfish.
I'm being selfish. You're being selfish, Malachi. Let's take whatever we can. Why not? We'll take all of it. I guess I could just use the portal or the portal scroll or anything like that, but what fun is that? I like listening to him die. Those aren't great. Not gonna talk to Tasuni. Greater volley requires 38.
They all leave me.
If anything, we can do Stone Golem, but probably not gonna bother putting it on. Not about to get flicker striked and leap slammed to death. Chaos and Wither resistant, but we're gonna fight it anyway because that's a lot in one spot. Cool. He's a lightning totem bastard. That's cool. Did not read him at all. Gonna run right past him this time. I ain't dealing with that shit. Don't really want to hang out anywhere near where that guy was. These guys are not Chaos and Wither resist. A gold flask. Not dealing with the ghosts either. I don't think they give XP. Cold and lightning.
An egg and thank.
I think that's all right. 24 intelligence. Wow. Alright, 2 hours, 27 minutes to get through Act 4. It's not bad. Could have been. I was kind of hoping for a little better, but that's okay. But I'm going to get up and stretch my legs because I have not stood up since starting this. But I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are not already, make sure you geek that subscribe button, down the like button when we return. Act 5 and beyond. Yeet. Alright, friends. Sorry about that. I was stuffing my face because I was starving and there was food. Alright. Now we're actually ready. Sorry about that. Now this time for real. How long did I take? 12 minutes? That's not bad. I'm not gonna like bother subtracting 12 minutes from my time. Because I intend to take breaks on launch day too, so it is what it is. Bruh, I inhaled 3 pieces of fried chicken. Feel way better. That notable. So the big downside of this whole weapon swap to leap slam thing is you kind of have to choose whether you're fighting or moving. And if you're just moving, it's great. And if you're just fighting, it's great to not have to like use those sockets on movement skills. But when you have to kind of do both, it's a little awkward. We should go out this way. I think I am going to focus on just moving at this point, because we are close to Templar Courts, and that'll be where we make our XP recovery. We're just gonna have to be there for quite a while because I am real behind. Yeah, we're still 2 levels away from equipping Greater Volley. That's kind of a problem. Like, we really need to be real close to it by the time we kill Malachi, if not there by the time we kill Malachi. Because that would be making this go quite a bit faster damage-wise. Forgot to go turn in my shit. We'll do it at the next waypoint. See, like this is gray right here. I also keep forgetting to use Quicksilvers when I'm not, like, flying. Can we not make the drum noise when we're not in range to teleport?
Unlike some Toodle.
Take the jade flask, put that away for later. Put that there. Eat that. Go down there. And onwards. Hey, yo! What's up, Mr. Trash? Welcome back, sir. How you doing? Don't want to carry that big ass thing around, not gonna lie. 42. Yikes. We're behind. I think we're probably having an XP penalty from how far behind we are. Yoink. .43. Still 6 levels behind. Probably have to run this place like 3 or 4 times. As unfortunate as it is. Ghosted. You're doing good? Fuck yeah, dude. That's what we like to hear. So it turns out turning off Plague Bearer cancels Withering Step. That's interesting. And they do say any ability cancels Withering Step, so why not? Alright, we're only 5 behind now. We're zooming. Can't believe I don't have enough green sockets. Of all things. Can we not, please? I'm busy. I think I am just gonna throw this on. I don't see any reason not to other than the strength requirement. How far off are we? 10? Yeah, that's not exactly gonna work out, is it? We are at the room of all rooms. Should check these. Back to town with us.
Hello.
Hello. No move speed, unfortunately.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Chamber of Innocence. That's the name of the place. Four-link compound bow. Unfortunately, nothing we can do with that. Compound spiked shield. I need to check that. Actually, once we hit 45, we're putting it on because it's it has stats, and we don't have sockets or anything socketed on my shield right now. Leather belt would probably be better than the rustic sash that I've had this whole time. 88 armor also helps. I've really been neglecting my gear this run too. Not just levels. Having 0 cold reses in Act 5 is kind of ridiculous. I just realized how far away level 45 is. Oh, I'm 40 now. Okay. We're closer than I thought. Now we're only 3 levels behind. Damn, this place levels you up quick. Those look nice. If I wanted to yeet some of my fire res, I could get 20% move speed boots with that Quicksilver. But we're about to hit Act 6, so like, probably shouldn't be yeeting resistances. That would be less than ideal. Hey, those are cool. Worst inventory sorting of all time. Very not epic. Man, dying in this room is the worst. And back out. Yo, toxic, sir. Toxic. Gloves as weapon. Okay. Heck it, dude. So that's going on, and that's going on. The rest is going away.
Greetings.
You know, I think that's an improvement as well, so we'll keep it. Sneaking suspicion that that might be a little better. Increased amount recovered, that's huge. Yeah, alright. Again. We're back under cap on fire, but we finally have a little bit of gold res. I don't know why I didn't put these on right now. Probably because I don't have a blue. I will have a blue though. I guess we wait. Stepper, I'm stuck. What the hell? So I was messing with my sockets again, so it's trying to auto attack. Okay, we got that figured out. Good. Didn't get the scrap, but I also didn't want to bother breaking the pots. We'll go till 45, just so I can zip through Kitava and the early parts of Act 6 when we're at kind of at one of our weakest points. And just zip through without having to worry about slowing down to kill stuff and keep my levels up.
Greetings.
Gonna check this. Life, Chaos Res, Life, and Ellie Res. Those do go to the next one. I was just curious. Reduced amount recovered. Gross. Yikes. Alright, whatever. That's good enough for now. I can actually use them right now. Nice. Do we take a... No, we don't. I'm just gonna go ahead and go up to take this chaos shit up here. We can level our strength gems again. Yeet. We're getting to the room. It's just one more level after this, so probably one more run will do. Well, we're not getting to the room. It's down here. Wow. .05 more levels, or 4 even. Then we'll be zipping on out of here. That's yucky. Oh shit. It's only 6 levels late. Totally forgot I was missing it. That'll be nice. Man, that probably wasted so much time in last DPS. Rest in pepperonis. Turns out, greater volley, kinda nice. Yo, there's only 3 blues in that room, what the hell? Alright, we'll actually fight Innocence this time. Although this layout is just weird as hell. There was like no dudes here. Glad we got it, glad we got enough dudes. Hey, hello? That's crazy. I'm kind of not keen on using that. But I can't really change out my boots for that yet. So these are gonna go over here. I'll keep that.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
Is that how that works? Looked at my bars. While he's doing the ad phase, I'll fix them. So, I mean, he got bopped pretty hard, pretty quick. Not instant by any means, but we're, now that we have greater volley support, casually at level 44, things are slightly faster. I am innocence. And I'm a kumquat from Queens. Really hate these proximity shield dudes. Phase, please, sir. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Mm-hmm. Also true. I don't think we have to talk to him, but I just am afraid to not do it in case not watching the cutscene fucks something up.
What in damnation have you done?
What in damnation have you done? I won, dude. Nah, I'd win. See, now that we've done all that fighting in that place where there's really nice XP, we don't have to do any of this fighting in this place where it's not quite as nice. Although, it didn't seem that bad. Just hard to beat Chamber of Innocence. Doors are the hardest things to click of all time. Incursion doors everywhere win. Oh, Suewi. Oh, it just didn't pop up because, you know, it's bad. Didn't make the loot filter.
Once Kitava.
One day I'll stop messing that up. Clearly it's not today, though.
For freedom.
Okay, bye. Should probably still kill packs of blues occasionally. Feels like a waste to run right past them. Weird ass layout, having ass. Kinda want that. Just to see, you know? Now we're sure it's not over here. Can move on comfortably. Go home.
No. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Yeah, I think I kind of like this way, as long as I don't go that far out of my way to open the portal. We're taking the notable, even, if I could speak. Oh yeah, we just changed the hood. I forgot how little his health bar actually moves. Ow. Come on, buddy. We got stuff to do. He's not moving anymore. Okay, bye. Oh shit, it's a heart face. I thought we were done. One more and then we're done. There we go. Cold res on something. If I find a fresh leather belt. Although I don't think it works that way on jewelry. Well, it works on belts. Okay. Good. 3 hours, 14 minutes. Damn, that took way too long. It was because of all the farming. Still feels bad, man. I think I have to talk to Sin here. We'll make up for it. We'll make up for it. Between my 12-minute break and the old XP farm in Chamber of Innocence, we were there a little bit longer than I anticipated. We have 59 fire res. That should be all right. Now we gotta start making up time. You shit me, why does this keep moving? I doubted a little too early.
Let me teach you the laws of war.
Okay, bye.
Tukohama. The soil wants for your blood.
I think we skipped Tidal Island this time. But it is a belt. You know what? Heck it. We'll go grab it. Grab it, TP out, and
You there, local, come.
grab it, TP out, and then we go do Twilight Strand. I'm rich.
You there, local, come.
Nope. I will not. Kind of want that, but I also want a better belt. I mean, it is a better belt somehow.
While you be skulking.
Keeping those boots.
Nessa, you
I'll get that mastery later if I get it at all. All dead ends all day, baby. Let's go. Would you look at that? It's over here. Be glad to have that out of the way. Oh, he's one of those. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that. I don't feel like dying today. Shit. Would you look at that? Glennon, piss off. I don't want to talk to you. Did we forget to add a door? Sub gamer. Mr. Spuds, how are you, sir? We're gaming, dude. We watched the PoE 2 announcements, we watched the League announcement, and now we're gaming. Act 6, we're at 3 hours, 24 minutes. Can we do the thing, please?
Not you. For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again.
So far, a little bit slower than I was hoping, but we're still doing all right. We had like really bad luck in Acts 1 and 2. Like, I was on a 2-link until I found a 4-link in the docks in Act 3.
You shall be remained.
Whoops. Finally sat down, been moving around since 8 a.m. Damn. Worked and went for a walk when I got home. Then you made Ratatouille? Oh, hell yeah, how'd it come out? Bet that shit was popping. Bye. Leaving myself to get surrounded by stuff when I take that portal. That's not the goat, damn it. Oh well. It's not far. I'll be slowed. That's interesting. Won't be in.
Good.
Guess we take that.
Stay sharp. Who'd have thought?
Yo, goats turned up his tootsies, eh? Oh shit.
Made any
That's no bueno. Off to Western Forest, and then it's Raslatha. We'll put her on immediately. Yeah, so far, we had bad RNG at the start, and I made a couple rookie mistakes, you could say. But despite that, I think we're still doing okay. I think we might be able to get 5.5 hours if I hurry through the rest of this. But I feel like I learned some things about how to do this kind of run where we have the alternate leap slam, or the alt weapons leap slam. Specifically, since we can't really fight and move at the same time, or fight and sprint through a map at the same time, we kind of have to over level in the good parts, like the good zones, since that'll be where we get XP quickest, and then we like zoom through really quickly on the less like the less dense areas. You just completely ignore everything. So it's like a different balance than usual. Usually, like if you're a little low on XP, you just kind of keep killing while you're moving. But if my movement is on a different weapon, then I can't really do that. So we have to make sure we don't fall behind.
Another damn.
To the riverways. Bing bong. That's not the way out. What the hell? Why is that not the way out? It's always the way out. Okay, it's just a little further down. It wasn't in the exact spot I was looking for and I got confused. We should still take XP dense areas like this though. Shrines, big blue packs, stuff like that.
The Brand King. His time has almost come. Then hope will be...
Nessa, you make me sad. Don't talk to me. Easiest layout of my life, dude. Gonna pretend I knew where I was going the whole time. Shit. That was way more. Oh, my. I forgot how far back this is. Well, lesson learned. Don't do that when we're not cold capped. That was way more balls than I was anticipating. All the elemental damage. What are my reses at? Man, they are low. I should probably craft before Brian King. Can we not with the fucking res yourself corrupting blood 4,000 times, please? Dear hell. What level was this zone? 49 to my 47.5. That's fine. We're not falling far behind. More of it? You mean to tell me I can't throw shit down there? Oh no. Same exact shit. And they keep rezzing themselves? That's that's fucking cool. Crit chance for spells. Poison cock is an attack. Forgot what I was gonna do. Craft. Do we have cold res at this point? I don't think we have that tier of it. So we're gonna pretend that we don't have it. Cold and lightning. Cold and lightning. Good thing we have so many transmutes. Hey, look at that. We're kind of, sort of, almost, you know, nearly capped. Good enough. Should be miles better than it was. Hello? As I say that, I almost get whacked to death by damn physical damage. This is awful. I'll spend that point while Nessa's talking at me. Biggest debate layout of all time.
So courageous. Such a fine example of womanhood. I simply knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Or my husband. His Majesty could never be satiated on his wedding day by one bride alone. Thank you, my new sister. I shall always treasure your company.
I love bosses with unskippable phases. It's my favorite. Very epic for a big boss to say, hold on, timeout. Not even gonna bother IDing that.
Born of ocean's mire, and death washed
You know what?
clean of
Before I forget, give me that. That'll probably save my life at some point.
The really? He in?
Yes? Stay true to you.
Okay, bye. What were we at for time? 3:40. It's like 17 minutes. Even with a death, I think that's okay. I think we got there at 3:23 or something. Oh, I've relogged. I can't look. The Act 6 did not take us very long at all, thankfully. $51 to my 48. A lot of dudes in the area. They're just kind of slow. Brian King already saved my life. I got stunned out the ass there, but I couldn't get stun locked entirely. I don't want to deal with a double essence mob, I'll be honest. Oh, I thought they were blue. Well, that was quick. Nice, nice. Where is that damn chest?
The spirit hunts. Goodbye.
Goodbye. We're making it to maps, boys. It's a lot of birds.
Hello to you, great dream.
I thought my whole egg was a bad guy. 52 to my 48. We're 4 behind. A little more killing and we'll take another level. Bro, what the hell is this layout? I missed the fucking path. I see it now. I'm the dumb one. Oh. Probably should have prioritized the life on hit. There you go. Take your gross stuff. Be taking my leave. So we gotta find the lab trial in here. That was easy. Hello, motherfuckers. $52 to my 49. We're doing good. Come on, Groost. I'm after you, sir. Never upset about this part of the game, honestly. That guy was so toxic in Act 2, like, he had it coming, right? Really. The one guy I don't feel bad about in Act Part 2, really. We're officially 4 levels behind. Probably kill quite a bit from here on. That ain't good at all.
Turn away the tyrant's face and
Ready, exile?
It's time to hunt. Wait a minute, we go down first. I think the thicket is on this side somewhere when the layout spawns like this, but I could be entirely wrong. Looks like I am entirely wrong. Mostly I wanted to be sure because of the damn Val side area right there. It always messes with how the map generates. Not like that took very long to check anyways. Still wasted time, but not as much as it could have been. Yo, actually, the rest of the zone was really damn short. So it all kind of evened out compared to like a normal zone. Yeah, that's a little ambitious for either of these movement skills. Smoke Mine can make it easy though.
Come on now, don't go all day.
What's up, Tujin? Yo, I didn't miss it, did I? It's not down here, right? Yeah, so I just didn't commit to the path enough. There it is. Just never seen that shit before. Away we go into the thicket. That's a lot of jeweler's orbs. We're at 3, so this makes 5. 2 to go. We got the bear already.
You? What? So? Fare you well. Now, fair winds and calm seas.
7 auras.
What you are?
I think we pass.
Stay true to you.
Back to Val City. Go ahead and hop in and then we'll spend our points. All damn 4 of them. I think it was that and... IS up here. Zone 54 to my 50. We killed a good amount in the thicket, so we're good there. Down we go. Don't want to deal with those curses. They're always a really bad time. $86 life. Didn't see move speed at 10%. Could be worse, I guess. Suppose if I get in danger, we could put him on. Just 19 cold res on him. No room for more res. The curses are all stuck on the other side of the door. It's kind of funny. I want to swap to that kind of shield. Just so I can have res. Since I'm falling so far behind on it. $55 to my 50.9. We can get that last 10% on our way to Arakali. I thought I still had like 2 or 3 more zones to deal with in this place. Whoa. We'll check my time when I hit the town. Well, yes, I will take guaranteed crits. I don't even know if crits does anything with poison flasks. But you know, it's nice to have regardless. Nice to deny the enemies as well. So we're 51.5 to the zone level of 55, I mean. So we're good there. Relatively alright. We're going to be going to do the lab next, so I'm not too worried about falling more behind. we'll get some XP out of that. Alright, Slash Blade is 4 hours, 2 minutes. So it took 22 minutes to do Act 7. We might not beat 5 hours, but I think we're well on track to beat 6. Which our goal was to, like, when I started doing these last Friday, my goal was to get under 6. And then I got under 6 on that one. I got like 5:57. So if I bring it down to like 5 hours, 30 minutes or so, that's a-okay with me. Plus, tomorrow we're doing another practice run. And we'll try all this again and see what happens. See if we get as unlucky and how that affects our run. And we're going to use the lessons that we learned today about when and where we should farm and how we should do it. Using this offhand leap slam. Although we might try shield charge instead. Or like in Act 3. And we just have the one weapon set up. May also take a different tree slightly.
Claim your inheritance.
Damage over time builds is really nice for this mechanic. So you can just plop some dots on the statues and they stay down.
By the goddess, what ambition! Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
And time. YEET. This place. Gross. No, if we just go fast enough, the darts can't hit us, right? Wait a minute, that's sus. I feel like this is a gauntlet type thing, and we don't like those. Then again, maybe not. Fuck. That's a gauntlet type thing. We have to go over here. Returned. Everyone be good. Hell yeah. Shit, she's watching. She's watching. Everyone quiet down. Welcome back. We just got done Act 7 in 22 minutes. Feeling alright about that. We're just over 4 hours into the run. Hey. Could have leveled first. Pretty strong? Hell yeah. I agree. We might be able to get like 5.5. Maybe a little over 5. Somewhere between 5:15 and 5:30. It's should be alright.
No two battles are alike.
Ow. That hurt. It kind of depends on how this act goes, because we'll be like, once we hit Act 9, we'll have access to Blood Aqueducts, and that's like pretty damn good XP, as much as I dislike the zone. So we can just kind of farm that out, but for Act 8 we'll kind of be behind on XP, so it just depends on how badly we struggle here while we're behind XP. But it just means we'll have to slow down and kill a little more to make sure I don't die while I'm running through stuff. Seven or 8 feels so long. Can't remember which. Maybe I didn't enjoy either. Yeah, that's about where I'm at. 8 is just long because you have to do like the 2 wings of the map separately. Just like going through one whole thing and then going all the way through the other one is like, ugh, you know? So we hit our 52, which is kind of what I cared most about. So we're probably going to slow down on killing a bit. If I see a shrine full of enemies, I'm probably going to kill it still, naturally. But, yo, is this a Sorrow 3 already?
Aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises.
It sure as shit is. Hell yeah.
Your empire through troubled waters.
Through troubled waters. There was one pup dog left.
Stay the course.
As long as I don't get wind slashed at the last second, we should be alright. Oof. Gee.
At last.
You dabbed on, idiot. Give me my points. Let me take those. Any move speed? Mana regen if you've cast a spell recently. Alright, that lab. How long did that lab take me? 7 minutes? I think that's alright. Should empty.
What is it?
What is it? That's a lot of res. I don't really need more mana regen than I currently have, so I'm not going to hold that. No, Einar, I'm not ready. Zone's 56 to my 52. Kinda thought it would still be 55 here, not gonna lie. Was hoping. I've thought about it, but I also have no idea how that shit works. And I'm not really, I'm trying to learn how to do the campaign faster and everything, and I'd like to go quick, but I feel like that's more of the high octane speedrunner types more so than me. Like, this is mostly something I'm just doing to improve because I don't want to spend a long time in the campaign. On league start days, that's about it. Then it's just kind of fun to like test myself against myself. Where the hell are we at? There she is. Cool. I was standing on too many red things. Didn't really see them. Probably should have reset that sooner. It's not the first time I've made that mistake during these practice runs. Okay, bye. Is this the Ankh already? Nah. Look kind of similar to where it should be though. There it is. Probably kill all these. It's a lot of XP chilling on this bridge. So she's still fucking chasing me? Or is that the mobs in here? I thought it was a rogue exile. I guess there are some ghouls that summon ballistas. Flag bearer leveled up. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Here. Bye-bye. I hate the amount of monsters that are just like glowing blue by default. Keep thinking they're magic. They're just blue. No magic involved. What are we at? 57, 53. So we're hanging in there on XP. So doing the right amount. I see gore, so I'm going this way. See gore. Lightning blue. Yeah. Those ghosts that are just blue all the time. I think they're blue like these guys are blue, and it's just not the same. Let's see, gore. More gore in 7 days ago. This looks like the boss area. Would you look at that? Bosses. More gore. Stop scattering to the winds, please. I'd like to kill you all at the same time. Good enough. Well, just a wee bit more. Thank you. Probably should be on shield charge, but that shit's fast as hell right now. That's the name I was using when I was practicing Act 1. Because it's often abbreviated as A1. But you can't put A1 in your name, so its numbers aren't allowed. Waypoint found. Did they announce new skill gems today, or will that be next week? They, well, here's the thing. They're still working on them. And they added so many that to announce them all at the same time would be a lot. But basically they're replacing the enchantment system in the labyrinth and mushing the alternate quality gems, the threshold jewels. I say, like, if you have 30 dexterity located in the radius, then do this. And one other thing. Oh yeah, and lab enchants. The way they explained it was that they're mushing all those together and making that the reward of labs now. And basically what that means is we get these things called transfigured skill gems that do all kinds of wacky shit. And it's like the new equivalent of helm enchants, but they're actually kind of cool and not super annoying to acquire. So there's going to be like 1 to 2 alternate versions like of each of the skill gems, with room to like, with the possibility of them adding more later in the future. And it's like one of my favorite ones they showed was Falling Reina, Raised Zombie of Falling was the name of the jewel. And it made it so that instead of raising a zombie, you drop a zombie when you cast the spell. It doesn't require a corpse. You just cast it and a zombie falls from the sky and smashes into everything. And I think that's very funny. And it still scales off of minion damage. It's just, it's not actually a minion, it's dropping a meat meteor in from the sky, you know. There's one that turns like Rain of Firestorm from the normal Firestorm to one giant meteor for the entire spell, you know. And there was another one that turns it into like a bunch of even smaller projectiles that fire even faster. So like, there's a lot, and it's they're meant to be accessible by like level by the time you do your first lap. Like you can get those gems from your first lap. So it's not like they're super wait till you get the late game and then you get the fun version of your skill kind of thing. It's you could go farm normal lab and until you get your alt gem, and then you'll be good. And I think that's far superior to Helm Enchants. And even alt quality gems, because nobody likes doing this. Sure, there's some people, but most people don't. Alright, so we got Solaris Concourse Waypoint. So we get to skip the...
Poor Tolman.
We get to skip the promenade. I don't really have anything to vendor other than those 11 things. 51 max life, 7 lightning res. No, I got more res off this.
Be careful.
Maraboa. No, Danny G, stop. Fuck, I wanted to go an entire league without talking to any of them. Damn it.
Goodbye.
Oh yeah, we gotta go down for the shield points. I forgot about those. Gotta figure out what the league start. Yeah. Something we're all gonna have to do. They didn't change. Oh yeah, because they're like removing the alt quality gems as they currently stand. So like I said, that whole alternate like transfigured gem system is replacing alt qualities. They're doing a balancing pass on basically every gem's quality effects. And they're actually like significantly more interesting and useful than they used to be. So like, trying to think of one of them. Chain Hook, which I did in Lake of Calandra, its old quality effect was like a little more AoE, like 10% at 20 quality. And now they're making it so that at 20 quality, it gives you 1 rage every time you hit an enemy. So like you get a whole extra point of rage generation every time you attack. They did nerf Righteous Fire though. I think pretty heavily. They buffed the shit out of Divine Ire though, and I think Divine Ire will be my second build. Like I'm probably gonna play this as a league starter because I don't think it's like super top tier capable. But Divine Ire got a significant damage buff from what it looks like. Based on the way I read it, that looked pretty impressive, so I want to try it. And that'll be what we do second. Probably Divine Ire Totems, because it's just fun. Or maybe we do self-cast. And you just gotta watch the shit that they showed from PoE 2, because that was also pog as fuck. Actually insane. Things I witnessed today. Whoa, fuck. Oh, we don't need to deal with that. I don't need that negativity in my life right now. Where's the first one? Second, third. That's the last one. That's 1600. Yeah, definitely not. What level? Actually, I'm like above the level of this place because Act 8 is kind of sus, kind of weird. It's like you do the Solaris side, and it goes from like 55 to 56 to 57 to 58 by the time you get to Solaris 2. And then you go do the Lunaris side, and then you start back at 55, and then up to 58 again at Lunaris 2. So we're actually at 58 here. But we're only 3 levels behind now because shit kind of lowered itself. Wrong weapon. Damn, I hate these AoEs. We're good. Please. Please, the vendor walk. It's cold and lightning usually. So that's what it's been this run anyways. But oh god, with old Argon. Level 60. We're 57 right now? 55. I guess it goes to 65 in RS2. Or Solaris 2. Cast while channeling support. Wow. Where are we going? That was scary. I just want the orbs. Eh, we don't care about that. Whoa, with spell damage. Just DPSing with Leap Slam now, don't mind me. Hello? I got a really annoying layout in Lunaris 1. Oh, I'm sorry, Lunaris 2 during part 1 today. I was not a fan. It's one of those troll layouts that's just totally different from the rest. Artisans probably would have been good to pick up so I could get more wisdoms if I need them. I can sell transmutes if I need to. Let me through. I think I'm starting to get the hang of the weapon swap a little bit better. Just so not used to anything I've normally dealt with before. But it's kind of fun. Even if a little inconvenient. X. The weapon swap is bound to X. Sometimes it just doesn't really go off when I push the button, and I end up like leap slamming back into shit that I'm trying to kill. That's a little awkward, but thankfully if I have the leap slam weapon on, then I can just leap slam back out. So it's not the end of the world, but it's a little sketchy. Take that one. You have available mouse buttons? I guess I do. Never thought about it, but I could use like 6 and onwards on the side of my mouse. Oh fuck. So I have 12 buttons on the side, and I only need 1 through 5 for flasks. We're good there. Damn, I think my entire upper body cracked when I did that. The hell? Cold res. More life, more cold res. No room for crafting more though. That one doesn't either. We got both orbs. Solaris is a little more straightforward to get to Harbor Ridge. So like that, I meant to be leap slamming, but I just forgot to hit the button. But I'm kind of getting used to the X thing. It's just mostly like, particularly at lower attack speeds. This is a life. At lower attack speeds, leap slam's animation is like super long. Cycling damage reduction, my favorite. Was one of those two. But anyways, the longer leap slam's animation is, the more likely you are to get stuck in the animation. And so, like, if you try and press weapon swap during the animation, it just won't do anything because you need to finish the attack before you swap weapons. So, I press X and then I right click to try and attack, and then I'm still on my my sword for leap slamming. And suddenly, I'm all confused. Damage seems alright though. I would like to be able to see what I'm hitting though. Whoops.
What's the worst that could happen?
I outran the smoke and it started expiring. What the hell? Never seen that before. Oh shit. That hurted. Oh, 61 to my 56. Oh shit. Well, I knew it was a risk to leave the delirium, but kind of wanted to try and maximize the value of it. Kind of ended up fucking us over in the end, though. Honestly, I don't even know what killed me. Man, if I had died at the step of the door, that would have been the saddest day of my life. 4 hours, 40 minutes. Interesting. I think we go down for the shield stuff first. We got a farm here till like 61 or 60. I think 61. We just go for the level of the zone. And then we might farm once or twice in the Chamber of Innocence. Excuse me. During Act 10 if we have to. But if we're chilling on XP at that point, we just run through it once, clear the big room at the end, and all good. I have 3 green on my helm, but I can put those in my shield if I really need to. It's gross. Life regen. Gross. I might become speed yet. I mean, I'm in Act 9 in less than 5 hours, so I feel like I'm doing alright. I'll clear this before 5:30, I think. I think, and I had like a really bad start too. Like, 2 link until halfway through Act 3, kind of bad. And I made a couple other fuck-ups along the way that really cost me time. So, like, if we have a little bit better RNG, and I don't make the couple mistakes that I did, maybe we get down to, like, real close to 5 hours, but this time I think it'll be 5.5. Yes, sir, we're doing another full campaign run tomorrow. For sure. Same build. I might change up the tree a little bit, because I think there's some stuff I can get better than what I was seeing on the build guide that I was trying to follow. But it's going to be a bit of trial and error. And also, like, today was a learning experience with how the Leap Slam swap works and feels. So now that I have an idea of how to use it, when to use it, like how it's going to affect my overall like gameplay, I think tomorrow will go a lot smoother. And that's why we're doing these runs in the first place. I did, but now I want to change it more. Oh no, I didn't change the path that much. I think I just like re-changed the order a little bit. Shifted the order it suggested. But I kind of want to try a different starting point, because it allows more move speed early on. And attack speed. Which will just make the start feel much smoother. Pretty much the speedrunner guidebook at this point. How so? Find, build, optimize it for speed. Research bunch, do some practice, develop your own adjustments. Gotcha. That sounds about where we're at, yeah. Honestly, if I can get under 5 hours, I'll be like really, really happy. I'm already happy to be under 6 that we did on last Friday. I think that was the goal for this whole set of practice runs. But fucking, we did that on our first run, so now and now we have to set higher goals for ourselves, you know? I should have emptied my bag. And you know, it's kind of working out. I don't know where the hell I got that weapon.
You can grind.
Oh, you must.
Should ID that? Why am I not wearing that? I don't remember.
Until next time.
Oh, I needed replacements for the sockets in order to use those boots. Did I? Yeah, this is fresh. That's dangerous. Well, that's even more dangerous. I think one of the most egregious mistakes I've made on this run was in Act 5. I was farming Chamber of Innocence. Okay, let me back that up. In Act 4, I beat Malachi at level 36. After you beat Malachi is when you get Greater Volley, which is like a lot of extra projectiles, which is a huge amount of damage boost, right? But you need level 38 to use it, so I was 2 levels behind to use it. So I was like, okay, I'll grind a little bit, hit 38, put it on. So when I got to Chamber of Innocence, I was like level 37, and I started grinding, leveled up, and I totally forgot about Creator Volley until level 44 when I was still farming the same shit that whole time. And like, I think I did 2 or 3 runs without the Creator Volley where I could have had it, and those runs were so much slower than they could have been if I had remembered to put the damn thing. So like, it's easily like 5 to 10 minutes that probably could have been saved just by remembering to put my damn jewel in. And that was kind of a run-on effect of me being under-leveled due to A, not understanding how the weapon swap affects what I need to do, and B, like not farming enough earlier on in the acts. Like act 3 I needed to farm more because I was under-leveled from there to there until I hit Chamber of Innocence, because that's where I made the effort to recover. The recovery was slow because I didn't put my gem in. So it's like kind of a fiasco all around. You ought to stop with the corpse explosions. I really need to make my action bars match both weapons. Keep fucking shit up. He returns. Welcome back, sir. What I miss? I just, you know, I explained every single mistake on the, I made on the way. And how they were all interconnected because I didn't understand what I was doing until I already did it, made the mistakes, and then saw the repercussions, basically. Suffice it to say, tomorrow's gonna go better. But we're going here until 61, so... See the bone shatter changes? No. What happened? I think Righteous Fire I looked at, and like Light Bearer and a couple other things that I'm like immediately interested in using, and I was making sure they weren't getting nerfed. Thankfully they're good. One more level. Quality now provides 0 to 1% more damage per trauma instead of 0 to 20% increased duration. That's pretty significant, isn't it? That's kind of nice. Casual, like, way more damage versus stun duration. What will all the stun builds do, though? And I need you to pick that guy up. Would you like to convert to the Church of Bones, though? I think I'm good. But only because I've already put so much effort into figuring out this build. I would like to see it through. Oh, the one I did look at, the other skill that I did look at was Divine Ire. I mean, I imagine it's not a useless, like, defensive mechanic for the build, considering the amount of, like, extra damage taken you get. Oh shit. Step bro, I'm stuck. That's what I was excited about, and I was thinking maybe second build. Yeah, some wither resistant on a red beast? Yeah, fuck that. The proc-based ways to regen rage on stun? But isn't that proc when you stun something rather than like while you have stunned an enemy? Wouldn't stun duration actually kind of work against that because you can't re-stun an enemy? Oh, can you? Just unlock them. I guess you would have to be able to overlap them then. I see, I see. You sure your Giga brain didn't just do the math on how much time was left on every stun? Just hit it perfectly so that they were perfectly stunned, you know? For 10-15 seconds straight. Okay, my next question is, what the hell were you hitting that that it survived for 10 to 15 seconds straight of you hitting it? Alright, I'm just gonna move on. I'm not doing another run for 5% XP. It'll be fine. Kinda like mine better.
Okay. Do you need help with something?
Have you seen my dad? Okay, we got bigger flasks, so we do more damage now. Very fun, very fun. On to the rest of Act 9. How long did we take there? 15 minutes to do 4 levels. Well, should I have slow ramp up, so like 2 to 3 seconds of that. Me doing no damage anyways. Great for mapping, but if you stop, assemble, metamorph, and engage again, you're gonna drop all your trauma. Gotcha, that makes sense. Oh, wait a minute. We can't do metamorphs after December 8th. Now you're sad? Were you a metamorph enjoyer, sir? How will I gleefully remember dropping my first mirror? Will you call over your grandkids and you say, "Listen now, kids. Back in my day, we had this league called Metamorph. Oh, hey, we found the objective before the waypoint. That's neat. I see. I wonder if they'll let us keep Tane in our hideout. The way they did with Zana and Navali. At the reminder, my mirror will fade to the ravages of time. I believe. I think you'll remember. Alright, we got the waypoint. I didn't want to. I was kind of hoping to find the door first, but it is what it is. That's a lot of blues. Damn. Hot diggity damn. Got my first headhunter of that league, and not from buying it with the mirror. Ancient orbed into it. Did you buy the ancient orbs with the mirror? Because that still counts, sir. What a league. W. My problem with it is, oh shit, that's honestly, we can do this. Not the normal order I take, but whatever. Farmed those ancient orbs. Mm-hmm. Farmed them on the trade site. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, I've also ancient orbed a headhunter. It was very hyper poggers. So I understand, sir. Didn't like 30. That's actually insane. You're Chad, sir. Should have grabbed that shield. Mageblood, I ancient orbed into. I bought those orbs. All right, you got me beat on that one.
See ya.
You remember humanity.
Well,
be careful.
Tired of looking at that. Increased life recovered. Fuck yeah. Let's go kill Shakira. That took you like 400 or so, which was still insane. Yeah. That is some RNG right there. Ended up gambling into it in like a third of the cost. It's pretty damn solid. But I mean, wait, was the Mageblood the same league? I don't think Mageblood existed at that time. We considered getting another base to gamble more. No, don't reinvest the winnings. That's how you lose it all. Decided to just hand out my currency to friends at the time. That was the much safer decision. Mageblood was Archnem? Yeah, wasn't that after Metamorph? Double or nothing. Speaking of double or nothing, Ultimatum's coming back next league. How do we feel? How do we feel? Metamorph was a few years ago, man. Crazy how time flies. I can't believe I started playing in like 3.6 or 3.8 or something like that. And we're on 3.23 now. Had no idea Old Tomato was coming back. I didn't either. But I'm quite happy. He's so sassy, dude. Thought everything, I think we got everything we were going to, a la synthesis. I'm still salty about synthesis. Not gonna lie. But I think that's what they tried to do, and then people were so enthusiastically begging for it that they were like, okay, we'll actually give it back to you for real. Because they said that was the most requested thing they got at Path of ExileCon, or at ExileCon. So, like, you gotta give the people what they want. Ultimatum, the guy that summons shit on me in each zone, the red guy. He is red. But he only summons shit if you ask him to.
You must be the... Oh, you killed...
Shakira, Shakira, Shakira. Gotta be more clear. There are several red guys. Ultimatums when you... I mean, Ultimatum was like... wasn't that long ago, was it? I don't even remember where it was in the hierarchy. The timeline. I thought you had at least tried it a couple times before then. Such a PoE baby. 2019 or 2020? Yeah, it was definitely after that. Alright, this zone has been fucking me up the past 2 or 3 times I've run it, but thank God we found the Ascendancy at the beginning. Just before Sentinel. Okay, yeah. Damn. What a pair of leagues, dude. What a pair of cojones for them to remove both of those leagues. After the claim they got. And then give us Lake of Calandra. 2021. April. Let's see. It's so nice having the lab trial out the way because I don't have to look around this damn zone for anything. Just leave. Wait, never mind. Oh. Why are there so many tourists? Fuck off! Old Tomato was way before that? Really? Bruh. Starting to think time is non-linear. All seems out of whack, thinking back on it. Ultimatum Expedition. Oh, you know, that makes sense because I stopped playing for a long time after Expedition. Like during Expedition I stopped. And then it was a long time before I came back to it at all. Then it was Archnemy, Sentinel, Calandra, Sanctum, Crucible, Hoda. I feel like I fucked up. Nope, we got it. Okay. So I guess you were right. You were right, Jay. Really enjoyed in-league Arch Nemesis. Yeah, that's the thing. It was designed for being like that, and then they were just like, you know what? This is everywhere, and you can't choose what's what now. Thank you. Don't even know what Scourge and Archnemy is. That's okay. Nothing? Nothing? Sorry, there must have been static. We were I think over to Bloodless or whatever. Golden's Blood and Iron Reflexes. It's faster to use a portal, I keep forgetting. Alright, Onion is over here. Arch Nemesis, the league where they took it and jammed it into the core game and ruined the game for like 2 to 3 leagues, and then kind of fixed it, and then everyone relaxed a little bit, and then the next league they brought it back, and then that was ruined for 2 more leagues, and then they kind of fixed it again, and everyone was relieved, and then they ruined it again, and now we're kind of back in the kind of fixed it, but still kind of annoying phase. Yeah, I'm a very large hater of Arch Nemesis. But Jade, basically it's the mods that you see on rares that are like Chaos and Wither resistant or extra cold damage. Those are Arch Nemesis modifiers. Don't envy the position they were in though. I get the idea behind the original implementation, but man, they missed some art. Yeah. I honestly did not have a problem with the old Nemesis mods. They were fine. I think the idea that there should be monsters in like random monsters in maps that are stronger than map bosses is kind of out of whack. This one we actually log out, so I can give the feather to Irasha.
Not since.
Like the random jackbox and nothing in the game is really impossible to deal with. Yeah, but it's just annoying getting like that there are mods that are hard counter builds. Not that they're impossible to kill, but that they're so significantly harder to kill that feel exceptionally annoying. And it just makes them into bullet sponges compared to everything else. Like, I really think map bosses are supposed to be the ones that are interesting, not the randoms. Bigger problem, I think, is that the mods existing. Hello? Cool. Mods existing forces people into like 4 or 5 builds that are outliers and can deal with all Arch Nemesis mods. Yep. That's the thing. The harder the enemies are balanced in general, the like the less build diversity is available. And that kind of sucks. Damn, this guy's hurt. What the hell? I'm dealing with that. Dead end. Really? The whole thing? Oh, that aura probably didn't help my chances of survival very much. For full clearing. It's a good thing I have all this move speed. Still full clearing, don't mind me. So maybe it might still take me 6 hours to get through the rest of this. You're wrong, you can do Guild Wars dungeons now. Ah, hell yeah. So you don't have to go all the way to 80. It's supposed to be working. Shh. Jade, it is after midnight. Or it is almost midnight. It is after work hours. I believe you're supposed to be not working. 60% complete on your special weapon quest. Hell yeah. Do you have to, are you gonna have time, do you think, to finish it out? I died and I forgot to activate Plague Bearer. %40% last hour. Ah yeah, you got that easy. Easily. I'm amazed Plague Bearer isn't getting nerfed. I'll be honest. That shit's insane. Basically, no. Actually, I think it got buffed a little bit. The quality was like, took it from kind of useless to kind of useful. Alt quality Plague Bearer is going away. But I mean, even without alt quality, it's pretty solid. I don't know what its alt quality is. I mean, they're going away, right? Its new quality was shown in the patch notes. I just don't remember what it was. Oh, 0.5 to damage over time multiplier for poison while infecting. It's pretty damn solid. It's actually kind of insane. Quality now causes Plague Bearer to deal damage based on additional 0 to 4% additional plague value instead of providing increased AoE. Gotcha. I mean, I think the AoE was kind of useless. Like, it's alright. More damage is cool. Yeah, that doesn't sound nearly as effective as the old alt quality then. It's too late to work, but I was visiting a vendor today, so I need to catch up, especially since I have a review tomorrow. Oof. Yeah, that's a rough spot. Damn you, get back here. Coward. Okay, bye. A weapon first. AoE was comfy but useless. Yeah, as much as I love AoE, like increase AoE as a stat on any game, in anything, it's not exactly the most useful thing. It's just flashy and cool. But anyways, we hit Act 10, 517. We should be able to beat like 535-ish, probably. Maybe a little under 540. Since we still have to do lab, and I might fuck that up and die. Probably could have farmed a little less in Blood Aqueducts. The hell do I have? Oh shit. I'm alive? That's what I have on cue. Just a wee bit more. Take your little time out. Yeah. Damn, suddenly I'm 4 levels behind. Yikes.
The product Bannon.
I think Bay. Actually, no, we take silver. I think Basil's probably better, but I like the idea of having a silver on hand. Because I'm going to be unspecking. Presumably, if we were to play this character in the endgame, I'd be... I would be removing my onslaught ascendancy once I get move speed on frenzies. So like after third lab. But we're not going to do that here, and I probably won't do it in an actual like league start situation until I get wither totems up and running, because when we take permaphasing from the onslaught or from the raider tree, we have to, or we can't use withering step anymore, because if you're already phasing, you cannot activate it. Oh no, is it phasing? It's elusive. I think we can get elusive from that same node, and that's what causes the problem. It's like elusive on kill or hit or something like that. So when it procs, you just can't use withering step the entire time that you're elusive, and that's super heckin' annoying. Because withering step's really nice. 67 to my 63.9. We should probably kill a little bit. Oh, damn. Whoops. That's awkward. Should really get a like a macro or a hotkey to log out properly. Alright, we're gonna go take care of Innocence. Mark II, that is. Yeah, we're not gonna do Chamber of Innocence multiple times. Oh no, they're getting away. Someone stop them. What are we gonna do? Fuck. Oh, sorry. I just saw that, Jade. I know which zone. Oh, in Guild Wars? Which one? Is there a cow race? Oh, hell yeah. Not cow, okay. Some other bovine creature. Is there a cow, like a bovine creature that's not a cow? I guess like an ox. There's a wolf race. What do you think, I'm some kind of furry? I have to rethink my online persona a little bit here. Seems like the Asura type. I'd have to look. I don't know if they are. Choose the path of the Asura. Suits you. I would pick Char. Char does sound kind of cool. Not gonna lie. All I can think of when I hear Asura is Asura Dojin from One Piece. I'm not sure I'm picking up what you're putting down either, sir. To be honest. That was close. I mean, I knew that. I just figured it was a race in Guild Wars 2. I mean, I did. But again, I thought it was a different context, so I didn't want to assume that was the meaning. Revoking your week. I told you, I know what it is! And now I've died because I was defending my honor. It's both, I see. Now I got a path again. My time is ruined. Speed run over. We gotta reset. Start over. Pack it up. It's called a play on words. Why are they called puns and like not poos? Like whiz? Like a PUW? Like an acronym? Or, I'm sorry, a POW? See, the spelling of pun got me all fucked up. Twice. Yeah, that is actually twice. I didn't say it last time, but that's totally the second time. I'll blame him full-heartedly for this one because I was being accused. I was worried that would happen. This is also Dagum's fault. Got him. Yeet. He's tilted, we lost him. It's okay, I'm not as tilted as I was. Get peeled, idiot. I'm not as tilted as I was when I died last Friday in the lab, like on the second Azaro. Living rent-free in Will's brain. You're always living rent-free in my brain, Dagum. Especially since you told me the origins of your name, I haven't been able to stop giggling about it once every, like, couple hours. Yep, that's the only one. He's brilliant. crazy they didn't filter against their own languages. Making us all say dick all the time. We just didn't know it.
The weary traveler draws close to the Emperor beckons, and the world attends.
That's Nova. Bro, this all booed. Portals, oh no, what am I gonna do? Oh no, he has a hammer. I don't have to worry about wind slash. I'm so upset. Fuck.
This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting.
Emperors in waiting. That's dangerous. Well, that was more dangerous. What's my fire res look like? 4 cap? Easy, dude. Uh-oh. I hate cold snap. A golden door, really? Bruh, it's fucking... It's not even Uberlab. Yeah, really, I just draw all the aggro. It's the bright colored hair.
Justice.
Damn it, tag him! You fuck! Son of a bitch! What is my cold res again? Yeah, I'm like 4 off of cap on 1 resistance. Health isn't that low. Now to do this on League Start. I'll uninstall.
Ascend with precision.
You know, if I had permaphasing, that wouldn't have been an issue. I got body blocked. That was convenient timing. Ah, this is the worst room in the entire labyrinth. Cool. Wait, this isn't the room I think it is. That's a gauntlet, isn't it? Okay, you know what? Fuck it, I'm not going through that room. We're going this way. Oh, I guess that was the right way. Never mind. Really should have gotten a little more violence in there to level up before Azaro. So we're getting a health notable next.
Leadership is a life sentence.
I didn't have Plague Bearer accumulating this whole time.
By the goddess, what
That bro, I was stuck on who the hell knows what.
This empire remains filled with emperors.
Alright, you know what? I'm closing chat while I do this. Hiding you behind Discord. I'll not be distracted again. Nope. Fuck, I can't. Damn it. I'm not opening that.
Golden key, there must be a golden door.
Those are the rules. Fuck it, this way.
Golden with possibility.
Damn it. I guessed wrong. Forgot to spend my point.
When the time comes,
why do you keep resetting me over here? I want to look over here.
To entertain doubt is to slowness lends strength to one's enemies.
Oh, this one's easy. If I have the right weapon out.
Finish this. Such resilience.
Can't believe they have golden doors in the fucking Merc Lab. I know they do sometimes. Like, why? Why is that even a thing? Why are golden doors a thing at all? They're the worst. Quantifiably. Of all things, that is the worst. Ain't that one. Really? Unavoidable domain crossing as well. Get me out of here. All right, it's easy.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep. You must navigate your empire through troubled waters. Is to act. The trap of tyranny is inescapable.
Fucking yeet. Get dabbed on, idiot.
Remember, hello.
Innocence. That was all, booty. That dude. All right, one more. Well, two more zones and a boss room. On the plus side, I'll be capped while I'm running around in maps because of the unethical Arumvarax we've been running around with this whole time. Bro, what the hell? Are we good? Hello? Internet completely shat itself. Two seconds. All right, what are you trying to do? Whatever. Do you see this? Do y'all see what I have to contend with while I'm streaming? It's a miracle I get through the campaign at all while I'm live. The things that fill up my Discord DMs while I'm trying to not die in labs. I'm not, bro, what? Everything is trying to stop me from finishing this run tonight. What the fuck? Man, we were halfway through. We were almost done. Imagine having to do hardcore with DMs like that. I couldn't even imagine. Spuds and I are behaving. I can vouch for Spuds. Okay, good, because I can look at the receipts if I have to. Sure, YouTube saved them. Man, I have to start that zone all the way over. This is it's so scuffed. No, we're not looking till I finish Kitava. I'm gonna be like the same time I got last week because of all this BS. Dying in labs, fucking disconnecting through the second longest zone of all time. Second to only the one after it. Look how fucking far we got, dude. My dude just stopped running on the bridge right there in front of all those dudes. Shit.
Corridors of madness and into the mouth of death itself. I believe you finally lost your mind.
Can't believe they don't play any of those voice lines in the maps. Kind of cool as fuck. I never knew you could get up to this platform from that side. I always cross over at some point. I was kind of just waiting for the spot. Oh, I wasn't accumulating. Well, I wasn't really attacking either, so. My damage seems alright, though. Wow. Drop him. Drop him now. Yeet. Almost exactly 10 minutes faster. All that for 10 minutes faster. Fuck. Oh well. We already know. I had a lot of fuck-ups. Particularly on the later half. And 4 deaths and a disconnect. Yeah. Right, but I also took a second break when I did that last one and got 557. It was about a 10-minute break. I did not take a second break this time. Means your actual skill is higher. I'll accept that. Gonna rock it, dude. Hell yeah, thank you. Yeah, we'll do better tomorrow. I know some stuff now. But I think instead of starting down here, because like basically the idea is in Act 1 we come down here and grab like attack speed, movement speed. This for 20 strength and intelligence to enable leap slam and frostblink, and then we go up and like get health and flash charges and all this, that, and the other thing. But if we come up here, I think it's attack speed, projectile speed and damage. We can come down and grab primal spirit. Aspect of the eagle would boost us with caustic arrow while we're using it. And then we could go to aspect of the lynx and then come down, but it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, let's see, 1. It's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we usually have about 12 skill points by Merveil. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we'd be one shy of aspect of the lynx. Unless I kill more or I skip Heart of Oak. Because Heart of Oak may not be the biggest deal that early on. But if we the bummer about going with doing things this way, I guess, would be we change off of bows by the end of Act 1, so that actually wouldn't be that relevant. I guess we could go. We could actually just go the same path we've been going. And then instead of going straight up for the flasks and stuff, we come over here and go up to aspect of the lynx. Just delay 3 points. But that's not... I don't think that's going to make the craziest difference in our like final time ultimately, but we can try it. But the thing is, if we get beyond the movement speed, well, I guess this is the only extra attack speed we would get if we did that, if we pathed this way. But I guess, what if we just do it backwards? So we start up here anyway, we get... that's 4%. Four 8%, 12, 16. Then we come down here, 24. And then go up for aspect of the lynx. And then that puts us at 32%. And another 5% move speed. And we don't actually take this note until like well after Act 1. So if we take it earlier, that gives us another like 8% move speed early on. But the reason we want attack speed is we can do shield charge instead of leap slam after Act 3. So like we can definitely get all those points by Act 3. If we do the live, well, we can get there either way, but we can get shield charge as a ranger if we hit Act 3 and do the library. Which I never like doing the library, but if it's enough to get a shield charge and we have all that attack speed, it might actually feel pretty good. And I've heard that that is like a valid thing to do when you're trying to do Concoction Ranger. Whether it's Pathfinder or Raider or whatever. Or Concoction Deadeye for some reason. I guess that's cool. But, yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking of. Trying to take advantage of this to go faster. And also, like, these here. We don't take these until, like, part 2 at least. Peacock Pathfinder is what I always did. Yeah, the reason I'm doing Raiders because I kind of wanted to try Spectral Shield Throw. And the build guide I was looking at was like, we can't really do that till later, so start as a Raider, just use Poisonous Concoction. And the only reason I'm doing it this way still is because I like Raider, and I don't really know how to make Pathfinder work, or how it works at all. It's probably not that complicated, but I also don't want to figure it out. Thank you, thank you. I'm sure there are reasons people don't take Raider, but it's just speed, you know? So yeah, maybe tomorrow we do those changes on this early part of the tree. Here. There. We might actually skip Heart of Oak entirely, like until we get all the way up to Aspect of the Links. So we go down through Primal Spirit to Finesse over. The biggest bummer is that we won't get Quick Step until later. Because here it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we would just barely get that at the end of Act 1, and then we'd have to get a good ways into Act 2 before we actually get Aspect of the Links. But like I said, so long as we have it before Act 3, we'll be good, and then that'll let us ideally get through. Pathfinder's largely like get flask boosty stuff, use one full on all flasks, slap things around with chaos damage. I mean, that sounds on brand for that sounds like it would work well with Peacock. But that's something we'll think about tomorrow. We'll try tomorrow. The Shield Charge Edition. As much as I like the weapon swap, and I thought it was kind of cool to like actually use that. It does feel a little clunky. But yeah, we'll see how it feels with Shield Charge, and we just don't have to swap. But I'm gonna end stream here. Appreciate y'all watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you did and you're not already, make sure you yeet that subscribe button, down the like button. Come see me tomorrow around. I'm gonna start earlier tomorrow, like 3 probably Eastern US time, 3 p.m. Eastern US time. For this next practice run. Hopefully we beat 5.5 hours. I thought we'd be able to today, but you know, shit happens. But I appreciate y'all. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Looking